Then.
Oh boy.
What's up, JL? Oh, I didn't even see that you subbed. JL, thank you very much for the 9 months. I appreciate it, FNJL. Furia are playing already? I think we're about to play here too, but I will get the other stream up just so that we can go back and forth.
Yeah, firstly, definitely the best match we've ever had.
I think that's when you're really going to start seeing that difference of like teams.
So it looks like Furia gambled 2 bullets and Elevate gambled 1, obviously. Obviously. Am I streaming on YouTube? Yes, but I'm not looking at chat. I should be live on YouTube. I think I am.
Some of these ban phases. So the one that we've just seen before the game, the coach is able to talk to the team, and at the halfway
They're playing on Siege X? Yes, sir. Dude, where the fuck is Interro?
Get involved in that banning process, but they are not allowed to talk to the team during the ban between round 3 and 4.
I mean, Cyclops probably should have had a little bit of time to react there.
New clubhouse. It's all BO1s today too, chat. We're watching, I think 5 BO1s? Or 6 BO1s? No, I think 5 BO1s across the 2 streams.
Lighting looking fantastic throughout the map.
Got JV92 just trying to work his way on in a little bit, try and get a little bit.
Interro's asleep. He texted me this morning already, saying he didn't think he had drops. He might be trying to figure out his shit still. Alright, this actually should be a 7-0. You get extra bullets if you 7-0 too, right? I'm pretty sure you get extra shit if you 7-0. This format is so wonky. Psycho's invisible? You're worried about the details, okay? Let's be happy that shit is actually running.
They've made it real easy for themselves, Tim. With the Dockerby and the Jackal on side, those 2 Rover Hunter operators coming together, it's going to be a nightmare for Elevate to be able to play out around the map. That's exactly what you're seeing here in this first round. So now we're down to the 2 holding on with 75 seconds still to play. Furia really aren't the kind of team, as we spoke about, the accolades they've got.
Chat, do you see the drops on my stream, by the way? Let me know if you see them or not.
But saying that, Purge has found himself picked off for free. Naka on the castle getting rid of 1 more. If he gets it down to 1 more, Tim, suddenly it's a 2 versus 2, and you start to sweat and worry for Furia.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Oh, and I'll get you a GeoGuessr link for sure.
Oh boy.
Alright, I need Felipox to do well for my fantasy team here. Felipox is like my only good player I actually drafted in fantasy, I guess, and handy. So I really need Felipox to rack me up the points. JV92 stealing his fucking thunder is not ideal here. Yeah, a classic. The bodies also don't disappear, hey? CAD game started. I was just watching this till the CAD game began. Let's chill. The CAD game hasn't even started. You're straight up lying to me. They did do op bans, I think. Okay, so what got banned, by the way, in this Furia game? Elevate banned Thermite Capitao, and then they banned Kaid Mira. Dude, imagine you spawn into Clubhouse, you insta-ban like fucking Thermite Maverick or some shit. Oh my god, this could be so annoying. Okay, we'll see how it plays out.
Consideration that for a lot of these teams as well.
Alright, A stream's on a tech pause. I might ban whoever told me to go. They're both on tech pauses. Alright, I'm not banning anybody.
But now you actually got to play competitively. And
good to see.
Gonna be some
the mainstream doesn't have drops, but I do. Oh my god. This is massive. My best stream of all time was like 2 years ago. I was co-streaming. No, more than 2 years ago. It was probably like 4 years ago. I was co-streaming SI. And the mainstream crashed. Like, the stream went down. But I still... No, I didn't have the feed. People just came to my shit to... No, I think I still had the clean feed. Or some shit. I think I was streaming with Flint. And we got like ridiculous viewers.
Based on the usual way in which you qualify. So it's a really good
opportunity. It was SI quals or something. I don't remember. I think it was the Paris SI though. It was the COVID one. When everything just crashed. Mainstream does have drops. Don't say that. Thunderwolf, delete your message. The people don't need to fucking know that.
Applicable for these two. I think both FearX and CAG will very much be looking to be top contenders in APL for this particular year. Of course, an overhaul.
Can we do a prediction how many tech pauses?
To this particular season, yet both teams will want to be front runners. And
I will give you guys a prediction for the CAG game.
See this as being a match that potentially foreshadows that.
Chat, who wins Battle of APAC?
It's a preview.
new build,
Will it
etc.,
be
etc., etc.,
CAG?
so,
Will it be
I mean, putting those
FearX?
asterisks out there,
I
but
think, and I
some
don't
of these
think
things
this
can
is a
come out of
bold
the gate
take,
with
but
really
I
strong
think Cyclops are the
performance.
best
Set
team in
that reason
APAC.
for APL going forward. I think
I
it's
don't
gonna be
think
really
that's
intriguing.
that bold of a
Days
take,
gone
but
by,
it
or
is
at
my
least recently,
take
like
regardless.
SI polls, for example, it was, CAG.
And I think I will take a slightly
FearX
bolder stance,
on two
not
separate
really, but
occasions
still
to
a slightly bolder
qualify for
stance,
Boston,
that I think
but a couple
CAG
of
will
changes
continue
before
to be the best team in APAC throughout this
Well,
season.
we'll see if CAG can
I think
continue that
Scarz have made
head-to-head
some of the
run
worst
forward,
roster
or
moves I've
FearX
ever
can
fucking
bounce back
seen.
here, because FearX,
I
again,
think
to reiterate,
FearX
we've
are
been
eternal
massive
chokers. I think
additions
PSG
into
Talon
really
are going to be
It's a good
lost
point as
without
well,
their
because,
God
you know, I mentioned
Emperor.
it for teams that maybe wouldn't necessarily
I have no
be
faith in the
qualified
Australians,
for
no
the best, but
offense.
also now we've had
And then who am I
our break
missing?
season. The
Weibo?
schedule post-SI,
They're not
we've had
here.
really
I don't think
break
about them.
season Now, whereas like historically in the past, you would do SI.
What's up,
very, very
Thunders?
small break and then straight into stage 1. It means that a lot of teams have made far more roster changes.
They have
going
Arcully
into
back.
the-
They would.
the
Does
new
anybody
year,
know the
if you will,
background lore on
than you typically
Arcully?
see. And so you're
Because
gonna
I
have a
think
lot
he
of
might be
teams
like
that
American or
this
something,
event
right?
made 2 to 3 roster changes, or
Obviously he's
maybe
Japanese,
teams
but
that
like
are
he
entire
speaks
new roster, like your
ridiculously good
Alabama, for
English.
example, or your BDSs.
I feel like he grew up in
Yeah, I mean, on top of
California or
that as well,
something.
the ability to boot camp and prepare. I don't know what the
Yeah.
specific routines for.
So I am glad to see Arcully
I know
back.
there was a couple that actually flew early. to
Maybe
Sao
international
Paulo
school?
and did a boot camp.
Maybe. I don't know what his deal
I think
is.
FearX was perhaps one of those teams, but I could.
If
be
I see him at an
incorrect
event,
with
I'll
that
ask.
regard. I mean, it's a
He said
fantastic
Japanese is
opportunity
his
to
second
play, but
language
it's
on
still
Twitter.
arguably the
Yeah,
best
I
region
saw
in the
that,
world
which
and
is
has
why
been
I'm
for quite
like,
some time to get that
is he
practice.
American or something?
It's a good head start to the year as a whole as well. When you think about with stage 1 kind of around the corner, this is a really solid opportunity if you are a FearX, if you are a CAG, to bank this experience of playing other top teams, playing locally.
The whole point of
and
the
get
event
that
is to
travel
show
aspect and
CJX.
bring
No, I
it
think
back.
you're a little bit
Obviously,
confused,
you've
JL.
got
The whole point of the
qualifiers
event is to
get
show
into
the
APL,
technical
etc.,
issues of
play APL with
CJX.
that extra
I think
experience
that might be
extra
where you're
time
getting a
as
little
well
bit
for
confused.
New roster that has been put together. I think that's something to consider as well, and it goes really for all of the teams here at Reload. So there's certainly
Arcully
gonna
is
be
half
benefit from
Filipino?
that. Shouldn't be too much
Oh,
further
that would
away from
explain
getting into
it.
This one to apologize. We've
Because people in the
everyone on the internet
Philippines
needs to actually begin
speak
Reload
a lot
from
of
the
English.
intro.
I don't think
There's
English is their
Ace
first
Ring,
language.
There's an Ace.
You thought he grew up in
course,
America?
Having
Maybe?
smooth sailing
No,
over
I
there.
hope so.
Yeah, I have no
hope
idea.
so. I mean, look, to be fair, they do love a chat, so I'm sure. that
Which
they'll
one
have
is
it actually
Arcully?
work.
Cup of tea.
Yeah, I heard
With the
them do
Brits.
their little
There he
intro
is.
as well.
Oh, yeah.
There he is, the boy.
Thing they
Ah,
run.
it's nice.
They're lovely.
I
But
feel,
yeah,
I feel for the APAC viewers.
He's
that
wearing
are,
a cross.
Of course,
I guess
staying up for this
Japanese
particular
people can be
matchup,
Christians.
At least in Melbourne time at the moment. It's
I guess that
12
tells us
PM,
nothing.
I want to say.
I think it's like 1 a.m.
Oh,
He
it's
looks
not-
very
Oh,
American.
yeah, 'cause
Like
it's
one.
12 p.m. here in Brazil.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
our
I don't
body
know.
clocks are absolutely
So for
shot.
like Korea, Japan would maybe be 10, 11 p.m., something along those lines.
A nice
which is not
evening.
too
I would
bad.
ask
Yeah, a
him.
little
I would
late
ask
viewing,
him if
stay
I
up
got to
glass
go to
of red.
Rio.
Glass of red.
Next time. Next time.
Exactly. Gotta stay on the cordials. Looks like we got everyone back into the lobby, so I don't think we're too far away.
He's
from
American
getting
coded.
each other.
I
Get
do
a
kind of
reminder
get
of
that
all the
vibe.
matches today.
I kind of get
Best
the
of ones,
American
which
vibe
we were
from
speaking a
him.
little bit in the green room before with some of the other talent
All right,
players,
they have
and
swapped
I
from
think that
pictures
the
of herds
general
to pictures
consensus
of Rio
was,
de
and I have
Janeiro.
to agree with it, is that for APAC teams, best of one is usually
That's
kind of
not
their
good.
bread and butter. Like, this is a really good way for
Send
them
him a
to start.
DM. If
I
I
mean,
was
we did our
working the event
predictions
and
coming
nobody
into
else
this
knew, I
event, and
would.
neither of us actually had any of the APAC teams making it to the final 8, but realistically,
What's up,
if
Nomus?
there's ever a chance
They
for
played
APAC
one
to
round
make
and then
it,
both
it
A stream and B
is
stream
with
went to
format
tech
such as
pauses.
this.
So
I
you've
think
missed.
at least one
You've
team
not
should
missed
sneak through.
anything.
As to who that actually is, I think the front runner probably is Cyclops, pending their performance at least
I
on
like
the
this
first day
FearX
to gauge
roster,
that.
though.
FearX could be very dangerous. as
This
well.
is good chat though. We're getting all the tech
I think
pauses out of the way
addition of
first.
David and Woogie Man and something
All
that
the
has
tech
been
pauses
spoken
are getting
about
out of the way
from
right
the
now.
roster
So
over,
this
I
means
think it was
later
like
we're not gonna
12,
have any tech
16
issues.
months is Nova. And his place
This
on the
means
roster,
later
he's-
on we're gonna
he
have
is also
no
new.
tech issues at
I
all.
won't say anything.
You do love a little Nova slander, and he's back on the analyst role now. So, but he honestly did quite well filling in, all things considered. But now they're finally, from my
Casters
eyes,
are talking
actually
about
got
Nova.
an organized roster. So
If
now
anybody
they've
watched
got
my
moved
video,
forward
it
with
went out a
core
couple
five
hours ago. It's
that they are
a,
going
it's
to
basically a
actually
preview
want to
video for
compete
R6
with, rather
Reload.
than essentially a kind of
I
statement
mentioned
when it
that
comes
Nova has swapped between player and coach, I think
Oh, we should be
7
back in a
times
moment's
since
time.
joining
Right,
FearX.
you load back into
It's It's actually ridiculous how much of a spot stealer that guy is.
It is 4 operators taken off the board, 2 from each team. They are now simultaneous though, so we'll get through them rather quickly.
Do you think the ghost thing on the other stream was actually a bug in the game, or do you think it was just a spectator? I assume it was a spectator bug. If the guy was actually invisible, that is so funny.
Power positions followed up by the Ying, and interestingly, the castle is a little bit more out there.
To be fair, Nova's a good player. Brother, no he isn't. Nova's one of the worst players that's ever touched an international stage.
feel like
He's not a bad shield player, is his saving grace. But he played like 4 different tournaments before we entered the shield meta. And he would just put up like the worst KD of the tournament every time he played. It was rough,
I feel like
dude.
I've heard both sides of the coin where some are maybe a little bit more skeptical and don't think it's going to have a...
But I think FearX are a lot deeper now. They've got much better players, so hopefully they won't have to play Nova ever again.
Too much. Others a little bit more glass half full approach, a bit more optimistic that it's going to...
Nova God
encourage
sat down
adaptation.
Fraud Lamau
It's
at
also going
Manchester.
to
Yeah.
be quite detrimental to teams and maybe individual players that crutch operators. If you highlight that in the first 3 rounds...
We'll see how CJX goes. Do I have any fantasy players in this game? I do not. I would still rather watch it than the other game, but it's fine. You opened the stream an hour ago. I wasn't here. Yeah, the game's going on. Kimmix, what?
These teams have
What do you mean?
access to the build and have been streaming and practicing, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
I like this mirror window, but this mirror window without a castle? Oh, they banned castle. Dude, I hope you never want to watch a zombie on Chalet ever again. Dude, you're just actually never going to get to watch a zombie ever again on this map. So CAG banned castle and a zombie, so there's no way to protect yourself from windows. CAG are officially the first team to ban 2 operators that like synergize with each other. Because previously you'd never see both these ops banned. Panic air jab. You'd never see both these operators banned because like it would be too hard to defend the top floor. Like you just couldn't exist up top. But now because it doesn't affect you, you can just ban both. Dude, the bans are gonna be so toxic with this format.
I feel like Korea has been calling out for a bit of a super team for quite some time.
CAG innovative, exactly. CAG are fucking trendsetters, dude.
Project still.
Yeah, it didn't work. Did it? F for Fabian.
I get to see Fabian in action for
I'm not gonna lie, this ban format might kill Chalet top floor. I don't know if anybody will ever play the top floor of Chalet ever again. Because top floor without a zombie or castle feels absolutely miserable. I'm a little surprised they're starting kitchen. Because even kitchen feels a little bit bad with this site.
Straight away, when you're kind of just watching it, it feels very authentic.
All right, coded down. What did you guys vote on the predictions? You only voted 57% CAG. I think that's, I don't know, man. I think CAG should win this pretty handily, especially starting attack with these bans.
It's not exactly safe, but
insane they pick up coded, admittedly. Kind of ridiculous if that guy's not dead.
Boogie able to fight back. And the fact that that res was able to take place as well, a little bit concerning for CAG. Looking for the advantage.
Black Ray.
That's
please, dude. Okay. What is going on my screen?
On the clock to hold out.
Concussed Warden, what the hell?
I believe that's Anakin. He now jumps forward in towards Trophy. Takes the fight, but loses.
Our colleagues in the basement, dude! Practicing his Japanese skills.
But the barbed wire to give away his position.
Our colleague's gonna have to learn the Japanese word for baited pretty quickly here.
They got that initial opening kill and then the down, and then from there they all just kind of sent it in. And credit to FearX, able to rotate.
Oh no, he's got no intel at all. That's an incredible throw of rounds. They literally had the perfect drones, the perfect crossfires for top floor, but they never actually entered top. They got 1 down on the top floor. They were like, this is good to push site.
Really good work from FearX to actually just kind of navigate their
What's up,
way
Cookie
throughout
Kill?
the round. Minute left in the round. CAG were looking good on the
Cody on the 15 stream streak. Good to see you back.
A decent counterpunch. Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, we do have some.
The bans will be very standard, is what you're saying. No funky bans. I think so. I think you'll see a lot less variety in operator bans with the new format. But there are more bans, so like maybe in that sense you'll see more variety.
I don't know about the slow motion.
But I think for the first 2 you'll see less variety. Maybe the 3rd set of bans after round 3 will be a bit more variety based.
Pretty traditional in the sense that
his teammates trash talking right now because he doesn't speak Japanese.
Those external windows and cutting those lines aside, preventing those rotations was rather good. And then I think they got caught in transition.
Xbox is sponsoring, are they?
Revive. A couple of those players on the top floor able to get themselves in more comfortable positions. And as Cyclops tried
I
to
did not
transition
see
back
that.
to below, then they lacked control and pressure, and it really kind of capitulated in the end. So it's all start from FearX, some decent mid-round adaptation.
You're gonna put 5 cents on Parker not showing up. I don't know where Parker is.
See what kind of approach he plays.
I'm very surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm a little concerned, but I'm sure he'll show up.
industry has fallen out of fashion quite a bit, but can still be useful
Xbox
in the
Game
right
Pass.
places.
Well, chat, get your
It's
Xbox
better.
Game Pass.
Not seeing major changes here, at least
No,
around
this
two
is
from
food.
Cyclops.
This is
A lot
beans.
of emphasis
Someone
on
put
information.
Chairman for the 8 months. Thank you very much, Cherubi
in combination
Chairman.
with the
Good
Deimos
to see
and
you.
the Lion. So there should be no shortage of info. in
Both
the
teams
round
have
here
6
for
bullets. If
Cyclops
one
and
team win,
Shriek.
they gain 2
Taking
bullets.
up
If that
just
team
get
loses, they
basically
lose 2
control
bullets.
in another good position for
Yes.
Chalet
So
and
both teams
coming off
chose to
rotation.
gamble 2 bullets.
One of the big changes
So for
when it
both
comes to CX
teams,
as well is the repelling.
what
Oh,
is
jump
going
down,
on,
tries to
Rin?
go for something very
Rin, it's
special,
not
but
2023
the
anymore, brother.
Anderson
Holy
quick
shit.
on the trigger, able to get the
Ooh, and that didn't
kill.
work out.
Sharif does
Okay.
lose his life on the Deimos, not ideal.
Yeah, the winner of this will
Absolutely
end with 8 bullets. The
positions
loser
up
will
one.
end
So
with
1-1, and
4.
Starting attack from this second round, which is very APAC in nature.
Apex tends
I'm
to
not
be
sponsored. Stop doing that shit for
flips
free.
of action at the beginning of the action phase.
I'm pretty sure it does say
Then kinda
in
staying
my
around for the
contract I
next 2
cannot
minutes.
like slander the
Yeah.
sponsors.
Close it out.
Not that I would want to slander Xbox Game Pass, but I am somewhat contractually obligated.
Depending on how aggressive they want to play, I mean,
Oh, that's true with the new run out. You can't be shooting when you're falling, right? That probably did hurt Rin quite a bit.
looking to play some
The fact that you can't be shooting while you're in the
Went
air
searching
anymore.
after getting rid of the drone, and Chibisu was ready, able to land the shots and give CAG.
Is it mirrors the lighting terrible? The lighting is definitely
And no trades
darker
come
and
through for that as well,
different.
as this good boy was completely by
The lighting is
himself,
very
trying to
different.
stand, pushing down.
I think it looks better, but I think
Top
it's
4 control
probably
for FearX
worse
now.
for actually
CAG
seeing
got over a minute here to
opponents.
kind of take their way through this
You know?
round.
Like, I think it looks
I
more
wanna
beautiful than it
see
used to,
a team like
but I'm
CAG
worried it might be
from
harder
APAC
to
really
see
just
the
kinda start to
opponents.
see.
Like,
You don't have to throw bodies towards
for us, obviously, we have outlines, so whatever. And maybe
Aggressive
it doesn't
overhaul
look as
here
dark
from
on the
FearX
player
for each
screens. I don't
open.
know.
Couple of gates in position, and that
But
allows
this is
Koga
the
to
problem with,
step
like,
towards
I
that
mean, this
powerful
is, like,
position. He'll be
a big reason why
somewhat tricky to clear.
maps don't generally have
Cyclops,
dark
though,
modes,
with
right?
The player advantage can look to trade that out, maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
What's the points of
potentially
bullets?
set
The
up
bullets
more
is basically like
potentially
your
if they do
score.
have that
Like,
drone.
at the end of the group stage,
Still
whoever has the
is
most
available,
bullets
so
makes
you can play,
playoffs.
but you're still with 2
And
candidates left.
if you end up with 0 bullets, you
And as I said,
are eliminated from the
there's a
tournament.
ton of action until that last 30 seconds, which
That's the point of the
Nice.
bullets.
They're very
played out.
split though. I mean, FearX are very, very split. They're essentially 3-1s. There's not a lot of trade potential. And Coda down to about 1
Oh, good
HP.
util to
Not
force the
ideal.
movement out of
Still
Coded.
definitely got one. We'll give
Coda
him
gets
full,
slammed here.
Coda
Maybe he
is
gets
going for a
one, but
big
he's an
power
easy
play here
trade.
towards Ego Bulk. He is
Surely
very,
he's an
very
easy
low,
trade. You could
essentially
also,
1
I could
HP.
say hit him with the
Goes
Grim,
prone,
but they're out of
hopes that
Grim
he
bees.
doesn't get checked, and he may very
There's
well
nobody
not.
else
It's an
here.
off-angle
Oh my
position,
god.
but he
And
does
that's
get the
defused,
kill.
kid.
Chibisu
And
makes
there's
it
10
2v2.
seconds. There's the trade. Come on, Anderson. Come on, my jacked fucking king. No, he doesn't have time. Black Ray, why are we swinging in? There's actually no reason for Black Ray to swing in there, bro.
And he's able to
There's
fall back
actually
and
no
turn around,
reason
and
at all.
FearX make it 2-0.
Dude, you've
don't know how
got the
FearX are gonna
cross.
make that work.
You just
I
need to
think-
hold this guy.
Again, in many rounds of Siege, we tried
Dude,
to...
why are we
to
swinging
win the
in?
round, we lost the round, etc.
Oh my
And I think there was
goodness.
an element of both there in that particular round. FearX doing a good job holding half wall. That utility probably not quite landing as it needed to for Cyclops to clear it effectively. And we have access to the overhead.
The lighting
here
looks
off
like
to the
old
side,
Siege.
basically
I was
trying to
thinking
train
that as well. It really
Black Ray there, who we
does.
saw at the very end swinging double window. was
Chalet
quite
defense, no
completely
castle, no
solid back there
Azami,
for that
and they're
final
winning.
portion of the round. He was messing around on that.
Oh, I
one.
see now.
He
The
played
highlight
forced
is
the
presented
filter
by
through,
Xbox
who
Game
did a good job
Pass.
to make that final stand. Mephi had the sound read on the Black Ray, got a free kill. And with that diffuser,
Anathan did his
not
best.
decided
My
to
fucking
anyway.
king,
He was
Anathan,
rather
really tried
comfortable,
there.
but somewhat comfortable, I guess, to an extent there for FearX in the end. So, somewhat concerning signs for Cyclops to kick things off, but credit to
I think
FearX
losing
for
the
making
Deimos
the
was
play.
not ideal. That was actually really
Shiraniko should hate watch stream like Turd did. He seemed pretty, when he like made his announcement tweet about leaving, he seemed pretty supportive of the rest of the team.
Pressure would have been so useful.
And if you're Sharif as well and you're playing that operator, you got to value your life. This is the only player at 6 Invitational for CAG that was over 100 EP.
Not surprised.
He's
Wait.
their star player. There is one
Oh yeah, they
concern
did
when
go
it
top
comes
floor.
to
I'm surprised
Sharif is that they actually
FearX
provide
wanted to go
true
top
backup
floor.
SI.
Again, with a
Typically,
zombie
though, he
castle
has
ban, that feels
56
like a
entries.
huge
So he's
mistake
done
in my
quite a
mind.
lot in
But
terms of volume.
and
But he is
Anton
technically
is
the
jumping
negative.
on the
Definitely
Osa.
right at
Okay,
his SI, but it's a good
sick,
team, so I think
sick.
you can give that a bit of a pass mark. And the positive then is actually plus 16.
Playing Osa, I mean, it's honestly not
when
a
it comes to
bad
his
op
points
lineup
outside. So he
to
was
play Osa
definitely
against.
the
You only got
star
one
player.
Nitro on
CAG
Good Boy, and then you got
in
Toxic Base
0-2,
and Coded.
Not able to make an impact here into these attacking rounds on Chalet.
You have no smokes, though. I feel like they're just going to be able to get an angle. I'm assuming this is going snowmobile side. It could go wine, I guess.
If not my favorite map, because I genuinely think you can really win on both sides of the coin. But in APAC, typically, we do see it be slightly favored to the attack. So for CAG to be 0 already after the opening 2 rounds, not ideal.
Dude, I'm just telling you, when we get to Clubhouse and we get triple hard breach bans,
Exothermic over towards main bridge.
this game is gonna really devolve.
Pretty simple stuff to kick things off here for Cyclops. And again, noting that this is the final round before we introduce.
It's
an
so
additional
dark.
operator
It's
ban for
crazy,
both
man.
sides
It's
as well.
crazy.
So what's that going to look like? I don't think
Yeah.
there's been
No real roamers, Mephies in games.
That's
That's
like
it.
an
Oh.
area that's been massive.
Oh, Woogie had an angle from all the way down below Ego? Dude, that must have been a ridiculous angle. There's a good roam. They're not running Dokkaebi. They don't seem to have good enough drones here. Like,
actually look a little bit comfortable here on the defensive
man,
chalet.
there
They
should be a
take
trade.
two-player advantage, and it feels
Surely
like it's
this is a
opportunity to
trade.
go and find one back. It's exactly what he's doing here. Over the wall.
Oh my God,
Mephi wins the
Chibisu.
battle. What a start for Mephi. 6 kills in the opening 3 rounds.
Kagger, one of the teams of all time, bro.
lead.
I'm glad I didn't put any money on
We're
this
gonna
game.
start beckoning here.
I'll tell you that.
Coming out of the
Jeez,
very
dude.
strong
I
mid
really thought
reload.
Kag would be better than
I know
this.
Akali is
These
low,
pushes
and
are
in bar, that's information
horrible.
that will be provided over an
They're
eight
so
updates
disconnected,
unlaunched, and
bro.
Mephi finds a third in the
Like,
round.
3 people
And then
walking at
Zero
Mephi
could be
completely
the
individually.
reload as Anakin
There's
finally
no
gets Spoit
teamwork.
Coming up 5 play stairs, he'll get himself a double. He's got 4, but he cannot make it anymore. 4 though does go the way of Mephi.
Ban the whole team.
0 the lead for FearX.
Yeah, I think heading into this.
What do you
particular
even
matchup,
ban
if you hadn't
now?
told me it was a 3-0
I don't think
start,
any specific
very much
operator is
moved forward.
owning
So
you
if
if you're
had
Kag.
been
I
in
think you're
favor
just getting
of
caught too
Cyclops,
much.
and, I mean,
Maybe you
irrespective
ban the
of sides,
Fenrir.
but
Fenrir's been used pretty well.
An opportunity, I suppose, now for
You
Cyclops
could ban
to try
Mira.
and
They were running that
adapt.
on the first
What do you
round.
ban?
We do have
Yeah.
the additional bans to come through.
We're hating
And
Kag. This is
coaches,
gonna be
I
a
think Philly
comeback,
gets
bro. I would love this to be a comeback.
believe
Don't let
coaches
FearX 7-0 you, man.
Confirmation. I wasn't actually looking to see if the lips are moving there.
But they gotta be playing more together, dude. They're just not playing together at
They're rather
all.
dominant from FearX thus far. Cyclops.
The
I mean,
Nova
United is finding
effect.
it difficult just to get simple map control. Previously, not as much of an issue as more so.
Yeah, the Nova effect of him not being on the team anymore.
Congratulations, but
The Nova effect of Nova being back in the hotel room.
For FearX.
Well, we did have the bans, by the way, and I like
They
the way
banned the
that we actually
Fenrir, I
did
told you.
this. But this is the first time for all of us.
I am
seeing
kind of
how
excited
the
for
system
that
is
from a
gonna work
caster
out, but
POV.
then
I'm
we
excited
go
to
through that with a
predict
highlight
and
package, so
react
we've
to
had
what the
Fenrir
bans
get
end up
banned
being.
down, had Fenrir get banned down.
I think reactionary bans is kind of a fun idea.
Now banned away from
Again,
this
I just
particular
hate that
match,
bans
heading into
don't
round
apply
4,
equally
3-0 start for
to
FearX.
both teams.
Very clean, very quick. And so far this match
Still
is
first to 7. Yep, Kanga should be the
quick and
same.
clean as well.
Still
If
first to
FearX
7.
continue to play in this fashion, this could
Is
very
Mephi
well be
chucking a
very fast
beer
start.
at dude while playing?
Well, it's taken
Mephi's
some
having a
time
hell of
to
a start, dude.
activate
8-1.
some shield play here
Or 8-0.
to see if that can be
1
a
assist.
differentiating factor. We know that typically Anakin.
Yeah, Nova is analyst for FearX, but he's been a player. He's gone back and forth between player and analyst like 100 times.
Shields. Anakin will be looking to play that.
Kag's the
front
best APAC
line. And just
team,
probably
yeah.
try and aid in a bit
I
more
just had to go out and
getting
put my
FearX
and
FearX and
use my
apply a
fat
little more
fucking
pressure.
mouth
Made
before
that
this
pressure
game
factor
started, didn't I, dude?
really not been there.
I just had to go yap about who I thought the best team in APAC was. For them to come out and play like this.
Basically the best Montang inside of APAC.
Black Ray on the
One trick with
fuse
the
for a
Ying and the Monty.
kitchen
And
defense?
both banned out.
They better get top control, man.
Like when you've had 2 operator bans on you.
The only reason I like this fuse pick is because it shows to me that they're actually planning on taking top control, which they didn't last time.
I'll be honest.
I still wish they would take top control and then not have a fuse, but
It'd be Anakin though. Target ban.
listen, we'll let them cook.
Better map control this time around
Maybe
versus
Siege
Cyclops
X
already
fuse
has
charges
players
are
looking to
nasty.
Start poking towards office. They have the Thatcher available once more. Primary hard breach, double swing down for the ace.
Maybe they got silent buff.
It's rather easy pass. Tuber is though available, so Mephi can look to stall that out for a little while longer. Keep in mind, 8-0 by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Only just noticing that now.
Dude, this is one of the best two-brow spots in the game, by the way.
Sorry, I think it would have been.
Playing a two-brow there in office is so strong. Because if somebody tries to walk at you through balcony, you can freeze them as well, and then, like, it's a really good kill for you. You waste so much extra time. You can coordinate with, like, a Kaid to try to, like, trick shit.
Mephi looking to maybe play close.
He's got a Mira up here as well. I mean, he's denied so much time, and he hasn't even had to get into a gunfight yet.
Established, looking to take top
Now he's a
control
little
of
exposed, but he's
CAG.
still got Warden playing inside a
Sense the
piano to help him
hesitation, though,
out.
in their movement.
Woogie's holding a nasty angle. I mean, it's just a
Swing
good
from
defense
Mephi,
setup.
when you're hot
And
behind,
Kag,
he is
again,
starting
are
very
all
hot.
fucking alone.
Reload.
There's no
9
such thing as a
kills,
trade.
4 rounds. That's good
There is
point.
no such thing as a trade. That time there's good crossfire. But, like, 3 more kills from Mephi, dude. He's in a power position. I get this, but, like,
go.
At least stack up on
Unfortunately
him.
for Shuri, no entry to be found as he is the solo for CAG, and it is going
Is
to be
Mephi
a
the new
4-0
stomping?
start for FearX and the Koreans.
Bro, Mephi's been
Drew
doing this shit,
Stark.
admittedly.
I really like that read from Mephi, right? They deploy the smoke.
Mephi's not even one of their new
bush.
pickups. It's Coded and it's Woogie
Cyclops
that they
don't
just
expect
added to the team.
readdress. And for me, the most concerning thing is the blitz was, I think, the third.
Is
maybe
CAG the new
fourth
Scarz?
operator to die.
Dude,
They
if
sent it
CAG
to
end up losing to
Just like,
Scarz
surely
again
they
in
anticipate
APAC,
that
I'm gonna
again,
lose
that's
my
where you try and
mind.
get a
Hard
football
breach.
presence, like breach or from the outside.
Well, if you have
If
a-
Scarz
if you
literally
put
dropped
Scarz
the,
one,
like,
if you remember,
damn.
so that could
If
have been an
Scarz
easy
dropped,
opportunity
like, the
for Chile to
fucking
counter that.
Japanese prodigy
Start,
of
though, for
Nina
FearX.
just to
Again,
still
it's,
beat
a
CAG,
new
I'm gonna
look
be
roster.
so disappointed.
See Dark, of course, the coach in the background, very happy over the analyst. No longer
Who did they replace
standing,
other than
and
Nova?
things look very, very good. I love their new logo, by the way. If you, you can just see it there encoded and Woogie, but it looks very nice.
I'm
very clean.
blanking.
I mean, they're playing clean seats. So.
They are playing some very clean seats.
FearX.
Well, the highlight here, I mean, Good Boy cleans up over towards
Demic.
Piano Mephi,
Demic.
really the highlight of
There we go.
the match.
It's never not-
Soldier? No, Soldier's on PSG.
We need to keep the slow-mo on the player.
You were wondering if Mephi should have been dropped for
We'll see
Envy
it.
Taylor?
Playing slow-mo.
No, we don't need 95-year-old Envy Taylor back in the fucking scene. I think he's okay.
Good Boy.
I think he's had a good run. Let's let him retire in peace. Bro's got grandkids to feed, okay?
So 2 rounds then remaining in the half.
10 seconds left before insertion.
As mentioned, actually, in the pre-show desk from Lax, is that flawless
Let him
start.
spend time with his
Being in the
grandkids,
second
okay? I
half,
think
oh,
he's
yeah,
he's
yeah,
played
that
enough.
automatically. And I honestly did not expect that to.
And I wish I
at
could
all.
sit
The
here and be
percentages
like,
are rather rare at this
you
time
know,
of the- but
I underestimated
point in time,
FearX.
at
This is
least,
FearX year.
it's very much
And I don't think
looking
FearX
towards
are
that
playing
trend, right?
bad,
Cyclops
but
are not
like
putting
CAG are
up
playing
much
so
of a
bad,
fight
man.
at all.
Well,
Like,
they've gotta find a
so
way to get
bad.
Shareef into the game, right? He's 0-4, and I reference him again because of what I brought up statistically at his performance at 6 Invitational. Their best player by far and away, plus 16 KD at a tournament like SI is quite something for an APAC player. And the fact that
Listen,
he's playing the
our
Davis
Cully
role
may be
as well
going
to
0-4,
calculate
but for a
that
guy
into
that cannot speak to
we
his
haven't even really
teammates,
seen
he's doing
Davis
pretty decent.
actually be all
He's
that
doing better
involved.
than you
Such a
were
powerful
would if you were on a
tool
Japanese team,
operator.
okay?
And so I feel
Give
like
him some
CAG,
fucking
when you're
credit.
playing the attack on Chalet, they're just
Our Cully's
missing
doing
a
his
big
best
chunk
here.
of that. Can you find a way to get him into the game, get a couple of opening picks, and you've got to remember as well, first 2 rounds.
They just
they've
gave up
got
the other
opening
stream.
picks,
Wait,
had
what?
advantages, 3-on-4s, 4-on-5s in their
Wait,
favor.
what's going on
They
on
scored
B
with both of
stream?
them. They should have won that office round.
Quickly, let's play a game of over-under. Mephi, EPS, what do you think it is?
150,
Way higher.
200,
Higher.
250,
Higher.
300.
Lower.
Ah,
263. I have never seen an EPS that high in my life.
jeez, I've never been that bad.
I
at
didn't even know I
higher
could
or
go that
lower
high.
before. And the problem is one death and it's just going to plummet.
Take it down to like 150.
Well, CNG have actually slowed things down a little bit on this approach in the 5th round. They bring
I don't
out
mind the
Captain
smoke
Town.
here.
Maybe just smoke
It's a
off
little
that
more
narrow
awkward without the
window, but
Grim.
it's not
They gotta get a
really
breach
close,
down
though.
somehow. Do they have EMPs? They do.
But they have anyone else
They
that's
wanna
actually
drone the
too.
claw.
They're on the
They found the
bathroom
claw on
in
the
Piano
window.
Are they
I don't know if
struggling
that's
to deal with
specifically the one they were
position?
looking for, though.
Mephi's going to get a free kill here. Absolutely.
Or
Should.
CAG, you could just walk in without
Shuri
breaching
tries
anything.
to make entry
Or
from
CAG,
Interro,
we
but
could try just
falls
walking
to
in
the
without
hands of
breaching
Mephi, who's
anything.
turned into a god
They
here
just
in
smoked
Rio.
it and walked
He looks
in.
comfortable in that home, and so do
Our
FearX.
collie got his one, though.
Trying to
Our
go
collie
for
got
that
his.
in towards site. It does
Jesus,
not
man,
work.
what are these pushes?
5
They
to
didn't have
nothing
office wall open.
as the Korean
Like, they just
powerhouse
smoked
is
the mirror and
shredding
pushed into
this
the soft
Japanese
part of the
roster.
wall.
It's like lands to the slaughter at the moment. I
And there was
mean,
nobody that I
very
saw, like,
dominant.
on solar side, nobody
FearX
playing
just
from down
continue to
below.
have
It's like they
really
found
good
one
reads on
Electroclaw and they
Cyclops.
just
That attack,
froze.
some of
They
their
didn't have an
positioning
answer
changed that
to
much.
it.
Again, Black Red double window didn't have an impact. Mephi allowed long range with the DMR to disrupt. Cyclops
First
kind of
7-0
had to
in
go Hail Mary
Siege
play there.
X.
You could see the mirror was
What
incredibly
is
disruptive
the...
and finding
What
it quite
happens if you get a
tricky to deal
7-0?
with, and ultimately, the plan that they went with.
What happens if you get a 7-0?
pitfalls, and, they weren't able to
Would I
pick
rank
up
Chiefs
that
and
track.
Gaming Gladiators, and, you
FearX
know,
had a good read.
to other
They
APAC
really
teams?
tried to
I'm
not
not
treat
an Aussie
Mephi with a good
believer,
read. Black Red double
unfortunately.
window, not able to
You get one
trade
extra
that
bullet
down.
if you 7-0? Okay.
And they really blended themselves into playing.
No,
that
personally, I'm not a big
there
Aussie
was no
believer,
sweep threat,
this
no
year.
vert pressure to speak of at all, and so
Like, I think both of them should be worse than FearX. I think both of them...
nah, no slow-mo.
I actually think both of them will still end up being worse than CAG, but
No.
maybe I'm just too high on copium for CAG.
10 seconds remaining.
And I think they'll both be
Well, 5-0
worse
start
than
for FearX.
Talon as
Like,
well.
I had on my big card for
5
this match.
seconds to go.
I wasn't
And
like,
maybe
Is
Weibo
there a-
too.
I'm assuming there is a 7-0 on the Fresh Bingo card. I can't remember.
Has Fresh put out a bingo card?
I believe there was.
Okay.
Or maybe it was on Reddit. I can't remember.
I saw one on Reddit. Shout out. They did their own bingo card.
It's 2 additional bullets? Okay,
See,
okay.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, CAG surely don't get 7-0 here. Like, this could be a case of...
We're getting a high bear video with this awesome
playing
performance.
CJ,
I hope so,
you know,
man.
you
I
just
hope so.
traveled, Maybe you want to start defense, but I mean, even
We're
still,
heading into the 6th
The insane
round.
analysis of Meffy putting up 13. I mean, Meffy is like absolutely hitting some nasty shots. I'm not here to diss on Meffy. Bro, I wonder if anybody took Meffy in our fantasy league.
Like that, sure.
I wonder if anybody took Meffy. That would have been a crazy pull. I doubt anybody did. But imagine you took Meffy here. A few people took like Anaton, I'm pretty sure.
okay, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see.
I don't even hate this push because like if you're CAG, why not, dude? Nothing else has worked. In what universe does the Blitz live? Okay, it's fine. Who killed our Cully? Look at the kill feed. Look at the kill feed. What did he shoot himself in the head? All right, 7-0 still. 7-0 still. Oh wait. Best shot. 1v1. Wait, no. Anaton wins this. Anaton wins this. Anaton wins. No. Don't let him get Meffy up. Don't let him get Meffy up. There we go, Anaton. They got around. No 7-0s. Holy shit.
But hey, I mean, that was better.
All it took was a blitz rush.
It's very standard.
And Warden have his eyes closed apparently when they entered.
All
right.
Sloppy. It came down to a 1v1, but it was still executed the way you want it. Push in, get the plant.
Did they just write off the first round on B
We saw
stream?
it so many times over the course of that half where clearing structured setups was not their strong point. So you may as well go for that play at that point in time. You're already trailing by 5 rounds. Try and get at least one on the board. Eliminates now that opportunity for FearX to claim the flawless card. And so those additional bullets will no longer be applicable. Ban phase then for the second half. Again, if you are maybe just joining, maybe you missed the explainer before.
Oh yeah,
This
we
is
do
the
back.
new
We go
ban
back
phase
into
implemented
bans.
for Siege X
All right, so this time it's a zombie Tuberow.
in that first.
Dude, we're actually never gonna see a zombie on Chalet ever again.
First half, but
A zombie on Chalet and a zombie on Cafe is gonna be lore that we tell our grandkids about.
so we get a little bit of control.
They won't believe us that a zombie is really in the game.
And then Anaton with the sound cue, able to collect
The kids of tomorrow will have no concept of an Azami.
pretty well. He was able to hit
It'll get lost to time. Only remembered in folk legends.
I'm happy to see it.
favorite part of this whole thing
Location
is
of a
the-
bomb.
They took away Furia's round. Is that because he was actually invisible? I bet you it was because the guy was genuinely just
I mean, I
invisible.
think that's something that we didn't probably
And they
want to see.
decided that
Certainly
wasn't fair.
Cyclops didn't want to see that on the
Interesting
open match
castle.
either. But yeah, as you were alluding to, we do the bans again. And
That's a hell of a
I think
castle
so
from
far
our
it's
Cully.
not really adding any extra time as well to the game itself, which is good.
And then he's gonna castle the library windows.
That's a new element.
Surely he does the castle top blue
Ultimately,
stairs. No?
CAG. Now the question back is, can they actually replicate a defensive performance such as what we just saw? From
And we
FearX?
spawn
This is
peeking
the
instead.
beauty of Siege.
Okay.
It's a game of two halves. We always
Okay,
don't
our Cully.
to go too much off
Bro
what we
did
see
get
in
2
first
picks
half.
in the last 2
Now
rounds,
we
so
see
he's
CAG
heating up.
defense, they very well might be able to replicate what FearX were able to do.
Yeah,
Could
weird
just be a
castle
capability thing
placements.
going
I mean,
defense,
Habana's just
but
gonna
be
rip
able
through
to
them.
push.
Certainly possible. I mean, the historical data is not particularly favorable for Cyclops.
I
The
mean,
chances of
CJ,
recovering
the
is very,
historical
very
data
low.
is this one game.
I'm just talking more broad
Pulling your
strokes.
leg. I'm excited to see Coded and Woogie as well on the attack here for FearX. There's one thing playing on defense. When you go into the attack, though,
Meffy
comms
rocking
change
the
up a little
ying.
bit. You have to organize. And also Coded is just such a really, really strong attack player. Oh, Rin.
Wow, that was
Gets you
so
one of those
smart. Do you
bans,
see
gets
that?
the kill on
Meffy
the
put
defense.
the Ying Candela through the drone hole and then was shooting out the window. At the same time, Rin was jumping in. What? Rin? Rin? Alright, Rin's throwing a little bit. But it was good coordination to get Rin in silently up the top floor. Anaton had no idea that Rin was jumping in like that. It's actually just like completely different levels of coordination. Like, FearX looked like an actual team who had been scrimming together. Keg look a rank stack. Like, I don't know how to tell how else to say this. Like, it's not even that they're losing gunfights individually or anything, and obviously some of them are. I'm looking at 0-6 Sheer Reap, but like,
Taking this opportunity in the mid-round to gain
there's
a
just
little bit more
absolutely
information,
no
so well
teamwork going on the
they
CAG
will
side, it feels like.
garner
The
that.
pushes are very one-dimensional. There's no trades. Whereas FearX is like, you got some coordination immediately off the first round. That's some good signs. Is my stream more pixelated than the mainstream?
You can ignore him.
It shouldn't
He has a
be?
good kill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can double check my bitrate and shit.
You're
I
just,
didn't want to be too rude.
you're just trying to be very nice and polite. That's all right. I just got detonated somewhere for Chibisu. I didn't get to hear the explosion.
I'm streaming at 60 FPS.
Well, still a minute left into this round. I mean, it's a slow approach from FearX after the initial entry from Rin. Yellow ping as they look to take library.
Looks
stairs.
fine to me. All right.
Oh, good headshot.
Umbra's just going crazy.
I told you.
Bond has arrived in Rio.
James Bond, 007 Shiri.
And the fire extinguisher that we get to see being used in terms of the environmental
Wrap it up,
damage.
dog.
That's all
Wrap it
been
up, dog.
coded. Decent effort, and it's given FearX
Black Ray in the
a
1v3
lead in this 7th
to
round
keep
of the
CAG
Black
from
Ray
going down
game.
6-1. The hatch is reinforced so he can't get back to site.
Yeah, he's a mile away. Allows that
He's
play to
hitting
go
air
with the
jabs.
information.
Now a guy's on
Been
repel.
treated
Dude,
by
he's
the
so
attack and
lost.
Confirmed off the back of that charge. Boogeyman would complete the job, and FearX very quickly found themselves on match point.
What did you think of the
Actually, a
attack round
7-0
of
hitting
FearX?
over the
CAG
revive,
side,
literally.
They kind of Rin entry fragger, and then the follow-ups, the drone work, and
I
the way
think,
that
I think they went in with the right tempo, right? Which is let's get some very quick map control, maybe find a pick, do a bit of damage. They achieve that, slow it down, get information, cut off the remaining.
Rehost.
execute them.
Alan, that's definitely gonna be the meme of the tournament.
6-1, CAG will call
Rehost
it.
in the same like format.
You can see them talking in the background there.
I imagine we won't do a call in for this. We won't do a listen in for this tag timeout.
Reload for a player that was the absolute
I'm guessing that's
player
not
of
where
the
we'll
tournament,
be.
in Boston not that long ago. Not the way that you want to start. I feel like there's certain players on certain teams that are kind of like a.
It's when it's in
Kickstarter, if
motion.
you will. Like they're the kind of player that gets the team going, and Shreek probably is that player for CAG.
They better have a Fabian listening.
He's entering. He's
What
getting
games are we
kills,
most
he's
excited
got
for today, chat?
CAG are playing well. If he's 0-7,
I think G2 versus SSG should be the best game of the day. W7M M80's should be really good as well. Here's the games today.
May find difficulty
I think these are my top 2 games of the day.
because there are quite a few different factors that have changed.
Otherwise, every game is either like every other game I feel like has at least one team that I'm not a believer in. Secret Liquid could be good. That one I'm not so sure.
Some players are probably going to find that easier to acclimatize to than others. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case here again.
I think it'll be good mostly just because I want to see what Liquid look like
Off days for sure.
with DS and Ask.
Looking more broadly at the tournament, could we maybe see some unexpected ups and downs across the board for these players that are
You want to see Cloud9
And that's
PSG?
the unfortunate reality as well. Best of one, first day.
Yeah, that
Kinda
does feel like
just
kind
put
of
together
equally
bad
matched.
an egg and it's
Like, I think
oh,
Cloud9 should be the favorites, but I think PSG have a shot there.
Rebound. The good thing is with the bullet system, you actually do have some opportunity.
You think you should play conservative with the bullets the first few days unless you're sure you'll win?
Right down to the wall.
Dude, I'm shocked CAG
Yeah, absolutely.
put up 2
You
bullets
get
for this.
quite a
Like, I don't know.
big margin of error for
They must just be nervous.
2 days. Third, it starts to get a little
CAG,
bit
they've
more
only
intriguing.
been to, I think, 30 different LAN events, so they're probably a little nervous.
For now, I'm just looking at it as an opportunity to try and
'Cause I just feel like if you knew your team coordination was this bad, you should probably not be gambling this many bullets. But
Of course, I say
at the same time, I think
FearX did not make boss,
like
did not make
mentally,
Invitational, so
you
that's
probably
a
don't
play
want to be
to
going into a game
kind of
thinking to
retalk in the
yourself like,
background a little
oh,
bit,
we don't have a
put this
very
thing
good
together,
chance. We should only
get
bet
coded
one.
Boogeyman from D+
Like that's
over,
probably not just.
solidifying
That's probably just
the
not good
roster.
for your team.
And so far, it's a really.
I think
good
if I was a
sign,
coach of a
really good
team,
start, but I add the caveat
I would
that
consider
the
just
reality
like
is they're playing against
picking the
Fnatic.
amount of bullets and just not
We've
telling
seen
my
this
team.
before at a lot of
Like if I
tournaments.
knew my
You
team
do
might not
like
do
to
well
stay
with that
back,
pressure,
then you play the
I
big
might
boys
just be
with
like,
the
I gambled a certain amount of bullets. Don't worry about it. Go out there, try to win.
Script, Rin, opening
Just
goal
go
on
play the
first
game.
play.
Let me
Start
deal the
again.
bullets and
Rin's
make sure we
also
stay in
someone that
the
has
tournament as
done
long as
really well over the last
possible.
12 months.
Yeah, it's fun.
And he cut his hair.
Coincidence?
New hair, new Rin.
I mean, he was so good back in that sort of like 2021 Dam 1
Yeah.
era, right? And then we sort of dropped
I'm
off.
shocked CAG. Okay, I'm shocked CAG put up 2 because CAG had to have known that they were not that coordinated. Like CAG must have known that this is how they were gonna play. I didn't know this. I'm not watching. I'm not getting the CAG scrim reports, dude.
By half.
195 as of
No,
round 7.
not 260 anymore. Dropped off. Watch.
Wasn't it in the 300s last time?
I will say I don't like this push so far. I'm not a fan of this push. They don't have anybody top floor. They're just trying to work picks horizontally with a Glaz and a Blackbeard. It doesn't seem like they're actively taking any space together. They're just trying to work picks horizontally without any success so far.
Changes
We
that
haven't-
can be impactful in this match. So I haven't
We haven't really had the time.
As long as they don't peek into the Glaz, Shibisu. You can hear it's a Glaz. Please, for the love of God, don't give them any peaks.
Some small changes.
He's out of his smokes, too. I guess Woogie has two. That's a nice play by Arcali. It would have been nicer if he didn't whiff every shot, but like it was a good idea.
Outside West, man. Maybe we're gonna try and find something cheeky with the Glass Smoke combo, but Coded's out of util.
Nah, this goes 6-2. This goes 6-2, and then they probably lose 7-2. But like I think they can hold down this for the last 45 seconds. Woogie does have nice information. But I think Woogie's teammates are absolutely baiting him, so I think it's fine. Even if Woogie gets 1 or 2, I think they still lose this round. I think Coded is absolutely worthless on the glass here. And Mephi is yet to enter the building.
CAG close out.
Double Nitro available for defense as well.
25 seconds, you're rotating top floor. Mephi, this should have happened like 3 minutes ago, brother. Alright, Akali's a little bit lost. Alright, as I said, Woogie can get 2. It's still fine because everybody else is baiting. Surely the rest of it is all fine. They don't even have defuse kit. Anaton can literally just sit still. Just don't swing. Anaton, what the fuck? Oh my god, he won.
How did that round get close? And why did Anaton swing there at the end? Gave me a heart attack.
Holy shit. CAG have 2 rounds and both of them have come off of Anaton 1vx's. My fucking king.
Particularly easy.
I never doubted him.
At the end there for FearX, so that was always going to be a little bit tricky.
Oh my god.
Right side corner, and nicely done from Anaton, who, by the way,
Check the Discord.
Now, getting close to matching Mephi, even though his team is down 2-6, as FearX will call a tactical timeout here with Dark leading the conversation.
Talking about Red Warden's Twitter or Reddit post.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was just about to mention. I think.
I think this guy's gonna do well.
Oh, I was.
I think this guy's gonna do well.
Seeing if I could hear, but
Oh no, that guy's losing his mind right now, I'm sure.
We did have, I believe we had was an exit.
Elevate 1 around?
oh, did we?
Oh, sorry.
Ridiculous.
I did. It's good to have you back. How do you feel? It's been
It's a bit rusty before.
hard to believe this, but the last time that we actually got to cast together was in Montreal last year.
6 months ago.
6 months ago. That's insane.
A lot has changed.
You would prefer to have an Australian team at this event? Yeah, I'm a little surprised that like Chiefs didn't get a partner spot, to be honest.
7 ace. Emmy as well, shout out. But yeah, this was a very chaotic end to the round. It was a 3v4 with like 16 seconds to go. Double kill from Woogie. They get the
thing is, like, since teams got to choose their opponents, I feel like a lot of the first round matchups are not going to be very close.
He should have died.
Like, the only games that are going to be close are like the later matchups where teams got to choose like, what?
I suppose
Oh yeah, where teams like didn't have many teams to choose from left.
They didn't have the diffuser, so because he tries to get.
So you just saw there they popped a smoke grenade in the prep phase.
I suppose in that sense.
It wasn't a smoke grenade; it was a fire extinguisher. But like, if the defenders think that a fire extinguisher is better positioned to help the attackers than themselves, they'll just pop it in prep phase. So in theory, there should never be like a piece of that map util that is beneficial to the attackers, because it should always just get popped in the prep phase.
His coattails a little bit. A little spawn peek attempt here from Jibitsu, if he can find it at the out west main. And
Wow, what a spawn peek, dude. That's actually massive. If they'd gotten both, that could have started a momentum train for CAG. But instead, you're giving up a phone to a Dokkaebi. And you're letting Mephi get hot again on the attack, who's now 14-2. So, alright, you traded out Mephi, that's huge. Chibisu in for the double. He's putting all the team on his shoulders. Sharif 0-9. Yeah, Sharif's having a fucking horrible time. Sharif needs to stand up, go for a walk, I feel. Oh, dude, shoot your defaults. I know it's a defender, but still.
Good boy.
Nice play by Black, right?
Up close. CAG just feels like they're starting to warm up a little bit.
Okay, I mean, it does feel like a 6-3. I'm not a believer in the comeback yet. I'm still gonna be a hater until this gets like 6-5. But
4 players in the grave, Coded and Rin. All that remains for FearX.
They're working on information a bit better on attack. Like they're able to isolate the solo players decently well here.
Many of these rounds thus far, so do not count FearX out just yet, especially with a plentiful amount of time and the ability.
You wish the Pittsburgh Knights got a partner spot.
Spotted out, been able to clear that.
I like their branding. I don't really know much about the org personally.
Look for additional pieces of utility in towards the site itself. BPC dealt with. So just chipping away at the information, gathering tools available here.
Dude, what's annoying too is in the Ubisoft predictions, I did have CAG getting top 8. I literally was such a CAG believer. I put them top 8, dude. Oh, no.
I don't think it's been too dissimilar.
I don't think FearX will get top 8 either, but...
CAG in the first half. Early start, then slowed down. Coda just wanted to get the plant down.
I don't hate the plant spot, because it does avoid the Toxic Babe.
Still one more available.
I don't think it fully avoided it, though.
Still trying to just make some contact and maybe
You're more exposed, which is the scary part, but... It did pay off. He didn't get punished. Is this ever possible, I wonder?
Maybe Cody tries to go half.
There's one Nitro, one Toxic Babe. Now it's not possible. Coded's gotta stick this. And he's alive. He's given himself a chance.
Unlikely one at that. Here in a 1 versus 4, lower health, holds over towards Ego.
Yeah, he played it as well as he could have.
He's starting to perform very well. CAG as a team, finally starting to get.
Oh, so you didn't want to have all 8 corrects. Yeah. You want to see Baby Shark? Dude. I'm so excited to see the fucking debut of Baby Shark. Wildcard got the first choice of the tournament, too, as who they wanted for the opponent. And they picked Scarz, I believe. Which I think is the correct move, because in my analysis, I thought Scarz would be the worst team of the tournament. CAG look like they're going to give them a run for their money, but we'll see. Wildcard's going to be a very weird team. How do they do picks? They released a video of it on YouTube, but basically they just they did like a random number generator, 1 through 20. That rolled Wildcard for the first pick, and then Wildcard could choose any opponent. So then those 2 teams, and they chose Scarz. So then those 2 teams were out of it. So then they did an RNG 1 through 18. That team would pick a team, and they did 1 through 16. That team would pick a team, etc., etc. And the only 2 teams that were not picked were SSG and G2.
Along with the Twitch.
Yeah, we saw Valk 2 of those rounds last far.
Look at this.
Did they draw cards too? No. I don't think you draw cards. I think every team just has a certain amount of cards they can use in the tournament.
In a player position like Ego Bulk will try and take Piano or the office half wall.
Just make the order once, then pick the next lowest team. I mean, maybe that is how they did it. I don't know.
Pretty BM from the observers. Spectating Sharif. In anticipation for the big 0-10.
I really hope he doesn't actually get a kill now.
Yeah, every team just gets the same cards.
It's not funny anymore.
Look,
I don't think it really was funny at any point, but
a couple of kills ago, a couple of deaths ago.
But again, I don't think you can use the cards on the first day.
You always got to try and look on the bright side of life, find the positives. Is that for CAG, you've got arguably your best player that, you know, is just having a down game, right? It happens from time to time. And yet,
I just got a text from Interro that said, "Okay, I'm getting out of bed." Brother. Brother. I'm sending him 4 exclamation marks. Where did they post the order? They made a video of it on Twitter. I don't think it's on YouTube. It might be. But it's definitely on Twitter. Shuri, please, for the love of God, stop spawn peeking. I'm not trying to ruin your vibe here, Shuri, but I've seen you spawn peek now 3 rounds in a row, and you're 0-9. I really think you should be reining this in a little bit. I really think reining things in could help.
Depends on how you want to spin it.
Depends how positive do you want to be.
I'm feeling very positive.
I think
the defense has been pretty good.
Elements of both.
So an opportunity though this round for FearX. They of course lost Woogieman on the Blackbeard.
Parker doesn't work one event and he's already becoming a degenerate. That's what I'm saying, dude. That is exactly correct.
Changes are in effect.
And you can see firsthand the Jaeger changes for those unfamiliar. Yes, his ADSs captured those bolts from the Capitao, and you can already see.
Chat, am I fucking insane? When did Jaeger get changed to counter Capitao? Did I miss a patch?
They are struggling to deal with him now because of the Jaeger changes.
Did I miss something here? Okay, chat is also confused. When the fuck did they change that? Did they announce this anywhere?
Under immediate pressure to fall at this point in time. He can just hold it for as long as he wants, and in fact, FearX may be completely forced to rotate off this.
Those Capitao bolts just got eaten by ADSs. I guess they forgot to mention it. Dude, what other balance changes did they make without telling us? It was always there. It was not, bro. Yeah, Xenox said it was new, but I didn't even see patch notes anywhere. Jaeger is so back. That is a big buff for Jaeger. Genuinely, like, that is massive. What a play! Wait a minute, the shoddy sledge play? Hold on.
60 seconds left. Addison, though, now up to 12 kills. Gets rid of Mephi. Takes
No,
down.
I believe in
He's
Anaton.
competitive on the other
Anaton
side.
is empowered by
There's
buff
the
Jaeger
versus
this
three.
game.
FearX starting
This is
to
where
get back
Anaton
control.
turns it on.
Yeah, and with
I'm
that,
not
it's
even
gonna
worried
be
that they're in a
pressure
3v4.
across
Their
the board.
positioning is good.
Bez exposing
Black Ray on a
that
flank,
particular
Anaton
position in the corner of
in
Live.
sight, Arcali up above.
40 seconds
I kind of
left
want to see
on the
Arcali
clock.
get back to his team, though.
Still time for FearX
Although he's
to
not really
try
getting
to hook up
pushed,
and tag
so
here and close out the map, especially
maybe it's
if they
better
get
if he just
advantage
stays up
now.
top.
Play control from Woogieman over
Arcali
the
cannot die
stairs.
to Woogieman.
But is there
If
an X
Arcali
factor
dies to
available?
Woogieman, I think it's
Cyclops might
Jover.
be lurking.
Oh, he did go back to...
Probably
No,
the
he's
best
still in
bet to make
library.
play is Arcali,
Oh,
actually.
Arcali,
Meanwhile,
you're
has
lost.
repositioned.
Arcali, you're
They're controlling
lost. You're
library,
you're
so
gonna die to
And
Woogieman's
three on the
pistol.
exterior for FearX.
Arcali, they're obviously gonna push you. Arcali, they're definitely gonna push you, bro.
Arcali up above and Coded pulls
Oh,
forward.
Arcali killed Coded.
The diffuser as he finds the entry kill onto Black Ray. 10 seconds.
Woogie was a baiter.
Clouded by the vision
And
of
Arcali got the
Black
kill
Ray.
anyways.
Arcali and
Oh
Coded
my
do the
god,
job
massive
for
play from
CAG on
CAG.
defense.
I never fucking doubted him. Welcome to the comeback, ladies and gentlemen. CAG Osaka on top, but I make this fucking happen.
Down a couple of players. Woogieman with an amazing
I'm
entry
excited.
through mud to clear out library stairs. The only caveat was they did fail that
We'll find out the
initial
balance
clear.
changes in a month, dude, I guess.
Of the round, but I felt like FearX then actually kind of got going towards the mid-round, cleared things out. But CAG holds strong defensively. 6-4. We keep going here for the opening game on the A stream for Reload as CAG are fighting back from a 6-1 deficit to make it 6-4.
Keg down 4-6. They were down
Last
1
time
to
that
6.
we got the chance in Brazil, the very last map was a 6-1 lead.
Do you think FearX knew?
Something
Do you think FearX knew that the ADSs would stop their Capital bolts? Do you think FearX droned out library corner, saw one Jaeger, and thought these guys are fucking morons, tossed out their Capital bolts, and then went, huh?
They couldn't clear him.
I wonder if they got shocked by that. They've had time. I know for a fact they've had time to scrim on this new build, so you've got to imagine that they knew. But, like, I didn't know the patch notes.
Now the Thatcher was available. They could have.
I guess the casters knew. If the casters knew, you got to imagine that FearX knew, but you never know.
With those flushes and the fragment.
It would be insane to just not tell the players what the changes are to the game.
FearX forced to rotate and quite work out. Now Woogieman.
Is this fucking Shereep trying to spawn peek again?
And a run back.
No, this was Chibisu. Okay.
Okay. Traditionally, it would be the Glaz and Sense combo, but that's no longer applicable.
So I was looking at the EPS battle. Mephi, of course, who started at like 260 something, down to 154. Anaton up to 143. That was getting a little bit close. Oh, Chibitsu did land some really solid
Dude,
damage.
nice roam by Chibisu. He's wasted good time. I guess only like 30 seconds, but like his time wasting is not even done yet because they're not 100% sure where he's. I guess they saw him run away a bit. Yeah, whatever. Half damage to 2 players is good. 30 seconds, not bad. I think you're very happy for Chibisu. And he does all that for free, right? Like, he takes no damage. And, like, they're down 4 drones. Like, I don't know. I think that's good.
I've got the Glaz and Sens combo. Curious to see if they can actually get that into effect.
Feels like a comeback.
Catch this time around, right? So no Jaeger, all the might.
I do think FearX kind of trolled by not banning the
Very effective
castle.
there. Keep in mind, Ying was banned out in that first half, so quite a significant change here for round
I'm not
four.
sure the Valkyrie was that
The drone
powerful.
hole, looking to get a little bit of control over towards Trophy, but this is the absolute biggest counter that you can bring to the table to stop this kind of attack.
They're using Util. They're not getting much out of it. Here we go. Now we've got gunfights top floor.
Trying his best
But
here
they've
to make
lost their
advantage of
Ying.
the smokes in front of him on the Glaz, as
This
Arcali
Glaz
is
looked
on the move,
completely
one on the
lost.
belt. Big kill
Never
from
mind. This
Mephi.
Glaz is
Cody
owning.
landing a couple of shots.
Never mind. The Glaz is owning. Okay. This is where that miscoordination comes back from CAG. That top floor roam, it was Shoe Reap too. It's Anaton in another 1vx, bro. And he lost it.
Well, he's on 0, and he needs to find 3 if CAG
0-10 Shoe Reap to save the game. He's already used his Nitro. He's got 65 seconds, and he's using the Roni in a 1v3. This is actually impossible. This is the lowest probability play I've ever seen in my entire time watching Siege.
Unfortunately, the one player he could shoot at has a shield in his face, and his position at West
And he has no idea where to look either. GG's. Wow, disappointing CAG. Congratulations to the FearX believers. Nisa is our channel point champion. Shout out. He did get one. He did get his one. That round not on him.
Again, naturally, Siege game was too hard.
Oh my god, that was embarrassing.
First game of the event.
Started to see some life on defense, but all in all, that was embarrassing. How have Elevate won 2 rounds? I guess they won 2 rounds on defense, club. This will be a 7-2.
Romeo's got it all to do in a 1 versus 5, Tim, but it feels to me like this is going to be a 5-2 scoreline coming up for Furia.
Yeah, it certainly does. Romeo, low health as well. It's going to be a big ask for the book here.
By the way, if you saw the announcement, Romeo is Merzel. Merzel made it to tier 1 and was like, I should probably rebrand to not be called Merzel. So now he's going by Romeo. It is all BO1s until playoffs, yes. Who? Yeah, okay.
I mean,
so if you didn't watch my reload video on YouTube, basically Elevate had a tier 1 spot in Southeast Asia, and then they had an academy team in Brazil, and they basically just moved their academy team into their tier 1 spot in Southeast Asia. They swapped out 3 players and a coach, so it's not, you know, they made a lot of changes. But the core of this is just the Elevate Academy team. How many games are today? There are 5 games per stream, so 10 games total. You have a YouTube? Exclamation point video. I'm glad you asked. Go check it out. You assume there were no Blackbeard changes in the CJX debut season? We'll never fucking know, I guess. Who knows? There could be a million balance changes that we just were never told about. Dude. The one player I picked from this team for my fantasy team was Felipox. He's 2-4. Are you kidding me, bro? Felipox is 2-4? I should have picked JV92. Or even KZ, man. Felipox 2-4 up against Naka and Merzel is depressing.
I mean, I feel for him. I genuinely do.
Can teams take tactical timeouts? Yeah. We saw CAG take a tactical timeout on that last game.
I mean, otherwise, I think JB has had a bit too much fun. He's up to 12-2 in this game.
What are we doing, KZ? All right, KZ has absolutely no respect for these tier 2 region hoppers. That's insane. KZ has no respect. Bro is slow walking out of the garage breach. All right, KZ. All right. They still got to deal with whoever's playing Rafters. I think Herds is Rafters. No. JV is, obviously. Okay. It'll be JV on dock with buffed Jaeger. This is going to be miserable. Did they miss the firebolt? Bro, they firebolted where he wasn't even playing. Dude, when you're going up against Jaeger and Doc, I don't think you can afford to be missing firebolts like that. But it's like, what are you going to do? Like, you can't firebolt this guy unless you burn those.
The thing is, as the Docker,
you could, in theory, like, EMP them with the Monty. You're probably going to die, but maybe.
Drop that shield and knock the Doc down at any time, which is where the respect has got to be given. So it's a lot of pressure to be put under, and sure enough, here's
massive for Romeo. Don't fuck this up, Romeo. Romeo, you fuck this up.
In fact, it's Romeo taking a lot of shots.
Oh, dude, Ion 1 HP, Romeo 1 HP. Okay, wait, Romeo's getting kills. 60 seconds, Nate and Felipox. Felipox, this is your fucking moment. This is your moment. You've got literal king support Nade, who's not going to get any kills. Felipox, you're going to clean up all 3. You're going to jump up to 5, more than double your kill count. You're going to own in fantasy points for me, okay? Let's go, Felipox.
Romeo is the big question mark because he's got the diffuser in hand, and they want to get him in here with Psycho so they can plant him.
Shit, I also took Igor as my coach, so I need Furia to, like, dominate. Come on, Felipox. Come on, Felipox. There we go. That's the first one. That's the nightmare down. Romeo was on the 3K. These other guys don't have a single kill, and they don't have the fuse kit. They're actually trollers. Nade's going to be full blind. Felipox, this is your moment. That's a little awkward. Swing this guy. You got to double swing Naka. You got to double swing Naka. They're readying. They're readying. They're readying. Double swing Naka. Oh, fuck, dude. They might have thrown. Where are they? They were just too afraid to swing? Or they didn't know plant was going down? I don't know what happened there. I don't know where Nade went. Maybe they just didn't know he was on breach? They kind of just stood still and waited, though.
Critical moment against Furia here, despite that fight back, and you would
Oh, this is a good play. This is really smart. Come
on.
on. Fuck. That's a kill they needed. That's a kill they absolutely needed. Now it's not winnable.
13 seconds with a Monty in his face. Not a chance, Des.
Absolutely not. Psycho is kind of baiting him out here to make sure he can't get on it. And now there is no time left. The most he can play for is...
Didn't even pad his stats. Bro, are you kidding me, dude?
I think as soon as they knew that C4 came out,
okay.
This is it. We can get this.
When do the cards come into play? Day 2 or day 3?
They'll get another round on the board.
I think.
Not quite
Day
caught
3.
up to Furia yet, but at least being competitive.
No, I was saying I was waiting to see Elevate really come out and win a round. I feel like they
Captain
did that one.
Fluke!
It was close.
What's going on, Emmy?
At that moment where he took Romeo out, dropped the diffuser on the ground, it was maybe a little bit slow from Elevate, even once
Day 2 we get the chicken card? Okay.
They didn't kind of rush their way in, but that was fine. They used the time that they had.
This is where the rejects come, Fluke. Welcome.
Such a great understanding. I know it's a pretty basic concept for anybody who's played Siege for a long time.
Emmy, it's just you, me, Parker's gonna show up, and then we'll invite CAG after the performance they just showed. Chicken cardi. Dude, that's so brain rot. The fact that there's a chicken meme that's taken over the internet the second that the chicken event happens it's good timing for Ubisoft. I'll tell you that. You need to catch up even out and about. Well, the day started and Herds was invisible, so they had to claw back around from Furia. They had about 30 minutes of tech pause on both streams before a real round was played in either of them. And then KEG went down 6-1 before mounting a fake comeback to FearX. And Furia looked like they are playing with their food against the Tier 2, quote-unquote, Southeast Asian team. Flawless card's not a card, really? Yeah, it's just like a bonus, right? No one saw this happen. Emmy, I literally believed in CAG. I literally said I think CAG are the best team in APAC, and they went down 6-1, and I was like, all right, I'll never speak again.
Things like those F-Nats from JV need to be taken out.
Just seeing great examples there of how this new banning system is going to impact on the game. How quickly that wall has got opened with the double electricity ban, able to just work their way through very, very...
I put KEG in my top 8 too.
Taking full advantage of that, full understanding of, hey, this is the space we've created with
I think I just love Arcully too much. I'm too much of an Arcully lover, he blinds me. He blinds me, I don't realize what I should be doing. I don't realize the mistakes I'm making.
So far on the attack is how they've used that utility, whether it be the shield of Monty in the last round, whether it be the hard...
Who's doing well in this Elevate team? They're honestly all kind of putting up similar numbers, hey?
That's what they do from here, though, Tim. It's all good moving fast, but are we at a point where we've got ourselves moving
Of
fast?
the players on Elevate, Ion might be the one that interests me the most. Because Ion, like, he used to play for FaZe back in the day. He's been around Tier 1, but he's like... I feel like Ion's never been on, like, a really good team. Like, when he was on FaZe, they were not that good. They were like, they weren't bad. Like, they were making it to events, but they weren't like a top team in the world like they are now.
The last 20 seconds or so before they even look at the site, let alone actually hit it.
Yeah, I mean, time was something that I did mention in the last one. We were kind of at that 30-second mark before the execute came in.
All right, now we get to see how Elevate try to win a round when Furia don't willfully give them picks. They've got good positioning. I mean, they've got all of con control, basically. Jacuzzi is open. They're on the windows, although a zombie makes it feel a little bit bad. Herds is whiffing. I mean, this should be golden for Elevate. They've got flashes. They've got really good angles. They've got smokes. They're going to have to lose a few bodies to get in here and get into a plant spot, but they should be able to trade things out and still be in a strong spot. JV's down. This is good. A little surprised they even got the opening pick. Romeo finds another. Yeah, this is clean. This is clean. Philippox in the 1v3 again. Come on, Philippox. Come on, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Huge, huge. Wait, if he clutches, I get crazy fantasy points.
Oh my god.
No, he's actually positioned perfect. Philippox, the fucking king, the GOAT. All those who doubted me for picking him in fantasy, suck my balls. My fucking GOAT. All right, that's what we wanted. Thank you, King. Thank you, King.
Get rid of the evil eye that was there the whole round being a nuisance. Keep a barrier stayed up.
Insane they brought a Flores and did not deal with that Maestro. But even if the Maestro wasn't there, I think Fleetbox does the same thing. Maybe he just gets a little bit more surprised by the play, but like, I don't know if that changed too much.
Is going to be here. One defender, one attacker to close things out. And
Cloud9 are getting a Dokkaebi bundle? Wait, where do you see that? Is Jäger meta now? Yeah, Jäger is going to have a massive uptake in picks.
They know that Psycho's been leaning on it, and Mira going to be the final ban taken out too.
This is what I like about this ban system, where you have that ban after a few rounds. After 3 rounds, you get that extra one. We're going to see that sometimes kind of pre-planned.
All right, I'm playing against Whiskey Run today. Whiskey's run team is this: Handy, Brede, Pamba, Loban, Freck, and Stuflex. So we need all of these guys to play horribly. None of them have played so far. Although both, I can't believe the player that both me and Whiskey Run picked was Freck.
So they've then experienced it and said, you know what, we don't need any more of that. And so you're going to have these reactive bans sometimes rather than the prescribed ones. And it'll really shape the game. I love that. So Furia 6-3 coming into round 10. They looked good in the last round.
I will not cheer for Brede downfall. I have class. Bro, it's always classy to cheer against the French. Always. We both have Handy. Oh, you're right. Okay. So Handy doing well doesn't really matter then.
How do I clutch like FearX? Just do everything right. Simple as that, really.
Absolutely. I had a quick question come in a second ago from someone actually. Are matches only on the rework maps or any? They are on any of the 9 maps that we have in the pool. But you are right in what you're saying. Only 5 of our 9 maps have been updated to the like SiegeX graphic standard. And that's not because it's a lazy thing about it. It's more that some of the newer maps that we've had have either been reworked recently, like Consulate, or the other maps are already at a good standard. Things like Skies.
Let me know when the A stream starts up again, by the way. Our options for the second match of the day are going to be...
the next month or so. Not forgetting, of course, we've got the year roadmap.
We can watch Cloud9 versus Talon, or we can watch Wildcard versus Scarz.
I'm really excited to see what comes. I always love seeing the year-long roadmaps and what's coming up over the next.
I think Cloud9 Talon is the better game, but I also really want to watch Baby Shark, so I don't know what to watch there.
Herds, however, manages to pop up from Lounge and find one onto Romeo. Ion does take down the somewhat indomitable.
Killing the Buck's kind of massive here. They have no other soft breach. Like, they actually have 0 soft breach with the Buck dead. Playing basement when the enemy has no soft breach feels really good.
Having that little bit of a moment of a pause. What is going on here?
And you've still got a roamer top floor. I think they know KZ's up here. I think.
That's the big question, Des. He could have.
Yeah, they definitely know KZ is up there. They might have a drone on him too, just based on what Semper's currently doing. Semper looks terrified, actually. I don't know if Semper knows what's going on here.
He knows that they know.
Stop it. That hurts my head already. One was enough.
I think everybody knows where everybody is. No, this is smart from Psycho. They actually do have a drone on him. Okay. All right, this guy should be dead to rights. If KZ gets one here, he's actually just the GOAT. I don't know how else to say. Nice. Clean kill. It took him a little bit of time, but, I mean, that's clean. That's what you wanted. They didn't even use a lion charge, did they? This is good because it's setting up Felipox to get another 4K. Get another big clutch for Filippo.
Unless he's got the blitz in his face, so he didn't really have a choice. 3 versus 4, Furia might not.
Dude, that bar floor looks kind of good. It looks grungy. I kind of like it. Like, look at that floor and bar. That's so different. I kind of like it, though.
No, this is food. This is beans. Someone put beans inside the computer.
Excited, thank you very much for the 9 months. We are so fucking back. Dude, the free Goyo canister. Oh no, that was a real Goyo canister, I think. I don't think that was an interactive environment. Nah, they might have stalled this out too long. They don't have great hard breach either. Felipox, let's go, baby! Let's go, Felipox! Felipox did some damage to Psycho there too. There's no fantasy points for an assist, unfortunately. Step up, Felipox. Step up.
And Furia might let this one stick. Sure enough, they get away with it. And now Psycho in a 1 versus 2. Push from the left, push from
I don't know
the
who
right.
gets credit for that. It was Felipox. Let's go. Good job.
And lock in those 2 bullets.
And that's going to be the 7-3. Felipox 8-5? That's a good game for my fantasy points. That's a damn good game for my fantasy points. Could have been better, but could have been a lot worse.
Psycho can do. So a tough finish there for Elevate. Look, they haven't played terribly. They've played okay.
I feel like C9 is like kind of the spiritual successor to Unwanted. I know it's only Dream that's still on the team, but Dream is the heart of both teams, you know? All right, let's go listen to Flamboyant Mario and Luigi.
You're just meant to play. You're going to lose your life, but it's about stalling time. Now with the ADS being able to capture Capital bullets, that's 2 projectiles per ADS. So that's 6 potential projectiles that you can stop. And usually we would see a Doc in that corner. And I was just thinking when I was watching that, imagine they had Doc, Wamai, and Jaeger. There was no way you're going to be able to clear that guy out. And so, I mean,
All right, I'm going to call Interro Bang McGee.
Again, it goes into what I was saying in the beginning. It's all about reinventing the wheel, and this is just another aspect and key element that is going to reinvent the wheel on how teams are going to approach certain.
Oh, top of the morning to you, pal.
Good morning, Parco Interro Bang McGee.
Are you presently streaming?
I'm live right now. You're on the air.
Wow. Wow, dude. First time caller, long time listener. I don't know what to say.
So, let me know how volume is.
Yeah, it's good, dude. It sounds good. Your volume is great, Jesse.
More talking about yours, to be honest. I'm proud of you for waking up, by the way, today, Parker.
I was actually awake very early. I just didn't want to get out of bed.
That's not waking up. Because the up part in the word waking up means you're up out of bed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to talk about that.
Well, then I was awake.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Anyway,
Thanks.
this game has changed.
Did you watch the first games?
No.
They were really good.
Were they?
Yeah, CAG played really well.
We're going to talk about a few things, but we're going
You should see my hair right now. You can't.
Does
You
it
can't
look?
see it.
Does it look like it always does?
It's really hurtful. Try talking.
Hello, Parker. Interro Bang McGee.
Hello.
I'm talking.
Okay. Which stream do you want to watch, A or B?
I'm down to kind of swap back and forth depending on the games.
Okay, so which one do you want to watch right now?
I think Cloud9 versus PSG Talon will be a closer game than Wildcard versus Scarz because I think Scarz are dog shit. But I do kind of want to watch Wildcard because I'm interested to see how Baby Shark plays. So I'm kind of 50-50.
Okay, I'm currently watching a YouTube video on why red bell peppers are more expensive than green bell peppers. So you're going to need to give me like 2 minutes.
Let me
Here's
ask
everything
my
you
chat.
need to know about bell peppers in 45 seconds. First off, bell peppers are fruits. And like other fruits, they change color as they ripen. From green to either yellow, orange, or red, or sometimes purple, depending on the variety of seed. Did you know that?
Wait, there's purple bell peppers?
There can be. Green peppers are just unripe bell peppers.
How rich you gotta be to only eat like purple bell peppers?
I think that's a special level of... Look, Jesse, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're only eating purple bell peppers, you're probably not working in esports. You probably got a job that pays better.
Or you at least got invited to Reload.
Yeah, which we did not.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go live in a second. Are we watching... Okay, you didn't help me here. Is that A stream or B stream?
Let's watch. Is Fish like on Scarz? He is, right? Let's watch B stream.
So for some reason, the bell peppers video is still playing, even though I've migrated away from that.
Let's watch Scarz versus Wildcard B stream because
2 YouTube videos are playing at the same time, and I'm on the YouTube homepage. Help. It feels like I'm in schizophrenia land.
Parker, just close the YouTube page.
Done. All right. What do you want to watch? Stream A or Stream B? Use your words, little
Stream
word boy.
B.
All right. I'm going to put on Stream A.
Okay. I mean, right now both are on breaks, so like I'll watch whatever game starts first.
Okay. Okay, I'm on the live portion of the broadcast. I am going to go live.
Okay. We should stream together too.
How do we do that?
You've got to knock me up or I've got to knock you up.
The fuck does that mean?
It's a new Twitch feature where we can knock each
Twitch
other
pregnancy?
up. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think the things you're saying are correct.
Zygax says
I think you're
Shuri
fucking
posted on
with me,
Twitter
dude.
30 minutes before the game that he didn't have his mouse pad or earbuds and had to buy emergency backup dogshit logic pad. Shuri, which is why he was constantly touching his ears during the game. Is that why he went 0-13?
Shoe is much better than an 0-13 player, so
Yeah.
that guy can't kick a ball for shit, dude.
Shurip?
No, the guy in the ad.
Oh, I thought you knew something about Shurip's ball skills. I was like, you got deep cut knowledge.
So I keep getting emails for like content and partner like creation things for Ubisoft. Does that mean I have jobs?
Are you in the partner program?
I have no idea how to check that.
Okay, just literally Google Ubisoft partner program.
Okay. Ubisoft Shartner program.
I guess it's called the Creators Program. And
Ubisoft
log
Creators
in.
Program. Okay.
If you log in and it says apply, you're not in. If you log in and it gives you a dashboard, then you're in.
Okay.
And to get the drops, you have to accept the campaign.
I have no idea what my password is.
You don't know your Ubisoft password.
Correct.
You don't know the password of the company that employs you.
I forgot my password. Dude, I do not log into this. I do not log into this account. It's auto logged in, dog.
Dude, I have like a Ubisoft like Google account to access like the Ubisoft stats. And for some reason my browser just thinks it's like my main Google account. So anytime I try to like log in, or no, it's a Microsoft account, I think. Anytime I try to log in to anything Microsoft, it's like log in with your Ubisoft email. And I'm like, no, I want to log in with something else. And it just doesn't let me. It's like, no, you're going to log in with your Ubisoft email. It's like, I don't have any files on my Ubisoft email account.
It's a really great story, dude. Thanks for telling me. Okay, I reset my
Anytime.
password.
Thanks for telling me that bell pepper story. Parker's louder than I am. That's a mistake.
I think that's pretty par for the course. Parker is El Hungover-o.
You texted me last night. I was like literally high playing Minecraft with Jess. I was building a staircase.
That actually sounds wonderful.
It was.
All right. Welcome to the Ubisoft Creators Program. We are excited to have you in the program and look forward to partnering with you.
This is your first time ever opening the Ubisoft partner program. So you don't get any of the free skins that we get anyways then, hey?
We get free skins?
Yeah, you get like every elite skin for free.
What?
But you have to be in, like, you have to accept them in the program. And like, it's not like it doesn't go back in time. So like you gotta wait for the next one. Like you're not gonna get the old ones now.
What?
Yeah, you get every battle pass for free too.
What? Dude, why didn't you tell me this?
Dude, I thought you were already in. Everybody else is in.
All right, I accepted all of it. Okay, now how do I get the free skins?
You don't. Like, you only get access to them when they drop. And since you missed it, like, the campaign's over. So, like, the next skin that comes out, you'll get. But, like, you should get an email. How are you not already getting emails every time
I just ignore them.
opens? Okay, if you don't ignore the fucking email that says claim your free elite skin, you get the free elite skin. I don't know what to tell you here.
I'm worried that they're trying to fish my information.
Well, they might be, but they give you free skins in return.
What are we? Reload co-stream with Jesse Chick?
Yeah. My stream title is ! drops R6 reject Rio kickoff co-stream live all day with Interro new vid out now ! Video ! Discord.
You want to just call it Reload Rejects? Reload Reject stream?
I call it reject, but I use the same thing as them, like the same. Like with the dots.
I refuse to give you an extra viewer. Could you cut and paste your title into?
You're actually insane.
No.
Also, since we're gonna knock each other up, we're gonna have the same viewers.
The fuck does that mean? Can you just like?
I don't know how better to explain it. We just have to do it, but you have to go live first.
Okay, I'm gonna make my title exactly the same as yours, but just live with Jesse J Chick.
Sounds good. Make sure you put exclamation point video in there too and link to my new video.
I'm not gonna do that.
Siege X live at Reload in Rio.
Okay, I'm going live.
Rockin' Rio. We got Reload in Rio.
All right.
It's all a good time.
I'm live.
to go through, of course, with the-
Also, load up the mainstream. Do you think that Fox and Lax look like a flamboyant Mario and Luigi?
Boston music. They actually like a bit of jazz.
It's suited.
I
to
think
the
they do.
environment, But just like this music suits here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then Milosh is like Bowser.
Gentlemen, we want to refresh everybody's minds.
Okay, so how do we do this? I'm live now.
For the first
Okay, let me go find your
The first two
Twitch.
games just ended. We'll talk about those in a second.
Twitch.tv/Interro.
That very good. Excellent job, man. That very good.
Okay, I'm gonna knock you up.
Because there are modders,
I have requested
not
to
just the
knock.
bullets themselves, with how things work, where everybody starts with 6 bullets and they have to load up to a maximum of 2 for the first 2 days. And we'll talk about things later after day 3.
Okay,
But there's
and now
Twitch TV wants to use your microphones. I don't.
you can
like
say no
any-
to that. It's fine.
always in play, and 2 that can
Okay.
be activated.
All right, and now we should have the same chat.
We'll tell you how that happens.
There we go.
First of all, is one of our passive
Okay,
modes, which
great. Can I close this Twitch page or do I have to leave it open?
what happens
I think
when
you have to leave it
flawless in
open.
this content.
Yeah, I mean, flawless means exactly what you would think it'd be in terms of this competition. You are flawlessly beating the other team, winning a
Okay.
7-0 fashion. They couldn't even stand a chance against you. And what that does for you is that gets you
Woke Tarot Bang. I already hate the people who watch your shit.
We can also set it up so that I can have your face cam on my screen and you can have your face cam on my screen, but it takes some setting up in advance.
Okay, maybe let's do that tomorrow then.
Okay.
Jesse, they're telling us how bullets work. I was, as far as I was aware, they just put the bullets in the gun.
No.
What I am calling is not official nomenclature, but
Great.
this is the kind of, I guess, MMO brain that.
Basically today it's super simple. Nothing basically matters today. Today it's just you gamble 1 bullet or 2 bullets and that's it. The complicated stuff starts like on Monday.
Okay.
Each, and we're going to be chatting
Chicken jockey.
as they pick who they get to
Chicken jockey.
We were talking about that. That's kind of good timing, isn't it?
until the
Yeah.
end of the
That
day.
they got a good meme out there, a good chicken meme right when they started the chicken event.
Yeah, they must win without losing. It's very critical that you win without losing.
But what can you do then in case you don't want to play?
Doesn't Taro's chat dabble in gambling? I'm sure they will.
hope there's an active card that you can
I had a gambling company reach out to me 2 days ago and ask if I wanted to do sponsored streams for them because they thought I'd be a great fit. And I was like, you got to be a real stupid fucking idiot to think that I would like your gambling garbage.
Yeah, I get a lot of just like absolute garbage emails of like companies that are clearly just bot sending emails, you know?
Yeah.
Although I did get, okay, this company didn't
Fluke
pay
is
me.
here as a viewer of your stream and not my stream, and that really hurts my feelings.
Yeah, she came in, she said, is this where the rejects hang out? I said, absolutely, come grab a chair.
So you have to be
Yeah.
careful. It's like a lot
Flynn's
of
in here too, so I mean, we got all of them.
We literally do.
We're into the game. Well, here, do you want to save the card until later in the tournament?
Jesse J. Bot.
Have it right here, right now.
Again, it creates
That's a
that
classic.
element of surprise.
Xenox, who I thought was presently casting, is in my stream as my viewer.
Use 'em 'cause
Xenox, get the hell out of Parker's stream.
be going after harder opponents, so you
Why do you have Xenox verified? Oh, he's verified on here, as I see.
best time to use these cards.
What'd you say?
Use it too early on in the tournament, and then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place later
Apparently you're quite quiet, so let me turn you up.
Turn me up. Turn me up, boy.
Okay, talk.
Hello, this is me talking over the Rainbow Six Reload Rejects event with Parker and Taro Bang
Okay, you're good.
McKay.
You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good.
Absolutely. And for all of that,
All right, I have to
stay around until the
go back to
end.
full screen because I need to move my monitors around.
Show will be live and we'll be
Were you watching the Leafs game last night, Parker? Did they play last night?
reactions.
They did, Jesse. They
they
did play
win?
last night.
Against whom?
They did not.
There's a lot to
Fuck.
figure out around
This is
that.
the one time I'll
know.
cheer for the Leafs because they're playing against fucking Florida.
More as we go on with the day, and of course with this entire group stage, because that's when these cards.
Yeah, I
Winnipeg
despise
won
Florida.
too. Let's go.
So, gentlemen, thank you so much for this reminder.
There we go.
We'll be
Okay,
refreshing
cool.
As we go, game 2.
There, we got everything up now.
Starts in a bit.
Florida won an OT because of Brad Marchand, who evidently is still. He was designed in a lab to hurt the Leafs. So it doesn't matter if it's Boston. It doesn't matter if it's Florida. He's still gonna hurt them.
How does Mini Siege work with a shared chat? I actually don't know. I think
The
Mini
fuck is
Siege will
Mini
pull.
Siege?
You actually never watch my stream, and it's honestly disrespectful.
I don't watch any streams, Jesse. It's not even you, dog. I just do not watch streams, period.
I'm pretty sure Mini Siege will pull Parker's viewers as well. Because it pulls from the chat API, and I'm pretty sure the API does, I don't know if it's technically an API. I don't think it is. But it pulls from the chat, like, interface, whatever. Can we mention how weird it was to see Roberto Luongo celebrating Marchand's OT goal? Bro, growing up as a partial Canucks fan, Roberto Luongo being on the enemy side now hurts my soul.
Is Flynn saying that every time he streams I'm there? Yeah, I am, dude. I like Flynn's content. That's why. I really enjoy Flynn's content. See, Jesse, it's very simple. I watch streams of people who make good content.
My fault. You should watch my new video, Parker.
Okay, I'll do that, man. Wow, I just watched it. It's great.
It breaks down
wow, Jesse,
every
it is so good.
Rainbow Six reload team in 48 minutes.
In how long?
In 48 minutes.
That's too fucking long, dude. That's way too long, man.
There's a lot of fucking teams. Parker, Interro, Bang, McKay.
Kai, you should know my name.
I'm pretty sure it's K. All right.
I am posting that I am watching. Did you tweet about it? I have not seen a tweet because I did not tweet. I don't use that Nazi website anymore.
No, I find that Twitter gives like no interactions for stuff like that.
Yo, it's just fucking cooked, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Jaeger apparently catches Capitao stuff now.
Dude, it does. We were watching the CAG game and FearX, or yeah, CAG set up like a full Chalet library corner setup with just Jaeger. And then FearX brought Capitao. They thought they had just like outbrained them. And then the Capitao bolts got caught by the ADSs and everyone was like, hold on, what? And there was like no patch notes or anything about it. It just, we saw it live and it's like, that's how we found out. Yeah, it's brand new as of like today.
That kind of defeats the purpose of Whammy.
But Jaeger's been so bad for so long, I don't mind. Because well, mine still gets more blockers in general. And he can be more adaptable with them.
True.
I think it's a good change.
Why is there 15 fucking minutes between games?
Why don't you stop complaining so much?
Stream B still has like 15 minutes until we go live. Maybe we should switch to Stream A.
Stream A has 50 seconds. I'm on Stream A. I've been on Stream A.
You told me to go to Stream B. You were so...
I literally told you I'm going to watch whichever game starts first, and Stream A at least has Mario and Luigi on the desk to fill some fucking content while we wait for these games to start. I also would like to challenge you to some GeoGuessr in between some of these games, but I think this game's actually starting soon, so maybe not soon.
I've been to Rio before, you know that?
JJ Blast asks your thoughts on having to cast JJ Ballsack in Pro League.
You know, I can see the chat.
Well, he's asking me to ask you. He doesn't think you read chat. And honestly, rightfully so, because you often do not.
It's kind of weird that all of the B-roll they've got of Rio shows no people and no cars on the road. It looks very dystopic.
They actually asked them all to step aside while they took the photos.
You know how many people live in Rio?
Probably like at least 100K.
Yeah, very good, Jesse. At least 100,000 people live in Rio de Janeiro.
Well, because Red Deer is 100,000 people, so I'd imagine it's at least the size of Red Deer.
Dude, it looks like they just stepped out of a Splatoon game.
They're just on a Mario theme, all right? It's Mario, Luigi, Bowser on vacation in Splatoon land.
No, I mean, they got Mario Sunshine colors on.
Yeah, I can see that.
They've got Mario Sunshine colors on. You can't say that you... So I know exactly how this came to be. You literally saw Foxay wearing overalls, and you're like, Mario and Luigi wear overalls, and then that was it. That's how... It was that simple.
No, but also one is red and one is green.
I mean, Gabe's is like a pink. It's not
but
red.
Mario wears pink sometimes.
Because I don't see them as one of the stronger teams here, so they're also going to probably look for someone that...
Mario pink flower shirt. All right, these are not the results I was hoping to get. Mario in a pink flower shirt.
I went from casting Bolo and Pengu to JJ Ballsack.
The future is now, old man.
Lynx is here. We got another reject in here.
Things you hate to hear.
Dude, I will move my couch into my office if you all want to fly here, and I can set up multiple mics, and we can just do it from my house.
Parker, everything's so expensive. I don't know if I'm coming.
Let's talk about Scarz. And this squad
It's a bit personal.
over many iterations in international play over the past
I'm almost out of coffee,
ever
too.
since Copenhagen up until now. They've had a lot of success.
No, this is food. This is beans. Someone put beans inside the computer.
They really haven't found that much success.
Blackout, thank you for gifting a sub to Lynx. And that's great because Lynx is watching in Parker's channel, so he's still going to get ads. He's going to be a sub, and he's still going to get ads. That's
I was
awesome.
like, I didn't get a notification for that. What the fuck is that from?
Because Blackout gifted it in my channel, so I get the sub money.
I really despise the new font that they used for Rainbow Six. I think the I think the idea of the bullet in the 6 logo is cool. I think that the old logo was great and they didn't need to change it, but if it's a new game that they want to tweak it, sure.
Yeah.
But I think the font they used for the word siege is really appalling, and the R is really bad.
All of our 20 teams here at Reload in Rio
I have no
are part
thoughts.
of the share program, so you will eventually
I think you
So you have
suck.
no thoughts?
No, I think I have no thoughts.
know that the money that we all put forward as
Okay, I have enough to
your name-
complain about this session, okay? The new operator bans system is in place, and I've got to limit my amount of complaints.
Look, dude, I choose not to speak, for I will get in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
Your usual salary, you get more
Jesse is still trying to get invited. Listen, if somebody breaks a leg, we've still got a chance, damn it.
Honestly, the creativity that Ubisoft allows all these teams to be able to have. I mean, we have some pretty damn looking good skills.
100% of the North Americans at the event are on screen right now.
That's true. Chat's asking for a show cat. Here you go.
Hopefully no more Hyper Beast sets.
Though shout out to all the artists.
The cat.
You look at Fox's ears. Even with 2 people there, there's only about roughly 3 ears worth of North America represented.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It means that together Fox A has 1 ear.
I think Fox A has 2 ears, dog.
They're very small, dog.
Without the promo aside, because there's a lot to talk
Chat who's watching my stream, how is the volume on mine?
This squad is in many ways a mishmash that's looking to find success in this international.
You know, it's crazy as an NA.
This is such a weird fucking team, dude.
Yes.
Sorry. It's just such a weird team.
Justin, their coach, reached out to me after it was announced that we wouldn't be casting the event. So I'm a Wildcard fan for this event, but I have no fucking idea how well they're gonna do.
What are your thoughts on Wildcard owner Amaranth swing to the far right politically? Do you support that?
I do. I think I think it should help motivate the team.
I heard that Amaranth was asking what is a woman repeatedly on stream, and nobody could give her a proper answer. You know, it's just she's asking the hard-hitting questions. Also, look at the bottom of your screen. See, like how it says like all teams start with 6 bullets? It's not aligned. Like all of the letters are like bigger and smaller than each other. You see that?
Oh yeah, it kind of is. I feel like that's like stylistically intended.
Yeah, I think that looks bad.
For Spiker and Mr. Bay is that you have a player like Kansan that you can piggyback off of. But now you're
Also, I honestly didn't even know Dash spoke English.
also has that experience.
Yeah, I didn't either. He's like never done an English interview, I don't think.
A good support system and a
Yeah.
really good
I'm just glad they got Spiker back in charge. The reign of Bosco Eye gelling is over. Now Spiker can take what's rightfully his.
Honestly, there's quite a few teams, not just, I guess, 2 NA teams that are part of this tournament that we're looking at as, my God, is this going to be a repetition of Manchester? But there's actually more than that. The Brazil is bringing their own. Talk about Loud. There's other squads that are in here, and we're going to mention them and go in depth as their matches kind of...
These guys in
You think Scarz is gonna win?
I think Scarz is the worst team of the tournament. Scarz were already not very good. They didn't get a single map win in all of SI. And then they dropped their best players to pick up a guy who's been retired for 2 years. I actually think they made the most brain-dead roster move of the entire opening season. Also, Wildcard got first pick on who they wanted as an opponent, so they could have chose any of the other 19 teams, and they chose Scarz, which I think was a smart decision.
Apparently, Amaranth was glazing Trump and the Tate brothers like 2 weeks ago.
That's
terrific. That's, you know what? That's the value I love to have in an org owner. That's sick.
I do want to swap to Cloud9 PSG whenever it starts, because I think that game like could actually be kind of close. I don't think this game should be like a 7-0, I fear.
I wonder why that's been happening.
I think it's just a great map for everyone to go to. Arguably, it's Chalet, Clubhouse, maps that are a little bit more aggressor-sided. Allow teams to be able to...
You scrimmed Scarz when they were here for Invite. You won all 3 maps like 9-3, and I was tier 2 at the time. I don't get this team, man. I feel like they're just like the Japanese friendship team.
On defense, you have to be proactive. On attack, everyone knows attack. You already have
Bunny just got nuked by a Nightbot.
Really? He's a mod in my channel, so he didn't get nuked on my side.
I'm excited to see how these teams compete to that.
I have drops. Parker does not. Come to my stream if you want drops.
I mean, just even the picks and bans are already at a complete...
I have drops. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm telling people you don't, so they come to my stream.
You're a fucking digital panhandler, you little bitch. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Absolutely. I got a wedding to pay for coming up, all right, Parker? That shit is not cheap.
Are you getting married?
Yeah, it's you and me.
I don't seem like a Debbie Downer today. I'm just watching the fucking show. JJ Blast came over here to my channel, and then when I didn't acknowledge him, he went back to your channel, and I've made a terrible mistake.
That's a fucking... I'm always glad to see JJ Ballsack in my chat. Tier 1 legend.
I mean, it's a huge honor in general, but how are you feeling at the end of your first game?
My favorite captain of a tier 2 turned into a tier 1 team. On God.
Why are their mics so low?
They don't have you
because
to
his
push
mic
up
is
for them.
9 years away from his mouth. If Jake's mic and Jake's face were in America, they would be voting in different precincts. John Joseph Ballsacking. The framing makes it look like they are in a tiny photo backdrop at a wedding.
We're all winners here, especially all...
Yeah, the camera's down. The camera's down pretty low.
Gentlemen, I won't dilly-dally or delay.
It's in the danger zone. If somebody's forgot to zip up their fly, they're going to get called out.
We get to see now with Scarz, of course, though, going up against Wildcard from North America, which should be a lot of fun. Again,
Why does Jake have 9 bracelets on?
We haven't really seen.
I think it's a bit self-indulgent. I also love that they don't put their Twitter handles in the lower third. Like, what is going on there?
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
It's a good test, though. I think for both teams, admittedly.
Parker, when you're not there to complain about things, things don't happen, okay?
I think me complaining about things is precisely why I'm not there.
Anyways, Scarz wagered 2 bullets on this game. They seem confident they can beat Wildcard. I'm a little surprised.
I mean, Dash coming in feels kind of random, right?
Yeah,
But such an experienced player, one at Montreal, of course, incredibly accomplished.
I actually forgot there was such a height disparity between the two of them.
I don't know how it's going to work. Like,
Yeah, Xenox is... People don't realize it. Xenox is actually 5-1.
Because you kind of look at this as a really good feel out for both of these two rosters against each other, but I wouldn't be taking a whole lot away from it. Right? It's similar with the FearX.
Xenox and Lynx when you have a be shorter than me competition.
Don't say and still taller than Jesse.
Yeah, JJ Blast came over here because you just apparently ran a 2-minute ad break. So why don't you suck some suck balls? You are the king of suck balls, Mantum. You are the king of suck balls, Mountain.
JJ, you and I are both unsponsored.
Oh my God,
right now,
Shelly
okay?
looks a little different. Is this like a revamp or something?
Nope, they just turned off the lights.
Wow, dude, it's crazy, dude. Like the map looks a little bit different.
I think
Social prediction says 62%. Does not indicate which team it's going to. Hell yeah.
They need a
Social vote,
disclaimer.
62%. 62% what? What are the other 38% of people voting for? Oh, there it was.
You know, at the end of the day,
62% are like, yeah, this match will happen. 38% have no faith in this build.
Dude, we did a lot of tech balls at the start. The other game.
I know. I heard.
This is beans. Someone
Flacco, thank you for gifting a sub to Flacco, and Kimmix, thank you for the 3 months.
CAG and FearX match.
And Blackout, thank you for gifting us up to JJ Blast. Dude, Blackout's pumping me today.
Yeah, dude, you're getting pumped, dude.
So straight away,
I'm getting jacked here.
Look at the chicken jockey cards.
in this opening half against
Do you want to commit to swapping to the other game when this starts? Or when it starts?
Chalet, or is this
Let's wait a couple rounds.
Yeah, but whenever it starts.
Well, the onus is on
Because I
I
want
don't think
to
you're understanding what I'm saying.
I want to run a prediction.
the bands have
But I'm not going to predict the game we're not going to keep watching, is what I'm saying.
Scarz followed by the Monty Damos of
Did you address on stream why we're not there?
Wildcard will wait until
No, not beyond like my tweet and what I talked about in my Discord.
maybe your first time watching CJX and
Okay.
Bandface heading into this particular season.
Jesse killed a guy.
early on, but I think it's
I committed murder at the
Jesse
6th invitation.
murdered a member of production. They sewered him after a transition, and Jesse just went in there and just
side took the Scarz.
killed him in cold blood. And Blast was like, "All right, you gotta have at least a one event cooldown.
Yeah. They said next
it's
event
one-
you're not there.
It's one event per murder. So
Because the thing is like it was someone from production. If it
Yeah.
was like a player or like a Ubisoft exec, there would have been consequences. But like
it was
production,
I mean, the admins that we have are one-time use admins, so they're
Yeah.
disposable. So they use the admin, and then the moment that the match is over, the admin they get rid of them.
yeah.
This looks really dark. Like, did you just see?
Yeah. No, they turned the lights off.
You're going up against Furia.
Also, they use like the Siege font for the UI, like for the player cam, and I think it looks bad. I think the font that they're using is very hard to read.
All right, Parker, we're going to do a mental exercise. For every negative thing you say about CJX, you need to say 2 positive things, okay?
Is you positive things in general?
Yeah.
The sun is out and it is a beautiful day.
Okay, wonderful.
And I can't wait to cast JJ Ballsack. What a treat that'll be.
Some early success on the attacking side. Wildcard on the defense. We get to see this new look roster for the first time as well here at Reload.
I also think with the new operator ban system, we will never in our lives see Azami unbanned on Chalet ever again.
So many changes, so many really solid teams. That's the reason
They will
why
tell
for me,
stories
CJ,
and
they make that
fairy tales about the times
Our
when
children
Azami
will
was on
hear about
Chalet.
Azami on Chalet like the Loch Ness Monster
Exactly.
was spotted, and yeah. It really is quite dark.
I think it looks nice, but I imagine it might be kind of bad to play. Like it's gonna be hard to differentiate people from the back.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why they abandoned it in the first
Yeah.
place. Was like, they're like, it looks really atmospheric, but it's a nightmare for competitive integrity. Let's make it so that it's easier to see everything, and we're not actually living and dying off of shadows. And they're like, but what if we brought it back?
I mean, it might be different on the player screens, to be fair.
quick start to this round, but not a whole lot has
Like it might just be a setting you can change. It might be like a dimmer switch in the options, like how bright.
Yeah, you think that they leave something as complex as lighting as a player setting?
Yeah, why not?
Brilliant, man. You really know games.
Dude, okay, they've added like fire extinguishers and shit. The next like interactive environment they need
Oh,
to
you're
add.
ahead of me because you just yelped at Baby Shark popping up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like a second or two ahead of me.
I'll pause after this, but they need to add dimmer switches as an interactive
Well,
environment.
I'm watching on YouTube. I'm not watching on Twitch.
I'm on
I don't know what
YouTube,
you're
too.
watching. Are you?
Yeah, I'm at 36, 35, 34.
Yeah, you're 2 seconds ahead of me.
Okay, you count and I will pause. Wow, let's go to the
32,
next round.
31, 30, 27, 26, 25,
I'm waiting to the next round.
24,
Spiker's fragging
23,
out.
22,
IGL of the
21.
team, Spiker is fragging the fuck out.
From above, Wildcard with a good start.
Yeah,
My
I mean,
king.
honestly, it was a pretty decent round, all things considered.
Okay, well now how are you gonna do it? The fucking numbers disappeared, genius.
Because they're gonna come back, Parker and Terrabang Mackay.
Between CAG and FearX.
Thanks, Flynn.
That attack that round.
Hey Flynn, let me count the events you haven't been to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit, I don't know if I can count that high.
Was able to establish good position, hold strong, get a couple of kills, and they also got a lot of damage in that round. Like when it was a 3v2, like they were all very, very low. Yeah, a little bit of an early conflict.
Highlight presented by Game Pass. That's a new one.
Shark thought he maybe should have got the
I dig that. I actually do. I like that. Do you think that we'll get the Red Bull Baron buff in game at some point? There's no Baron in Rainbow Six, but what if Red Bull really saw a great opportunity to like cross-pollinate?
Scarz seemingly did not have a
They could also add the Baron as a new operator.
keeping in mind as well.
I think adding the Baron from League of Legends would be sick. Tech pause after round 1. Yeehaw!
Well, we started our first match of the day with a technical pause into a rehost, and we're going to do that again today. It was a rehost, unfortunately.
Why didn't Parker start at 100 for events Flynn hasn't casted? That is true. It would take me too long to get there.
Was actually played out, so that's at least something.
Oh, we're still ahead of the B stream, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, like, we obviously on the A stream didn't realize, but the B stream was like severely behind. Poor Mason Dead.
Anyway, for both of our chats, just in case people want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Basically, the reason why we didn't get Reload was because it's a smaller and shorter event that's not a part of the actual like circuit and competitive series. And because it's a one-off event and the stakes are, I don't want to say lower, but not as high as a major, there were different considerations for bringing talent, and the priorities that they had for the talent that were present did not necessarily align with what Jesse and I would bring or benefit from. So, I mean, Guz and Xenox was a no-brainer because Guz didn't get to work SI at all. So that one was like a, yeah, he's got to go no matter what. But, and then Jesse obviously killed a guy. So, I mean, like, all of those things together, yeah, like, really ruined our chances.
I think if that didn't happen, but I did kill the guy, they probably would have let us go and just at least cover, like, groups, you know?
Exactly. There's so many
big assumptions on this team.
Like, if it was just the kill the guy.
Yeah, if you'd killed like somebody else,
yeah,
they'd be like, look, you can at least cover half the event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The connotations around them change going into
Yeah.
the North America League to come to stage 1.
Sorry, Fantasy Siege is broken, and so I'm trying to fix it.
Level of expectations. If Wildcard go on an amazing run here at Reload and look amazing, then you go into the North American League to follow, and you're like,
Is this how they would want you to understand it, or do you have a differing opinion on the matter of murder? No, I think murder's pretty cut and dry.
For FearX, seeing these 3 APAC teams as well to begin here day 1 on the A stream, going into APL.
Also, Interro ran down a pedestrian while driving intoxicated in March. He doesn't get invited due to it being a smaller event. I don't know how to tell you this, but I've never driven intoxicated in my life. But a blood alcohol level of 1.1 is really something. I think that would probably kill me. No, I think that they, I think Blast realized that there's a number of duos who can work these events, and if people here remember like the Allied Esports minor and like some of the DreamHacks and like OGA Pit and stuff like that, and even like the US National stuff, not everybody was brought, right? Like Kix didn't work either US Nationals event, as an example, neither did Milos. Not every talent is picked for every single event, and especially events that are not part of like the proper global circuit, they're going to prioritize different things. So it's like there was like 3 or 4 DreamHacks I didn't work. I didn't work the Allied Esports minor. I didn't work OGA Pit, like, and that's okay. Like, you don't work every single event. You know, it's just lately every event has been an official like circuit event, so I've worked every single one of them. I suspect that that will continue moving forward, but this is like a one-off. So they wanted to bring different people to, you know, give them different opportunities, more opportunities, you know, etc. and whatever. Like,
can North America take that next step?
They didn't
told
think...
that's because my hair was too long.
Yeah, they didn't think you had the style too. They told me.
That's really hurtful that you'd expose me like that instead of.
You're not pulling up like Fox 8 on the cast like that in your overalls. I know that for a damn fact.
I have lost a noticeable amount of weight thanks to Ozempic, so I could probably fit into overalls and not look like a bowling ball. Also, Ozempic is $250 a month.
Good start for Wildcard, and again, all onus is going to be...
So, I don't know if you know that, but that's
tariffs,
a lot.
Bro. Fucking tariffs.
It has nothing to do with tariffs. Ozempic is actually from Denmark, so...
I'm pretty sure it's from Finland, isn't it?
No, it's Danish. They're not all the same.
Well, they're basically
not all
the
the
same,
same,
dude.
okay? They're not
they all
all
got
the
the same flag. They just Microsoft Paint changed the colors.
I do think it's funny when you watch like NHL games, it's just all like Ozempic, Wegovy, and like all these things. I'm like, you think that everybody who watches your sport's a bunch of fat bozos, don't you? Like, like you're not gonna see like Ozempic ads around like Formula 1 and the Tour de France, but it's like you watch like football and hockey. Yeah, I mean, fuck tariffs. I mean, that shouldn't
Parker,
need to be said out
Be
loud.
careful what you say. The NAL this stage could be also sponsored by Ozempic.
Not too impactful in action phase.
That'd be fucking sick, dude. Do
Dude,
I get it
imagine-
for free then?
Imagine you're play-by-play casting JJ Blast, and he's in like a 1v4, and he makes the clutch, and you gotta scream out, and with the Ozempic clutch of the day, JJ Blast wins the game over M80. That'd be a massive
Did you
call.
see how well he regulated the bullets in the magazine? It's exactly like regulating his blood sugar thanks to the benefits of Ozempic.
For the attacking team, again, new ban system employed. Something to consider, but
The
apparently
future of casting. I'm so
Oh, look at this. 2 kills for Scarz. Wildcard's roster slimming down like a month on Ozempic.
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay, what's your timer at?
I'm at 153, 152, 151, 150,
All right, we're
149.
I don't think any of those kills, but that's okay. So what's next time?
Chat. Both chats. If Ozempic sponsored Rainbow Six, would it make you more likely or less likely to use it?
Not the best lineup.
Yeah, what if we just got Ozempic to sponsor the entire league, the Ozempic League?
The Ozempic Rainbow Six League. I'm
I
here
love
for it.
Rex camera angle. He's in like 15% of it.
Smoke grenade that he can use in popping fish as
He's got to get the competitive
You
advantage.
dissolve into nothing on Ozempic? Oh,
Alright.
dude, Spiker's on a heater.
Do you believe in the Kali Glaz 2v3? The double sniper clutch?
I mean, unless the game has radically changed in the last 3 months, what the fuck are Scarz doing at the moment?
I don't fucking know,
Like,
dude.
I don't have any idea what they're trying to do here.
This may have been
Like-
a troll, but I picked Fish like for my fantasy team.
Yeah, that's a fucking stupid idea. Why would you do
Oh,
that?
oh, is it? Is it? No, he's gonna get all 3 kills here.
Dude, he beat the guy who got an ace clutch in jeans. Like,
No, wait, this is actually a double. This is actually a double through the floorboards.
Dude.
All right, tier 1 observing, but he fucking kills Spiker as well through the floor?
that's some major T tours right there.
This is why I picked up Fish like. This is the Fish like difference, baby.
Why are we not spectating Dash the There we go.
This is the player that you want in this situation and why they brought him to this.
Bringing it from Brazil.
Just towards the hatch, of which, of course, Fish like
Hometown hero. Pride of a nation.
information off the BPC.
Come on, Fish like. No, this is actually set up perfect. This is set up perfect. This is set up.
Indeed, he does. Huge round for Wild.
Pride of a nation, baby.
That's clean save.
Where's Dash? Where do you think Dash is from? I think he's from.
Brazil.
Able to push forward off the back of the
I know what town he's from. I forget though.
I don't know. They're all from Sao Paulo. Literally every single time I look up a
Nah.
Brazilian player, it's like Sao Paulo. And I'm like, well, it is a city of like 30 million people. So I mean, like,
It's like I feel like it's like half, and then the other half are from places you've never heard of.
In fact, I would love
I mean, Brazil's a huge fucking country, dude. It's like almost 300 million people.
I think he's from like Curitiba.
We're not
or
doxing
something.
Dash. Jesse doesn't have any secret sauce when it comes to these locations. He just goes on Wikipedia.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
This shit's not on Wikipedia.
Okay.
We send out a survey at the beginning of every event,
Amazingly well.
and then some players just don't answer the survey. But like, what are you gonna do? JJ, you're gonna get this survey too. Okay, I need to dox your hometown.
It also helps, of course, he was
He's from Balzac, Alberta.
Dude, I was driving through Balzac the other day, actually.
Fun fact, there is actually a small suburban community outside of Calgary called Balzac.
I drove through it like probably a month ago.
All right, well, this is a fucking dog shit match. Do you want to go over to the
do.
other one?
I do so badly. Is it starting? Oh, it is.
Yeah,
starting.
according to
Perfect.
JJ Balzac, it started, so I just switched over.
Hard breach bans.
Aight.
Now I need to listen to Dez.
What's your timer at?
33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28,
All right, we're good.
27, 26. We're at the events
good.
Flynn hasn't casted yet. 25, 24.
We're good.
Felt then,
Okay.
particularly, I noticed it really rapid just getting into game because you've got half as many bans because they're doing.
This Twitter buyer says Kotia.
instead of 4.
All right, pretty close to Kirtiba.
It's done in 60 seconds rather
Same starting
say?
letter. I'm interacting with chat, something you don't do, Mr. Streamer.
I literally just muted myself to thank a sub.
And they're going to try to hold on to the upstairs. There's, you know, as with everything in season.
The beautiful thing about Rob is that, like, remember when he just, like, couldn't eat? What if he was getting, like, micro-dosed Ozempic in his sleep from his family?
Too much roaming you can do. We've got Misa underneath at the minute. And of
Like, when Flynn was like, oh, I can't eat, I can't swallow. What if that was, like, they were injecting Ozempic into his throat?
That's actually a great point. Flynn, did you ever think about that?
Rob, did you actually ever talk to a doctor about getting Botox in your throat muscles to help you swallow? Because that's, like, a
He can
real thing that
swallow
people
now.
do. I know he can swallow now.
generally by the attackers. So we'll see how that progresses.
Yeah, Parker. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I'm sure his doctors and him couldn't find the solution, but I think you'll get it.
I don't think the doctors are the problem. I think Rob is just incompetent.
That's valid. All right, I'm excited for the
yeah, you notice that Nighthaven Labs looks exactly the same as in regular Siege?
Yeah, they haven't installed the dimmer switches yet, but they will.
You can get them for like $10 at your local Home Depot.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, like, Nighthaven Labs is out on an island, so it's the shipping that's the issue.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Tariffs, you know?
Yep.
Fleet Louie just said tariffs as well.
The shield from Packer to do exactly that, getting in towards meeting corridor, forcing them.
Tim sounds way too excited for round number 1. Tim, you need to calm down, dude.
No, because he knows Kobe Lax is dropping 4 this round. From below sight, don't worry about that part.
Why are their names Soldier Reload and Ride Reload?
Because they're excited to be at the Rainbow Six Reload event, Parker. Unlike you.
Soldier's name isn't even proper. It's technically Soldy Reload. Like the R is being shared by both Reload and Soldier.
Same with Ryder.
Oh,
I have
yeah,
no
that's true, it is
explanation for
Ryder.
this. I just that is what it is. All right, remember when I said Kobe Lax would not get a kill
Michael
this round?
Misa just leading off the kills here. Gonna get drafted 2nd overall. Gonna go over to the San Jose Sharks. Play with Macklin Celebrini. That you can't be letting that happen, Packer. What are you doing, dude?
Okay, I don't think that one's on Packer. He did his best.
Dude, you see those 5? You see those? Oh, we're back. They installed the dimmer switches.
Wrong building. Wrong building.
Did you see how quickly C9's roster thinned out? That's the Ozempic special, baby.
Chad, I'll give you a 5-minute poll. Who wins this game? PSG Talon versus Cloud9. Gamble your channel points now. Thank you very much.
Kansan just fucked Scarz. Well, I mean,
if they get the plant down there, it's a very different conversation we're having. And there were 2 chances where they had to get it stuck. If it
you see how Scarz plays?
I spoke about these fortified positions. Think about the days of old. You hold up inside a castle. It's hard to break down the walls.
Who do you think's gonna win this game?
This one I feel like it's a 50-50. I don't know. Because Cloud9 are just such a brand new team, but it's like I have no idea how good they're going to be. And PSG Talon are the same team, but they don't have Fabian anymore. PSG Talon are like,
Jesse's every single person in your chat a mod? You just mod everybody who watches you?
Yep. Come join twitch.tv/JChick and you too will get mod powers.
So many times.
Yeah, quite often we would see defensive teams choose to
But I think PSG Talon are like one of like 3 teams that didn't change any players, which is I think a little odd given D+ like literally imploded and there were good free agents out there. But I can respect them, you know, sticking with their 5, believing in themselves.
I forgot to take insulin.
Parker doesn't know about the Packer, Giddy, and Kobe Lax trio. This is the same trio that won Element, what was it, Element 4? This is the same trio from the Makers team that eventually became CL for Life, that eventually sent Uzi to a major. Element 3, there you go. So they got some chemistry on Cloud9.
They'll be looking towards top floor as well, get garage open, so this right now screams to me from Cloud9.
Question for you. If you are both an alcoholic and a gambling addict, and you hand them a beer and you go, I bet you won't drink this, what do you think they do?
With, of course, a lot of vertical control.
Dude, I've been watching. I've gotten on alcoholic TikTok, where it's like all of my TikTok now are just like former alcoholics telling stories about them being alcoholics. It's really fascinating.
About this on our last map when we had Furia against Elevate. Furia taking that win away as you'd expect on Clubhouse.
You need to spend less time on TikTok.
Yeah, but it's so addicting. Honestly, like
that's why.
This is sad, but
spend less time on it.
Dude, when I'm like going to bed and I'm tired, I get so excited to like lay in bed and watch my little TikToks. That's like the best part of going to bed.
I just get super baked and I just go on a YouTube spiral.
Yeah, but now my attention span's too rotted. I can't watch YouTube as much anymore.
It's too long.
The videos are too long, exactly.
That 45-second video on bell peppers, I lasted like 17 seconds and I was out.
That's pretty good. You got a lot of good info from that.
Yeah, I did. Did you know there's purple bell peppers?
Parker, I'm a little worried that Misa has diffused Get Bottom Garage and Packer gave it to him right now.
Look, Packer is very consistent, Jesse. He might be one of the most consistent players. And it's that you can expect him to absolutely bottle every situation he's in.
No, dude, that's not fair. Packer's better than he gets credit for. Packer's an underrated player. I believe that with my whole heart. Because people just saw Packer put up like 0 kills with Spoit, and then people were like, Packer's awful. But those people didn't watch Packer with Uzi. Okay, that was a different guy.
What the fuck are C9 doing?
I don't know, man.
Dude, Soldy Reload just killed Dream.
Soldier still has defuse kit though. It's right here on the other side of the box.
Yeah, but there's no way he's getting past Gideon silent. He's gonna lose his one here. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the round.
Alright, Giddy too litty. Never doubt him. I'm glad Giddy got a shot too. Giddy's been top of tier 2 for ages.
Yeah, I like Giddy.
Is Dream IGL or is Packer? Packer's IGL. I don't think Dream is ever IGL'd.
IGL sits in the middle. IGL almost always sits in the middle.
Yeah. Dream, I think IGL'd like way back on like Mirage or something, but Dream is historically not been an IGL.
Think about them bell peppers. Oh.
Yeah,
your chat is asking me about politics. Should I indulge them?
You can.
Somebody said, what do you think about Pierre Polyev running in Alberta because he can't take an L? I think that man is a massive loser, and I've always thought that, and then the election results proved it, so... Like, I don't revel in the, like, misery and defeat of people, and I don't ever cheer for a bad outcome, but it's just, like, he is so awful as a human being. Like, for what the average person who doesn't follow politics doesn't know is that he has been, like, universally hated at, like, the House of Commons in Ottawa for, like, basically the entire 20 years that he was there. There was a reason why he was barely a minister. There's a reason why he was given, like, no real responsibility, why he's never ascended the ranks. It's that he is a terrifically unpleasant person that rubs everybody the wrong way. And, like, his own staff hates him. Like, he's awful. He's just so insufferable. And it's not like he just, like, plays that because, you know, like, owning the libs is, like, politically popular, which admittedly it kind of is. It's that he is just, like, such a true believer. He's really just, like, a right-wing zealot and is an awful, insufferable, narcissistic, snarky person. And it's like, even, I know conservatives who were happy that he lost his seat.
It sounds like you're...
Oh my god.
My goat.
What the fuck was that?
Misa is making the plays that everybody
Dude,
else
Misa
is
was just
too
Mark
afraid
Carney.
to make.
Misa was just Mark Carney to the conservatives there. Did you see that?
That's a hell of a reference, Parker.
Thanks, man.
That might be a part of the reason why we didn't get on the reload ticket, but... Oh, Silent!
Silent's just gonna kill everybody, dude. Silent's gonna kill every single person in the lobby.
Listen, with C9, it doesn't look easy. It's always a little scrappy, but they're getting the wins, okay? They're beating Korea's best team.
Somebody goes, Parker, you're not a conservative? You always struck me as one. Yeah, man. I think you would understand. I have almost nothing in common with conservatives. Politically.
You kind of look like Pierre Polyev, though.
I do not look like him. He wears a girdle.
You kind of look like him.
He wears a girdle.
You guys have the same. You guys have the same jawline.
I have a massive jaw. Like, the lower portion of my face is humongous. I wish it wasn't as big as it is.
Dude,
But, I mean, I can't really do anything about it.
How is Dream and Animus and Silent just looking down on, like...
Yeah, see, we're talking about my facial features. I don't give a shit about this game.
The nice thing is they have time, right? Like, Silent can move into a position that's helpful. I imagine he's just going to drop and play behind Dream, because if he keeps playing from above... Actually, if he goes cargo, I don't hate it, but I think he's just going to lose his fight.
Flynn just subbed to me, Jesse.
Fuck. Flynn, that's coming out of
Flynn
the,
doesn't have any
YouTube
money,
revenue.
but he's still giving it to me.
That's coming out of the YouTube revenue, Flynn. I told you he loses the fight. Shoddy player down inside of cargo wins it every time. Stat check for wildcard game. Do you think Fishlike's putting up 20? Fishlike is putting up...
What's going on over there? You're hoping, you're trying to manifest a better result for you and your fantasy team.
Has more than double the kills of all of his teammates. He has 5. His next highest teammate has 2. So I picked the right player on Scarz. Now, admittedly, they're losing 5-0. But Fishlike is at least positive, so I'll take that as a win. Kansas is 10-2. Oh my god.
Someone put beans inside the computer.
Bay has
You
0
wearing
kills.
jeans
Spiker
again?
has 1. Probably. That man loves his jeans. Oh shit, I just hit live on. What's your timer?
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay, I was paused at infinity. So.
I hate to say this because this is just what life has become, but the
Timberwolf, thank you for
backdrop,
the 9 months.
like the player card behind the operators for this event, kind of looks like AI.
Wait, what?
Kind of looks like AI. Also, people keep subbing to you, and I keep wanting to thank them.
You can still thank them. You can thank them for contributing to my wedding.
Yo, Timberwolf24, thanks for a 9-month subscription. You're now pregnant with Jesse's baby.
See, that worked pretty well.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh my god.
Feral. Thank you for 9 months to Interro.
Feral. Are you pregnant with a new tweet, Feral? Dude, when Feral shows up on Twitter, good things happen.
That's true. We need some baby shark lore or something.
Just piss and vinegar. I've actually been doing really, really well, Feral. I hope you're doing well too. We got a couple subs coming in. Flynn, thank you for your sub. Feral, thank you for your sub. And Aries, thank you for your brand new Prime. Unlike my fellow countrymen here, I do have a charm in-game. I'm going to put it on the screen for all of you to see. There you go. Look at that. You have to look at this charm for the next 10 seconds. Okay, let's count together. 10, 9, 8.
Wow, what
7,
a kill!
6.
What a play, so much
5,
action!
Everybody's still alive. 2.
On Twitter, these that's just
1.
a chick. You can see all this action.
Thank you very much. If you are a new subscriber, you get access to that charm. It will pop up in your inventory within 24 hours.
There were kills, but in the new game there's respawns, so they've respawned.
Feral goes, I don't have a tweet myself, however I can send you something funny. Fuck yeah, send it to me. I want to see it. You have the charm, Terrible Dactyl? Well, I'm very, very glad. New 2, thank you for the brand new Prime and a new sub from the Broken Hawk. Both of you get the charm, which I'm not going to throw up on your screen because action is happening, and PSG Talon is milking C9 right now, just absolutely pounding them.
Misa just
You sent it to me on Twitter?
Beeper at them. Okay, Misa. Get that intel.
What is this? What did you send me?
Looking to make himself a little line of sight to work with there. Very conscious of the catwalk.
Parker, lead with the class. What's going on here?
Oh my god, this is outstanding. This is so good. Oh. I love how his profile picture at that point in time is ice cold as well. It's so fucking good. I'm gonna send it to you too, Jesse. Don't share it. It's nothing bad, by the way, chat. Like it's nothing that would like arise like anger or anything. It's just super coincidental and very funny. Take a look at who the first one is from. That's him opening his DMs. Can I share this in the talent group we have? Do you care? I'm not gonna say who it's from. I love how Dez just called him Ride too.
That's ridiculous.
It's up to Dream to get C9 over the line. Giddy is still alive, Derry. Giddy's the one who got the kill.
Giddy, my goat. I love Giddy.
Okay, I'm posting it in the caster group.
I really like the Cloud9 jersey. I think it's so fun.
I think it's nice except for the C9 on it.
Yeah, it should be the actual Cloud9 logo.
The Cloud9 logo is one of the best logos of any sport or esport team. I don't know why they don't use it more. It's outstanding.
Yeah, it might be the best esport logo of all time. I guess Liquipedia.
I don't know, dude. Did you remember seeing Team Ronin's old logo? Or what about OXG's first iteration after they rebranded from Team Ronin? Dude, that org was just like, what if we just rebrand 9 times and never hire a graphic designer? And then I think somebody at Ubisoft was like, hey, so if you're going to be in the R6 share program, We're gonna need somebody who has a working set of eyes to design your logo. And then they got bought by the Kraft family, who own the Patriots. And they were like, let's make a really sick logo. And everybody's like, yo, this looks fire. And they're like, what if we make a really sick, like, Warden battle kit? And people are like, yo, this looks really sick. And they're like, what if we close down?
Listen, it's no tractor scheme.
The Chaos
It's no
Esports
John
logo?
Deere.
I do like when they rebranded the snake. The snake / like Ouroboros was really cool.
Yeah, the snake was dope.
Yeah. I thought the snake logo was cool.
The Liquipedia logo tournament was botted. How much of an actual fucking loser do you have to be to bot the Liquipedia esports logo tournament?
I bet you anything, not much of a loser, and most of the orgs are probably doing it because they're like, look, man, like, yeah, it's immoral, but like everybody's gonna do it, and we want to win.
There's no way, dude. No, most orgs probably didn't even know it was happening.
Black Dragon's new logo, thoughts? Black Dragons went from having one of the coolest logos in all of esports and regular sports to one of the worst logos I've ever seen. It looks like they sell printers.
Probably like high
It is
quality
really,
printers,
it is
though.
just such a downgrade. And it was like, I'm kind of bummed because like I saw Cherry Gums at, I think it was Boston. And we were talking about Black Dragons, and I was like, that, like, whatever jersey she was wearing at the time, I was like, that's a sick, like, jersey, whatever, blah, blah. She's like, thanks, we're actually in the like, process of rebranding, like, it's gonna be so cool, like, it's so, like, you know, it's just modern and updated and blah, blah. And I was actually, like, hyped. I was like, yo, okay, like, a Black Dragons rebrand, like, I'm a little bit wary because, like, the logo's so cool. And then I saw it, and I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, people overcook with that shit.
No.
And it sucks if you're like a fan too. Like, I don't know. If you're a big Black Dragons fan, you have all the merch or whatever, and then like they just change it to be that, and it's like, oh.
I mean, if anything, it would make the stuff you had before more valuable. The problem with like a team like Black Dragons is that they're a feeder org. There's a lot of orgs that are like this, where it's like they basically just they survive off of getting like up and coming talent, and then they sell them when the player gets really, really good. And there's a lot of teams that are like that, you know, like there's a lot of feeder orgs out there. They just don't have the budget to compete, so they will always be like middle of the pack unless they go on like a miracle run. Beast Coast is exactly the same, by the way. Like Beast Coast was a feeder org too. Like they would just pick up a bunch of like also rans or like brand new players, and then the moment that they became too expensive, they'd sell them and find a new roster.
Are Black Dragons in any other games?
I have no idea. That's a very good question.
Because I mean, I feel like they've been in Brazil for forever in Siege. Like I'd imagine.
Yeah, they're one of like the OG. They're one of like the OG orgs.
But I've never heard of them in any other games.
Yeah, people in chat are talking about it. Like Team 1 is also like a feeder org. And when I say like feeder org, I'm not meaning it like derisively. I mean like they're smaller orgs that don't have a ton of money. So their whole goal is to try to sell players to make money. That's it. So
I mean, they might even be like bigger orgs that don't want to spend money, and they're just like getting the partner program check without having to spend crazy amounts on players. Like I feel like Cloud9 Fnatic are in that category too, where like they're happy to sell their players to bigger teams. They're not going to spend money on big talent, but
I would never call. I wouldn't call them feeder. I wouldn't call Cloud9 or Fnatic feeder orgs. I would say that they don't care about Rainbow Six and aren't willing to invest the same money that they are in other esports. But like,
sure,
there was a time where Cloud9 dominated multiple esports all at the same time.
But they're still just like, yeah, they're just not
with
as
big
invested in
rosters.
Siege, though.
Yeah. And again, it's like people are going to hear that and get like upset, and it's like it's not. It's just like it's budgetary. Like Black Dragons don't have the money to compete with like W7M or like any of like the international orgs like NIP or Liquid or FaZe. Even FaZe Clan doesn't really like spending money on Rainbow Six. There was like when all the Brazilian orgs came in, the FaZe Clan contracts were some of the worst that we had in the entire competitive scene.
I feel like they've got to be better nowadays, though. Like
they are better now, but it's like I mean,
still bad.
When we were in Atlantic City, the FaZe Clan team at the time sat down with Ubisoft and was like, "We're getting taken advantage of with this contract. Can you help us?"
Are you telling me Ion wasn't making 6 figures a month?
Ion wasn't on the team in Atlantic City, I don't believe.
No, but he was on FaZe, and now he's on Elevate. The #1 Brazilian team in all of APAC.
Why do I feel like I haven't heard Tim for 4 minutes, and now when he speaks, he's deafeningly loud?
Yeah, he had like one blip where he spoke loud. I think it was just an audio issue.
Yeah, Fluke just said, "Is their mics bugging out?" Did Ubisoft help? Ubisoft did for renewed contracts. So basically, the meeting that they had, it was actually a number of teams met. It wasn't just FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan met and basically were just like, hey, like, we're being taken advantage of. These contracts are absolute garbage. Like, we know that you want big orgs in the scene, but like, we want to be able to like make money and get paid. And then shortly thereafter, when Ubisoft initiated the partner program, they put stipulations in that if you wanted to be one of the teams to get skins in the game, you had to have like certain things in your contracts and yada, yada, yada. And Ubisoft would like read the contracts first. But if you all remember, Mirage was also in the partner program very briefly, and they just didn't get paid and shit like that. The problem is like Ubisoft can't step in. Neither can like ESL or FaceIt or Blast. They can't really step in because the dispute is between the org and the players. But it can impact whether you get picked again for the partner program or you keep your spot. And if you fuck around, it's not common that you'll keep your spot. Wildcard won 7-1.
Dude, I'm telling you, Scarz are one of the worst teams in Siege right now.
Dude,
and
it's a good thing I
Wildcard,
picked,
they might actually be legit.
Dude, I picked Fish-like for my fantasy team. So,
bro, my team is called Team F, so I picked all 4 players that have that names start with F. Fish-like had to get picked, okay? It was
Soldy Reload here. Soldy Reload under fire. Oh.
I like that attack. They broke the bottom of the mirror window that was looking into EXO. So they
Pharaoh basically just said exactly who it was. It was Mav, because Mav pulled me aside at the event and was like, "Can you help?" And I was like, "I don't really know how." Like, but yeah, all of FaZe Clan set down. Pharaoh knows everything. So I like this. I like this this casual style. You should fly to Toronto for like a week and just like,
it's expensive.
Dude, when does Shopify Rebellion play?
They'll be soon, I'm sure. New videos.
Thanks, Blaze Best. That's really nice of you. What'd you say?
Flynn asked me about the video. It's doing pretty well.
Why don't you, here, I got an idea. Why don't you fly here and then stay on Flynn's, I don't even know if he has a couch. See, look at the background behind Mute. Doesn't that kind of look like AI?
I mean, that's the same background they've used for all of the branding for Reload.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, it kind of gives off AI vibes.
I don't think so.
I don't think Ubisoft would use AI. Just kidding. They put an NFT in their game. But I mean, like, I don't think they would for this.
I can sleep in Flynn's cardboard box. The one that got hit by a car, I can sleep in that one with no walls.
Jesse, I have a really long balcony. You can set up a hammock out there and you can just sleep out there.
That would actually be dope. Imagine being on a balcony like that high up in a hammock.
I am up quite high, and you have a whole skyline view. It's beautiful. There just also happens to be like 80 spiders that hang out on the balcony because they eat all the bugs, and I leave them be because they are allies.
That's a little scary. Dude, there was a bee in my apartment last night, and then we were trying to get it out before we went to bed, and Indy was trying to eat it, but it got stuck in the light, like, up above, and so we just stood there and waited for it to come out, and it finally came out, and then it ran into me, and it was on my fucking shirt, and then I killed it on my shirt. It was a very scary, stressful event.
Was it a bee or a wasp?
Nah, it was a bee. Well, I don't know what it was. It looked
Bees are
like
harmless,
a fly.
so...
No, it was deadly. I think it was one of those, like, Japanese killer bees. You know what I mean?
So those are called...
Kill people.
Okay.
Are they in Japan? Or am I spreading misinformation?
On the defending side, well, they're pretty tucked into them. You've got the mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got the Warren to deal with any smokes that might come on the way through.
You mean the Japanese murder hornets, you fucking idiot? Which are hornets, which are not bees.
Hornets are bees.
They're
not
all
bees. It's like how
they're not. Hornets are from the same family as wasps, you ding dong.
It's like how dogs and like horses and lizards are all mammals. It's like it's in the same category.
You really are a stupid bitch, eh?
What the fuck? That's so rude. This is why we didn't get reload.
No, it's because you killed a guy.
Well, I only killed him because I was so mad at how rude you were.
He was standing in production, and the guy turned to him, and he's like, "Hey, Jesse, you know hornets and wasps are different from bees?" And Jesse just pulled out a katana and cut his head off. Just That was it. Just gone.
Alright, it took all their nitros, but they killed Soldier Reload.
Packer averaging 1 kill a half right now.
As he fucking should be. Alright, he's calling this team to victory. They went up 4-2
kill a
up on
half.
attack on Nighthaven Labs. They've actually already won this game. With a zombie unban. I guess bans are different now. God, I really hate the new ban system.
Yeah, I can't
shocked
stand it either. I
PSG
think it's
Talon-
just such...
I guess they both chose to ban Kaid Bandit instead of Zombie.
Titans Flies, thank you so much for the 4 months. Sup and Terra, nice seeing your ugly face again. All right. Fucking disrespectful.
Got 50 seconds left to go. They've still got utility working for them. We can see
A member Zero Creativity likes the new ban system. Should we show our ban system and ban them?
The problem with the ban system is it just removes your potential for creativity. Because it used to be if you leave a strong operator up, it's fine because you still get access to that operator. But now it's like you have to ban the strongest operators every time because your opponent's going to.
25 seconds. There comes the final fight. Packer, he finishes one.
This game is really sad if you're an APAC fan, by the way. Because after watching FearX versus CAG, like PSG Talon are kind of your last hope for a good APAC team. And Cloud9 should be one of the most beatable non-APAC teams. And they're kind of getting smoked. So, like, at this point, you're putting all your faith in, like, FearX, which Mephi did put up 13 last game, but, I still wouldn't be celebrating.
It was a good defense coming out from Cloud9. Now we go down into the basement where they have the chance to go up to match point and open up a 4-round lead against their opponents.
Starting to feel like it might be a
APAC is over. It might be, you know, APAC maybe next year. Maybe next year. They had a good run this year. I think we call it at this point. 2025 season is not going to be for APAC, but 2026 is looking good.
When Damwon Kia lost to FaZe Clan by that single round on Oregon, APAC has just not been the same since then.
I mean, FearX do have 3/5 of that roster now. They're running it back.
What's Rin up to?
He's on FearX.
Yeah, but what's he up to?
I don't think he did very well earlier today. Mephi kind of carried.
Okay, and this exact moment, what's he up to?
He's probably getting some food. He's probably getting some lunch and watching the games. He's probably rooting for PSG Talon right now. Given that.
Speaking of bad logos, Mantis FPS when they rebranded and they got picked up by, or sorry, when they got picked up by Element Mystic, and Element Mystic's logo just looked like a swastika. Really, just like what's going on here? If none of you know or are familiarized with Element Mystic, go look up their logo. It is not good, you know.
Cloud9's coach is Vivid and Mossy. They were the duo that coached LG previously.
They can see through the kitchen. They're going to be looking to get control of that floor. Make sure that they can.
Yeah, everybody's now looking up the old Element Mystic logo. It just looks like a swastika. It's Kanye Esports, yeah.
What they do need to be careful about is it's the Monty of Soldier who's roaming around there on that mid floor at the minute, trying to create that space, trying to provide that intel. Does have the diffuser in hand, so need to be
I think
careful
Kobe
that they
Lax
don't
gets
get
2 kills this
caught
round.
out by anything
He's
like
roaming top
that.
floor. He's feeling himself.
On the side of Cloud9, they could find that diffuser
He's
there.
all alone, but he needs to be the guy to make a play. He's going to make a big play. They're going to try to push him. They're going to miss-drone him. They're going to try to push him. They're going to do something silly. Actually, they're just kind of just ignoring to go direct through vending. But he's going to come in for the flank, and he's going to have massive impact.
I don't know much about Giddy, but he seems like a really nice guy. I'm glad to see him succeeding. He's been toiling. He reminds me a lot of, like, I mean, obviously the comparison here is just solely based on tenure, not ability, but he reminds me a lot of Achieved, when Achieved played like 7 seasons in like Challenger League before finally getting picked up to play at the pro level. I don't think Giddy's got quite that like prestige that Achieved had, and then Achieved immediately, like when he came to PL, just like came out swinging.
So you think that Giddy is going to end up teaming with Bolo, win an SI, and then get scammed by Sam Bankman-Fried?
Do you understand how like logical conclusions work?
No.
It's a rhetorical question.
I love this plant spot, dude. It's better with a Mav on the breach. Oh my god, Dream shitting on everybody! Okay, I do still love the plant spot. They probably still win this, but Dream's giving him hope. Dream's giving him a chance.
Why are they allowing like 3 people to swamp him? Where the fuck is the... where?
One's above. Yeah, okay.
I was like, why are they letting everybody just swarm soldier?
One was way back playing very passive. The other guy was above.
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck is the rest of this team?
They got there eventually, don't worry.
Current event update. Rin is learning that not being able to ADS while jumping onto windows, in fact, an intended change.
PSG Talon towards the end of that round,
Oh, that's bad.
Picking their plant spot, creating the space. It's just the basics, and that is.
I'm gonna dip for like 10 seconds. I trust you to entertain the chatters, Parker.
Where are you going?
Just the bathroom.
You can go to the bathroom in 10 seconds.
Along the way, and that was a great example of basics. Mid-floor control.
I fear he's already gone.
Get challenged from above.
No, we're not casting this event. We are the Reload Rejects. We were not asked to work the event for a couple of reasons. The way that Blast explained it to us was that they had priorities for the duos that they brought that didn't really align with bringing us, aka I'm assuming they want to give Dev and Nick more reps as a new duo, and Guz and Xenox were not able to work SI together, so I get that. That's fine. You don't work every single event. Lately I have been, because it's all been circuit stuff. This isn't a circuit event, right? Like this is just like a one-off tournament. And if you remember, like I wasn't invited to like a bunch of dream hacks. I wasn't invited to the Allied Esports minor. I wasn't invited to cast OJ Pit, etc. Like, and I would argue those actually had higher stakes because they qualified you for SI. Obviously, as a caster, you want to be at every single event, and I'm no different. But you're telling me that I get to stay at home and just hang with Jesse and not go to Brazil and fly for like 14 hours? Like, I'm not terribly upset at that, you know? And yeah, I mean, you get like me unhinged talking about the game. So fuck yeah, Misa, you destroy that window pane, man. Nobody's gonna stop you. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I have to interface with Flynn, Fluke, and Jesse, so it's a bit painful. All right, Fluke is fine. The other two can go to hell.
I'm back. You say anything about me?
Yeah, Fluke's the diversity hire, and then wasn't hired for reload.
They gotta be diverse.
You're not diverse enough,
too, Parker.
Unfortunately, you are trans, which gives you +1, but then you are white, which gives you -10, and unfortunately, you're just not diverse enough. You need to be more intersectional. You need to be more intersectional to get invited to events. Yeah, they got Maria. Is Fast Ann working the event? I can't remember if Ann's working the event.
No, she's not. Dude, look at Packer go. My fucking king.
Dude, Packer had 1 kill in the first half. He's had 1 kill in the first half.
I'm not worried about his kills in the first half. He's IGLing down to a 4-2 attack and split on Not Even Labs, and he's popping off with the shotty. That's all I need.
Okay, so hold on. So like, how do the fucking cards work? Because nobody's done any of the cards, right?
So a lot of the cards aren't active until Monday.
Oh.
Basically, the only card that is active right now is if you get a 7-0, you get 2 extra points, which isn't even really a card, but they call it a card.
Okay, yeah, this seems like a very easy system to follow.
Oh, it is, yeah.
On the Monte, only pistol to use. Very unlikely. We know the shields are powerful.
And Fluke is British, so that's another -50. Yeah, I'm sorry, Emmy. It's just the the numbers speak. Just the numbers speak. Somebody asked if I'd be working at Esports World Cup. Absolutely not. So I don't even think I got an offer, to be honest. Did you get an EWC offer?
Yes, sir.
What? For what? For casting?
No, for an analyst.
This is kind of what I expected. I spoke about it earlier, and unsurprisingly, by the way.
Are they aware of what role you do now?
Listen, I'm not here to correct them, okay?
Means that we get to see another operator taken away. I'm wondering here if Cloud9 ban away.
I ain't taking any fucking Saudi money from EWC.
It would make sense to ban it as the last operator out of the 3 when you look at Shields.
I don't like if Blast lost the contract and like ESL picked it up, I would have no problem like getting paid by ESL because like my previous employer was owned by the Saudi Arabian government. It would seem quite silly for me to draw a line there. The line that I draw is I'd rather not go to work an event there. That's my line. Like, you really can't avoid where the money comes from, right? Like, yeah, we can try to be as ethical within an unethical system, but at the same time, like, it's entirely possible that, like, Saudi money is already coming to me through Blast and Ubisoft.
You might
But
be
I'm not
Saudi
gonna-
Arabian and you don't even know it.
I don't think that is a possibility. I think I am well aware I'm not Saudi Arabian.
What if you're a sleeper agent?
You have no problem taking their money, but you got a problem being their face. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you track where money comes from, there's a high likelihood that we are already getting paid with, you know, quote unquote blood money to begin with. It seems silly to draw a line there. My line is like, I'm not going to go to your country and tweet lovingly about your government and your event and, you know, promote it and be a face on camera for you. Like, that's where I draw the line. Like, if Blast lose the contract and ESL come back in and take over Pro League, like, I'd have no problem with that. You know, like, whatever. I need to be able to make a living. Can't turn down my nose at like just money, because it's like, well, you know, then people will be like, well, you know, like Tencent owns part of Ubisoft, so like you're getting paid with like Chinese money. And I was like, you fucking idiot. Like, we're all getting paid with Chinese money to begin with.
The Ubisoft contracts are actually written in yen.
Yen is Japanese.
Wait, what is Chinese money? Chinese currency. Yuan. Okay. Is that not the exact same pronunciation as yen, though?
No.
Yuan. It's not racist. It's
Dude,
like how
Jesse's racist.
I just thought a lot of countries would use the yen.
Jesse's racist.
It's like lots of countries use the peso. Lots of countries use the dollar.
What about the rupee?
I don't know how many countries use that, but probably more than one.
Shouldn't you know all this stuff, Mr. GeoGuessr boy?
Currency names is not something I have spent a lot of time learning. There is a new geography game I want to share with you, though. I've been addicted to it recently.
Is it all about Alberta secession?
No, because that's not a game, Parker. That's real life.
We should hashtag cancel Jesse. I agree with you. He's being
Can't
racist
cancel me,
again.
because in the
Jesse's being
Republic,
racist
in the
again.
Republic of the Alberta, we have real free speech in this country. Daniel Smith's
And
gonna
you
lead
use
us
that
to
free
greatness.
speech to say that Chinese and Japanese money is exactly the same.
And it's exactly the same. I'm sure this Chinese currency is much stronger than Japanese currency, which is down in the drain. I just didn't know what it was called.
Jesse, you didn't know that Chala won SI when he was on the TSM roster? With Geo and Merc and Achieved and...
That was like actually 6 months ago. Who in my chat is remembering these things?
Robert Cusack.
That is a Robert thing to remember, actually. Fair enough.
Why did you say it like that?
Because I know Robert.
Are you suggesting something about Robert's
I sure
ability
am.
to
Damn right.
hyperfixate on minute details and remember them?
Listen, I'm not saying specifically that. I'm just saying...
Are you saying that Robert has an abnormally high attention to detail on specific things?
I'm saying that Robert is in...
What are you suggesting here?
As good of a place as Silent is here, because that Goyo canister is about to pop, and he's about to be in the money.
Just stalling out at this door.
All right. Oh, the shot to the shield. This is good. He's got a win though.
Okay, that was a bad call on my mind. Robert, that doesn't reflect poorly on you. Really thought he was going to be in a better spot there.
Silent had nowhere to go but down there. Like, how do you get out of that
I
position?
didn't think he was being flanked up Aqua, and he had a Goyo with him.
He's playing suicide, dude. That's what you do. You just waste time in util and then die.
Nah, if you had the Goyo popped, he could have backed off.
He would have maybe been able to buy 20 seconds, but oh, Misa somehow killed himself with the gun. I guess that's the
Dude,
EDD.
that happened in the earlier game too. I don't know
It's
what
the
that is.
EDD. It's goofy.
What do you mean it's the EDD?
Capcan.
And PSG Talon claws out the
Is it
round
Capcan
and
that
keep
does it? I
themselves alive
guess.
in this one
Yeah.
for at
When you
least
run through a
one more
Capcan trap and you die to it, it just shows his gun. It doesn't show the icon.
The Oilers are starting Stuart Skinner tonight. There's actually no chance that that's true.
Dude, I
Calvin
heard that
Pickard has
I'm
won
suiting
6
up.
games in a row. There's no shot they're not starting him.
How did you say his name?
Calvin Pickard.
Okay, you say it right.
Pickard is
Oh,
day
Pickard's
to
injured.
day? No, Flynn.
Yes, he doesn't know fucking shit about ball, chat.
I know ball.
Jesse doesn't know shit about ball.
really
I know
good team play
Puck.
from PSG Talon.
I know
Kept it
my
simple,
team,
even
Puck.
with C9
I don't
Have you
know
ever played the
anything
game
like that.
Puck?
trying to contest. Now we get
Is
out
this
to
a
the
real game, or are you just
Yeah,
saying
it's
hockey
kind of like,
stupid?
it looks like a VR hockey game, but you play with mouse and keyboard, and apparently it's super addicting. I tried playing it and I thought it was really clunky. I didn't like it, but
Oh my god, it's real. Stuart Skinner to start game 3 versus the Golden Knights. We're actually never going to win a game again. Oh no.
Over the course of this game, and that is not going to be good enough for them. They need another 2 back-to-back.
Okay, that's a little concerning.
Like
Oilers were about to go on the fucking greatest winning streak of the playoff history. See you next year. Will Jinxie Coke Gooner show up today? Only if Fett opens my stream. If not, Jinxie Coke Gooner doesn't realize I'm live.
Clearing out this mid-floor. They did well last time to do so, and it gave them the opportunity to get that diffuser down. Can they do it again? They've got to win those same gunfights.
They have. I think for me, it's silent on the cat can that eyes will fall to here, though. Of course, it's very rare that you see these traps pick up a number of kills right around.
you notice the Night Haven Labs doesn't look any different, eh? What the fuck are you doing?
Silent. That's not ideally what we want up here. If anybody's gonna die, it's fine for it to be silent, but not ideal.
At least you're not a Preds fan. No, I spend enough time on Twitch. That's enough. That's enough time watching Predators. I don't need to be a fan of their team too.
Do you see the Mammoth logo?
Yeah, I think it's terrible, but people are loving it. I think it looks like I think it looks like a Fiverr logo.
Ah, it's dope. I love the direction they've gone for the new teams. I actually think Kraken, Vegas, and Utah all knocked it out of the park with their designs.
I don't love the Vegas logo, but I think everything else about it is sick, and I think their jerseys are beautiful. I love everything about the Kraken logo and design. I think the Mammoth look kind of bland and uninspired. I think the name is super cool, but it's what, the Colorado Mammoth or whatever, the university one is just... Everything about that is better than the Utah Mammoth. The Utah Mammoth literally looks like they got the logo commissioned on Fiverr. It looks so bad.
I think the logo's a little generic, but I don't think it looks bad. I think I've seen the Colorado one you're talking about. I think that logo looks fucking ugly as hell.
Well, I mean, it's not a nice looking logo. I think it's clever and I think it's like cool, but it's not like I would like proudly wear that. I don't think that's a main logo. I think that's a good like shoulder or like hat logo.
I like their
I think
secondary in Utah.
What, it just says Utah and it's just the fucking state.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I still think they should have called them the Salt Lake City Storm and Mormons, and then Seattle should have been the Rain City Bitch Pigeons, but people don't seem to like cool things.
I like the U with the tusk. I think that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of cool stuff they can do with it, and I like that like the head of the mammoth has like the mountains in the background. Like I think that's clever, but I think the logo is bad. Like I think the logo just looks like it looks cheap.
Chat's right. You're saying a lot of negative things. I need at least 3 positive things from you.
I literally just glazed the Kraken and the Golden Knights.
That's 2. I need 3rd.
I also glazed the Colorado Mammoth logo.
That one didn't feel so sincere. Okay, they're throwing this game, Parker.
Yes, Kobalax is upstairs, Tim, but he's got it all to do against 4.
No, it's just attacker side of Night Haven Labs.
I guess, dude. I mean, being able to perma insta ban like Bandit and Kaid does help the attackers quite a bit. It makes that top floor a lot more reasonable to push. Because the way this map works is like if you don't get IT wall open on the top floor or like storage bomb sites, it's like you insta lose. So the fact that you can ban out Bandit and Kaid and then just get it open every time certainly helps.
It was too little, too late. The damage had been done.
Has Kobe last?
No, we're not working the event, DRX. No, we're not.
We're on the verge.
Yeah, I think Kobe was really good in tier 2. Kobe was the original like stompin'. Obviously not as hyped up, but like he was kind of in Stompin's position where he was the best player in tier 2, the best fragger. And he just never really transitioned well into tier 1.
How does Parker feel knowing that there's a player named Jinxie Coke Gooner?
It's my number 1
I think the name could use some work. I think the name lacks finesse.
He's a treasure in this chat, okay?
Why were we not selected? It's a smaller event. It's not part of the official circuit. It's just like a one-off kind of like show tourney for partner teams. And they went with a significantly smaller talent lineup. And the considerations for picking talent for this event differed from the regular considerations that they, you know, they have. So any strong feelings on the new lighting on some maps? I think it looks too dark, personally. But I like that it's atmospheric. I think it looks pretty. But I think from a competitive standpoint, it might be a bit too dark, but I haven't really played it, so I can't speak from experience.
In round 14, when Cloud9 move on to the attack, then it will
I'm a little shocked they're going storage here.
Nighthaven looks exactly the same. I made that joke earlier. They haven't touched any. They've only hit up 5 maps: Cafe, Chalet, Border, Clubhouse, and what's the other one? Border, Chalet, Cafe, Clubhouse, and fuck, I'm forgetting
You
the
were
other one.
at the event where they announced this. I was.
I know, and there was one that I kept forgetting, and I know it's this one.
Cafe?
It's Bank. No, it's Bank. I said Cafe.
I don't.
It's four launch maps in Border.
Okay, this is where Kobe actually steps up massive. They work it around the Monty, they get it done. Alright. I was not confident in the pick to go back to storage, but their top floor hold is actually nasty. Kobe's hitting the shots. Giddy's putting up 13.
They just tried to work in with that Monty shield. They showed so much patience
This is over.
using that shield previously.
This would
There's
technically
no way
be
CL9 loses.
Giddy's
C9 loses.
first rookie
CL9.
Because before he was a tier 2 player, he wasn't a tier 1 rookie. So this is Giddy's first rookie game.
Those gunfights when they needed to. They're gonna know that he's in here on
That's
the
a hell of a
map. It's gonna
start.
be very, very difficult to get this pickup. Will manage to. So that's something at least. Yes, back on their
They have
feet.
4 Candelas,
Leaves us in a
admittedly.
2v4, but with a minute left
With
to
4
go,
Candelas in a
this
dream, anything is
almost certainly
possible.
Cloud9's.
The only reason why Barley University even got added to the game as a competitive map is because Reddit kept demanding it, and they added it, and like a month later, Reddit was like, "This map's dog shit," and it's like, yeah, that's why Ubisoft didn't want to make it an official map, you boneheads. And then it got removed from the game because the optics of having a shooting game involving a school is quite poor because America doesn't have sensible policies. So.
Kobe's one shot away, but even with that, he manages to get the trade, takes down Gotti, and that's
Anything's
a big
possible.
loss. Out of the two that you wanted to lose, it wasn't Gotti. Cloud9 managed to find success. They take down PSG Talon.
All right, bro. All right.
They did come back at them a little
I mean,
bit.
like, there's a couple. I have a couple immediate thoughts here on this team.
Tell
I
me.
mean, number one, the fact that PSG Talon were unable to win a match against basically a brand new team with no game day reps is quite poor for PSG Talon. C9 had to struggle and made some, you know, odd choices, but again, they're a new team. They're finding their footing. They're finding their way. So it doesn't really like surprise me that they had some growing pains. I don't think it bodes well for C9 moving forward. And based on the way I just saw them play Nighthaven Labs, I don't have a lot of confidence in them. But I mean, we'll see.
Bad day for APAC. I'll say that. Bad start. Congrats.
Can you point me to a
C9
good day for
believers.
APAC, Jesse?
2 years ago when they won the quarterfinals of Sweden. Right up until they lost the semis.
You mean Yavla?
I do.
Jesse, how do I tell you that Yavla was 3 years ago?
Yavla was 2.5 years ago exactly, because it was the last
Okay,
event that I didn't
2.5. Sorry, whatever. We'll split the difference.
It's the
So what's going
last
on with
event
Tim's
that didn't
mic?
work. Huh? I don't know. I moved to A stream. Do you want to play GeoGuessr, though?
I'm gonna go make some food real quick here. What's going on with my hair? It's like, it's like parted in the middle. Look at that.
Wow. Wait, what are you making food? What are you making for food?
I have a lot of like leftovers to heat up. So
Leftover what?
chicken.
Just chicken. Just plain chicken.
Well, no, I could make a sandwich. I could make a salad. There's lots of shit I can do.
All right, so you're going to the kitchen without a plan? You're going willy-nilly?
I think what I'm gonna do is I have a nice box of spring mix. I have blue cheese dressing. I have a bunch of chicken. I have some cherry tomatoes. I have some cucumbers. I have some feta, but I'm not gonna use the feta and the blue cheese together. So if I don't want to use the blue cheese, I can just do a balsamic and olive oil dressing with all the rest. I'm growing basil, so I can always do like basil and tomato.
You're
and
growing
feta if I
basil?
want. Sorry?
You're growing basil.
Yeah, I always grow herbs.
Okay, I understand why we weren't picked for Rio now. It all makes sense now.
Because I garden?
Yeah.
Basil is like the easiest thing to grow. You plant it and it grows forever, and then you just cut the flowers off of it, and
It's
then it
not
just like
the difficulty of it, Parker. It's the principle.
it cost me like $7 to get a fully like developed basil plant, and it costs almost the exact same to just get a tiny package of it at the
I
grocery
bet
store.
you anything Ace of Pyrite is not growing basil on his balcony, Parker. I bet you anything.
Well, he
Take
lives
some
in
fucking
Britain. They don't
notes.
have balconies, so
Take some goddamn notes. Anyways, go tend to your basil. I'm gonna play GeoGuessr with my fucking chat, okay?
how good do you think they would do if this was a team?
If this was a team, Savage, Licky Packer, and the other two that I didn't see, Fleepox and
Nathan
Nath,
Fellapox?
I think they'd be... They beat my ass.
Why do they show favelas? like why do they display that?
If you run out of bullets, you have to spend the rest of your time there. They don't have money for hotels, so if you get knocked out of the tournament, you live in the favelas. So it's like motivation.
You being racist again?
No, that's not racist.
Sounds like you're being racist again, just like when you said that Chinese and Japanese money's the same.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. Chat heard you.
I'm
We're
a
canceling
big
you again.
believer in the Chinese economy. I think they're doing pretty well.
You think that the Chinese economy's doing well? Wow, some real hard-hitting analysis from you there.
Well, better than the Japanese economy.
Yeah, China's got the second biggest economy on the planet. Very good, Jesse.
Listen, tariffs are not being kind to them though. Okay, could be a lot better.
I'm not racist for thinking something that is racist is racist. That's not how it works.
You're racist.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I have the stream on with the Mario Brothers. I'm gonna go make something super quick. Milosh laughed at the exact time I made that joke. It made it seem like he was very happy with my joke.
He's probably tuned in.
Do you think he's got our stream on in his earpiece?
I do. I think production has linked up all the earpieces to just be our co-stream. I'm sure they're on no delay at all.
There usually isn't a delay at LAN. Like, what they're doing right now, honestly, is probably delayed by like 30 seconds at most.
Yeah, but not this time. 0, because he's reacting live to your plays. Chat, did I give you a GeoGuessr link earlier and just not pin it? Or did I just not give you a link? I don't think I did.
Okay, I'm gonna go make some food real quick. I'll be right back.
Leave. Go tend to your basil. Alright. We're going to be playing some GeoGuessr. If you're in Parker's stream, you can't play. I'm sorry. If you're in my stream, you can't play. I'm going to play this one because I didn't realize I didn't give you guys one, and then I'll link you one. End predictions. Predictions have been ended. I don't know what you want from me, Robert. Alright, I can guarantee you, though, I am getting 4 countries in this game, and the 5th is going to be a neighboring country. This is a good game. I can smell it. I can smell the tactics in this game. We're in Canada. Okay, easy start. Easy start. I'd love a license plate here. Is that plate green? A green plate would imply Saskatchewan. I don't see a front plate on that truck. We're very hilly, though, for Saskatchewan. But the road's kind of shit, which does line up. And we're on a direct north-south, but we're growing corn. They don't grow corn in Saskatchewan very much. I think there's a very real chance it's just like Ontario. I think it super could be Ontario, but I'm going to go with my initial guess, go Saskatchewan. I'll go north. It gets a little hilly up in the north. Let's go around like Prince Albert. How does he do it? How does he do it every time? My God. That's 1 for 1, chat. 1 for 1. Next, we're on a bridge. And we've got a few not having a flag makes it a little tougher. Sun's in the south, so we should be northern hemisphere. That doesn't... it's not what I wanted to see, to be honest. I almost got Brazil vibes to start, but if the sun is south of us, we can't be in Brazil. Well, probably not. I think it must be like Eastern Europe, which is going to make getting the country really fucking hard. I feel like it could be like Slovenia. Slovenia is very like mountainy and foresty like this. I feel like Slovenia's got better infrastructure, though. Let's go a little farther east. Romania's always a safe bet. I'm a big Romania picker. It could even... I don't think it's Russia. I don't think Russia's got mountains like this. I'm gonna go Romania. Bulgaria. All right, all right. I said I would get one neighboring country at some point, so that's my one. I gotta get the next 3 nations here. And this should be easy. Lopisquo. Fuck, this is not gonna be easy. So this is a sign that means you're leaving whatever town this is. And they only have those in Europe. So we're gonna be Europe somewhere, but that's not super helpful. What language is that? Lopwashwoko. Lopwashwoko. Any chatters from Loshwapokwo? Kind of sounds Polish to me. Kind of, like a little bit. The landscape might be a little more south, though. God, I might go Slovakia. I'm not confident, chat. It was Poland. If I go with my gut there, if I just trust my language skills, I nail that. In my head, though, the entire country of Poland is a wheat field, so I just assumed that it couldn't be Poland. Fuck. All right, we can still get 3 for 5. Jail Singlesari 3. Jail Singlesari 3. WhatsApp number. Okay, I think it has to be Indonesia, right? What could it be if it's not Indonesia? Because I don't think it would be the Philippines. The Philippines is usually more English words on their signs. Not that we can see a lot of signs. It could be the Philippines. But it feels more like Indonesia. Could be Malaysia, I guess, too, actually. I don't know if Malaysia has poles like this, though. We're driving on the left. I think Indonesia drives on the left. I'm just locking it. Nice. Oh, beauty guess. Beauty guess. We got the right island. Not bad. All right, one more. We're obviously a little chilly. Could we be in North America? That looks like a very NA sign. We got a lot of birch trees, too. Fuck. The little infrastructure we have looks kind of NA. Like, this fence, maybe not so much, but could be. I want to go America. I want to go, like, Northeast USA. I want to go, like, New Hampshire or some shit. I don't think it's Canada. It doesn't give me Canada vibes. The road's weird, and that looks like a very dark pole. Maybe that makes it is Canada, actually. Oh, shit. I don't know. I'm going to commit. That's how we do it. That's how we do it, baby. Not the greatest region guess in the USA, but I'm happy I didn't go Canada. All right, 3 for 5. Could have been worse. What's up, Lynx? Beauty. All right, chat, I'm going to give you a game to play. We'll play this together on the next one. 18K is a pretty horrendous score, I can't lie to you. Can we get a mod to pin this message, please? That's not what I wanted to copy. That's my stream title. Can we get a mod to pin this message, please? Azazel, thank you. All right, and let's go check in on DarkZero. What are our next games? It's going to be DZ versus... Oh, Spirit's in a DarkZero jersey. Looks kind of fire. That's my first time seeing him in the new fit. I'm going to check on what the actual games are today. It's DarkZero Fnatic, which is kind of fun. You got a bit of a grudge match in the Brits. The 2 British coaches. But I think DZ will slap them. And then it's Falcons versus Loud. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm a Loud believer. I'm a big hater of Loud. I think they're gonna kind of flop out this event. I'd almost rather watch DZ versus Fnatic. It's an NA team too. I think we watch DZ. Lair's quite defender-sided. Well, actually, no. Lair was defender-sided, but I think his teams have gotten a lot better at it. It's become a lot more attacker-sided. Fuck you for putting the Baby Shark song in your video. I'm praying it doesn't get us copyright clipped. No, new video's doing pretty good, though. New video's doing pretty good. I know Flynn was up all night getting it finished up, so that's good to see. We technically got it out before reload started. It was a buzzer beater. We had about 4 hours or something before reload began, but we got there. That's what matters. Interesting they have Citizen sitting in the middle. I know for a fact Citizen's not IGLing this team. IGLs here should be Nafe up against Groovy. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, Europeans. I don't think Groovy's ever IGL'd before, right? Because on Fnatic, or not Fnatic, on Secret it would have been, I believe Savage has IGL'd that team for years. And then before he was on Secret, where even was Groovy? Before he was on Secret, he was on, yeah, I mean, Tier 2 teams. He might have IGL'd in Tier 2, I don't know. Why is Fnatic so blonde? They're like a very North team, aren't they? Other than Sarks, they've got a lot of like Northern Europeans. They got 2 Finns. They got a Dutchman and a Pole. And then a British coach, as I say. DZ should slap this team. I'm a Fnatic hater. You know, this team has not made an international event literally since they had Spoit on their roster. So I fear that they will not do well. But I am coming at a place of ignorance. I've heard Sarks is kind of nasty. So I mean, I'd be happy to get surprised. But for me, DZ should be running away with this. If Pambazoo loses a BO1 game against Jaxu, it might be the bottom point of his career. All right, I'm actually gonna listen to the casters.
For this, a little bit of a mix-up from the APAC shenanigans that we've had this morning. Now we go over to 2 teams with, I guess, some, again, intriguing roster.
Do you think Parker's watering his basil right now?
Both of DarkZero and
I think he probably is.
Different map. Chalet, thankfully. Something different here. Match 3 on the A stream for Reload Day 1.
Yeah, I'm really eager. I think DarkZero very much going to look to come out of the gate strong.
All right.
We know that North America
Get ready to lock and load, chat. I'm starting you a new channel point prediction. Don't forget to gamble. 80% for DarkZero on the socials.
Will we finally see a change of pace?
Social prediction, though.
Very one-sided social prediction.
Who wins this game, FNC or DZ? I give you 5 minutes. Go ahead, gamble your hearts out.
Well, I mean, look, I think DarkZero definitely should go into this as the favored roster. I think their core 3 that
DZ should win this, but there might be some big Sarks believers who can get fat payouts on this. I don't believe I have anybody in this game on my fantasy team either. No, I don't. So I have no dog in this fight. Does Whiskey Run have anybody, though?
Performing quite well over a little bit of time. You add in Citizen and Spirits now, who have both
because I'm playing against Run. What's up, Parker?
I return.
Whiskey is Pambazoo. Okay, I'm hoping Pambazoo puts up a stinker today.
What do you mean Whiskey is Pambazoo?
Whiskey Run.
What does that mean?
He's who I'm playing in fantasy.
Not quite sure. Jaxu, Groovy come in. Are they the
I don't
names that
understand.
were needed to propel this
What
round?
don't you understand, Parker?
National event. Of course, they get the partner invitation for
A
Reload,
lot of
but
stuff.
Think about going into stage 1, stage 2. Can they make a major? Can they
Parker,
make
who's
an
your favorite
SI?
player on
With
Fnatic?
this roster remains to be seen.
Whiskey Run is a caster.
Jags, of course, been together for a little bit of
Yeah,
time
he's
now.
tier 2 caster. He was like, did you not watch any of Jinxie's teammates games? He casted all of them.
But for Fnatic, they've definitely got to do quite a
Siege
bit
double
to
shot.
catch up to
This
PSG.
is the guy who gave me a bottle of whiskey in
Many probably going into this event with very low
in Boston, Parker.
expectations.
Do you remember when we went to a
Especially
bar
compared to some of the
in
other
Boston
particular
and we
events. So
exited the bar and I had just acquired a
just
bottle of
for
whiskey?
themselves, I think that they could find some confidence at this event.
Vaguely.
The foundations for
Whiskey Run's the guy who got me the bottle of whiskey.
Whiskey Run got you whiskey.
Exactly.
That's really
It's a bit of a
convenient.
callback because
Yeah, that's great.
casting name.
worrying, mate.
It's apparently really good whiskey too. I'm not gonna lie to you, that whiskey was some of the worst whiskey I've ever had. It was not good whiskey.
What whiskey was it?
It does.
I don't remember. It was like it had their logo on it, but it was like it was like a specific brand. It was like a common brand. I can't remember which. They didn't make it. They just put their logo on it, which was still sick. Like the bottle was dope. I just didn't think the whiskey inside was that
Probably
good.
helps that we've had 15 rounds across two. No.
And honestly,
It's a good thing R6 share exists so Fnatic can make events.
Oh, more than 15 rounds then in the end. Apologies, but
I think they'll do really well too.
math is not my strong point.
You're joshing a little bit. I think you just, yeah.
That's why I became a
On the
counselor,
B
because my
stream, it's
education was-
Falcons versus Loud, which probably has better games, but I'm not a Loud
watch this
believer,
game.
Parker.
We can kind of just go
I would rather
watch
watch
this game.
DZ.
Yeah, same.
Fnatic, definitely one that, you know, when we kind of found out
I need to make.
I look at this one as
I made chili oil the other day, but I need to make like a
definitely come into this one as the favorite of the two rosters.
like a
Genuinely
sweet
curious as to
chili
how Fnatic are
sauce.
gonna perform.
For your ice cream.
Speaking of, one of you want to grab a headset? Fox, Lax?
Jesse, you don't do much cooking, do
I
you?
don't think so.
I do a lot of
We
cooking.
did actually. Last time we were
Right
in
back.
Brazil, we actually got to do a try.
Gotta go tend to that fucking basil once again, eh?
Ah, for you, I enjoyed it. I think it was great. You got some good insights. I think.
You're just being nice to
Can't
him 'cause
remember.
he's closer, so he's in with arm's reach.
For Fnatic, what's the map here again? It's Lair.
Whereas I'm
If
Boston,
Fnatic
I
get
was
like
at
4
home,
rounds, I
you
think they
in
should be
Boston.
pretty happy.
I'm just at home relaxing.
If they like have some decent looking attacks,
channel.
that gives me
We
some
are
hope.
actually getting back
Because
into
like
a short
the
little
goal is
bit
not
back
beat
through the
DarkZero, it's get out of
fan
groups.
phase, and beautifully, it comes up on our screen.
And so we'll see how that
So I don't
goes.
even think
They
we got
double
any
shield
fan
banned
phase
against
originally.
DarkZero.
By the way, Warden, Kite, banned off by,
Interesting.
DarkZero.
I mean, you do have okay.
Beard and-
Wait, was that
All right, yeah, that makes
Was
sense.
actually that quick?
They
I
banned
think it
Blitz,
was.
Blackbeard against
Right. I
Spirits.
think they actually
Spirits is
did.
a
We have
very
not
Spirits is
actually
probably
played
the
a
best
single
Blitz player
round
in the
yet, but
world.
we're about to do
So it makes sense to
The
ban
other
his
Lair
Blitz, and then
today,
Blackbeard is just a
DarkZero
better
and Fnatic
Blitz.
both
So
have reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point.
I think those are smart shield bans. If you're going against DarkZero, the one shield you can leave up is probably the Monty. But Nafe is still a good Monty. Don't get me wrong. So we'll see.
We have seen in some of the other matchups, Paul's first day win.
Elevate put up 1.
Yeah, right. In a more one-sided matchup, not taking that risk of putting 2 bullets on the board. So,
Can only today be able to put up 1 or 2 bullets.
what was your question, sorry?
I didn't have a question.
Fnatic
Oh,
gambled
save it.
2 bullets on this
Oh,
too.
my apologies. I could hear you over the radio.
So they gotta be kind of
Just
confident.
very profound in my statement.
You want to see if
Thank
Citizen
you.
baits harder than when he was with Sonics on M80? I like Citizen as a player. I really hope he just can stick with a team for a while. Because I feel like one of Citizen's biggest problems is he's just like never sticks with a team. He moves around so much. He went from G2 to Sonics to M80. Played like SI quals with ITB, if I remember correctly. I think Citizen gets way overhated.
I mean, what is the realistic, right? Like, keeping the expectations grounded a little bit. What is the realistic expectation for Fnatic at this event?
I was quite surprised when M80 dropped Citizen, actually, but it's clear M80 were deciding to go in a complete revamp, different direction with their roster.
Spot here a little bit.
M80 have finally decided that importing every single one of their players is maybe not the strat they
No, I
should be
don't
running
believe
with.
so. I don't think top 8 is realistic either. So is
If
it
they
just
can
a
maybe-
case of
If they can maybe avoid bottom
Okay,
4, I think
what?
that'd probably be a success.
yeah,
As
get,
harsh as that may sound.
get a couple
What are
of
you
wins.
yapping
My
about
cat
back
is
there?
my cat is soaking wet. I don't know what he did.
They need to look good.
Somehow he is like drenched.
That's not a good sign.
Teams here that have certainly made
Yeah.
a bundle of roster changes.
He likes to play with his water, so he'll like he'll smack at it with his paw and then like play in all the water that like splashes over the side of the bowl, and then he walks around with like little wet paws.
We have like an automatic fountain, right? And
What?
if it ever runs, we have like an automatic fountain for like the cat water. And if
We
it
need to
ever
get
runs
one.
low, Indy will like just like tip the fountain over to try to get the water to come out of it.
It's not good.
No, but I mean, really, it's on us. We should make sure it's full.
Growing herbs is awesome if you can get some good food from a nearby market. I cannot stand this Interro slander. Thank you.
All this guy yaps about is his fucking basil. It's ridiculous.
I have said one thing about my basil. I just went and watered it.
If Spirits makes a play here. Spirits is on the Ying Shoddy, by the way.
Unable to take that head on.
That's an aura loadout. Aura loadout!
Oh, you're ahead of me again.
He's getting two. Oh my god, Spirits!
Spirits will be the better of the two.
Get three, get three, get three! Dude, this
ridiculous.
is the greatest Spirits shotgun play I've ever seen.
Quick succession for Spirits. What an entry for him. What a start for Dark.
Great casting pacing by Xenox there, by the way.
Framed him as being
I didn't
A
listen.
lot of amateur casters would be fucking screaming there for like what he just did, and it's like it's round one, still early-ish in the day. Xenox casted that so well with like the right amount of energy and enthusiasm.
From Fnatic. It's not a typical set play from the attack, and Fnatic struggling to adapt.
I mean, is that something that this DarkZero roster probably needed a little bit? Was a bit more pizzazz and flash and
Change of pace.
change of pace.
It's a big thing.
And honestly, it
I
was
think
bold.
I think you're right.
What?
Well,
Spirits.
this was an easy highlight for those in the back room.
It was bold and it was beautiful.
Full control from main stairs to the Bez, clears out Jaxu, and obviously had an idea that the flank was coming from Jegs.
Yeah, basil's really easy to grow,
Oh
and
my
it grows
God.
forever. Like you literally just watch a video on how to get infinite basil, and you just like you cut it where the stem splits,
Basil.
and then it grows two plants from there instead of one. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again, and the basil
Change
just
your-
never stops.
Instead of Interro Bang, you should be Interro Basil.
The organization as well.
You love your basil so
Very good
much.
performance, and I think rightly so. Wealth of knowledge and experience from a technical side, but also
Sure, man.
energy inside of the
Citizen the Rora.
for match day is
I have
very
not
much
seen
appreciated
many
by
good
players.
Rora plays so far.
Now, this particular clip with the new ban phase, I'm led to believe that the coach is now having a little bit more.
That was a great
Yeah, that
one,
was a
Jesse.
good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Interro basil's a good one, dude. That's the collective brain trust here.
Yeah. And that's the thing about me is like, I'm witty with it too. Everybody thinks I just do numbers, but I'm witty. I'm quick with it.
Try and shut down Spirits, right? And they may follow that up with a target ban onto him, depending on what he likes to play. Was the Ying and the first round, sometimes he'll follow up. That'll be intriguing.
You grow rosemary, but it freezes and dies every year. Yeah, I mean a lot of herbs are they're annuals, right? They're not perennials. I had an herb trough outside that was basil, two different types of parsley, like curly parsley and Italian parsley, thyme, rosemary, sage, chives, mint. I tried to grow cilantro, but I didn't catch it before it started to flower, so it was useless. But
Okay, the second greatest Italian Siege player of all time is starting to put up a wall against DZ. It's a little concerning. Citizen did actually use one of his walls. Was it to Toxin? It was, I think.
There is an enabler for making plays and
Yeah.
creating space, but you
No,
need
it wasn't.
those
Was it?
other teammates up
No.
to get full value.
Reload.
So we'll wait and see. I don't think this is going to be the best round to showcase her ability to not now garner that control.
Pamba 0-2. This is a fantastic start as well.
I give them a call.
DarkZero
And now we're entering top floor, but there is 0 roamers.
it's actually a very
They're not
poor start
aware
for
of.
Pamba.
It was good for my fantasy team, though.
I think DarkZero have just elected to just sit back, see if Fnatic are going to continue to play aggressive, maybe catch one of them.
The Fuse get down in garage
Fnatic,
is
after
pretty
finding this
miserable
position
here.
with 2 kills and being aggressive early, have just
I feel like they
cooled
kind of
things down
need a
little bit.
throw from Fnatic to win
Elected
this at this
to fall
point.
back. Play site, 40 seconds left, 5v3, and it's certainly a well-drilled outfit. Although I say that, Zarx goes for one more and does find the head of Spirits and Fnatic.
You can't let Starks ace his second round ever on LAN.
We're super aggressive.
Actually, I think he played the Central Combine land, but you can't let him get that confidence.
The swing from Jags.
For the
Italian
love of
Stallion.
God.
Really good game sense. Does find the kill. Running out of time though for
I'm at
DarkZero
20
bringing out
seconds,
players.
19 seconds, 18,
Hold on, keep
17,
counting. Keep counting!
13, 12, 11, 10,
Now I'm behind.
9,
Could be effective. Groovy.
8,
Hit well,
7,
second one effective, but he
6.
already found the kill onto Citizen, and
The round ended.
First got 4 kills?
Second round. The majority of the work done early.
Yeah, over towards Warehouse. That
He played Cyber Series too. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Quite a difficult part of the map to attack. There's so many different angles and positions that defenders can situate themselves in, and so clearing that in an effective manner, in a methodical manner at that, can be a challenge for the attack.
He did do both? Okay.
Once you bleed those
Nah,
digs,
Scarz is pretty nasty.
you don't really get
What instructions can't I follow?
Your whole game plan all just goes out the window.
When I say keep counting.
pretty much automatically go into salvage mode. And to their credit, DarkZero, you can see very much playing the round out. You can see some deep comp looking to try and play together.
That's a tough push.
Especially NJR and Citizen.
If they get the trade in Garage, they clear out Sarks, then they're in a way better spot. But I mean, that's just a tough start. And recovering when you just have a fucking Glass and a Rora feels kind of bad.
Which is already better than really what we got probably from our opening matches, which both the first 2 matches of...
What did our prediction end up being? 90% DarkZero, 10% Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Sarks could make some channel point millionaires tonight.
Now to DarkZero to change things up a little bit, and Spirits is electing to bring Shield play out rather than the Ying. We'll go Montang on the attacker repick.
Is he going Boss G? He might be, actually. He's got secondary out right now.
And so that's arguably the danger player now playing 3 different operators.
Are you a Boss G believer, Parker?
And that's what you want. You need to have a good operator pool.
No.
Especially with the new ban phase, right? Because at the conclusion of this round, it puts Fnatic in a difficult position. If Spirits continues to play well...
It was also only 3. It was not a 4K for Starks.
My cat's name is Max. He wanted to come say hello. I forgot how fucking grim the Fnatic jersey is. I haven't seen it. They've never really had good jerseys.
Do you remember when they changed their logo like 5 years ago and everybody was like losing their minds?
I like the current logo. I actually didn't hate it. I thought the old logo was kind of not bad. It just didn't really do much for me.
I still think
I
it
didn't
looks
name
like,
the cat, by the way.
It looks like a guy whose like robe is open and he's got a little wiener hanging out.
And so this is such a strong opportunity for this roster with their
Wouldn't you say?
to get some really good prep in for the upcoming season. It's making his way down through storage. Jaxu close by.
Why must you speak?
You know, this is the exact position where Spoit got his 4th ever professional ace.
And again, another slow start to this round. It was Fnatic though in the previous round that elected to take the pace.
Wow, that's insane. Spirits just missed that, dude.
Doesn't quite land. Certainly an opportunity that goes begging for DarkZero. But they are getting a decent amount of map control here in the 3rd round without losing anybody. Obviously, the Montang helping.
You know, I can excuse the racism,
huh?
Play there for the
but I can't excuse that.
Effective thus far.
Only one exothermic actually available, by the way. So this is it. You got to get this hard breach opened up. Just over a minute remaining.
I don't mind this push so far because they've already dealt with the wall down below. That feels a little.
Just Gridlock's not a good operator, eh?
Yeah, I mean Gridlock's not great.
I think Gridlock's fine. I just meant in this match, whoever's playing Gridlock gets absolutely hosed.
Yeah, Gridlock's fine.
I'm very Jeff-like. Who's Jeff? No, the joke was that Jesse is a racist, but then made a comment about Fnatic looking like a robe that's open with a penis coming out. And I said I can excuse the racism, but I can't excuse that comparison.
I'm not a racist. I would like to
a joke,
revisit
chat.
that. I would like to revisit that statement. Gotta back that one up a little bit.
Chat, what do you think?
God. Does he know? Does he know? Oh no.
Oh, Jeff Winger? You know that I went out for dinner in Vancouver, and Joel McHale was at the table right behind us.
Dare I say, you know, you come into this event, you talk about expectations.
He's tall.
Talk about
He's a tall dude.
For which teams?
I liked Community.
What are those expectations? With this DarkZero roster, certainly more of an expectation.
That was our West Coast trip that we did, and when we were stepping off the elevator into the hotel lobby, John Cena was living at the hotel because he was filming Peacemaker or whatever it's called. Yep, that's him. He was living at the hotel while they were filming it, so he was just standing in the lobby. And then we Ubered to a restaurant, and Joel McHale was at the table behind us, and I was like, okay.
Nothing for DarkZero to punish on and capitalize.
I mean, you say
Community fell off hard because Dan Harmon left, but then when he came back, it was fine. Did I see John Cena? I actually didn't. I had to look in a mirror.
I feel like when Donald Glover left, it was also like a huge hit.
Dong Lover.
What else could it be?
Dan Harmon came back in what, season 5? Season 6?
I think 6.
We're doing 6 seasons in a movie.
Still waiting on that movie.
Got a lot of people that are doing other stuff.
It'll come.
Obviously, we've been seeing that employed here by Fnatic on the defense.
I thought Joel McHale's character in The Bear was terrific too.
I didn't watch that.
What are your initial thoughts?
Season 1 of The Bear is incredible. Season 2 of The Bear has some really phenomenal moments. Season 3 of The Bear is kind of boring. The first 3 seasons of Community are like perfect.
Yeah, those are very
Like,
good. The paintball
literally
episode?
perfect.
Oh my god.
Monty has only appeared.
And then season 4 had some okay moments, but was mostly bad. That's the one I think they refer to as the gas leak season. He came back for Dan Harmon, I think, came back for season 5, but then by like season 6, half the people had left. The Bear is a great series. Season 3 was kind of boring. That's it. Seasons 1 and 2 of The Bear are excellent. I love Chicago. I literally went to the restaurant that it's based off of and got a dip, a beef dip there when I was in Chicago last year. Like, I love the show.
That you dipped into the dip. Was it Bear?
Jardinier. Hmm?
Was it Bear? In your dip? Was it Bear dip?
No, Jesse, they don't use real bear in their food.
Can you eat bear? I'm sure somebody has.
Yeah, I mean, indigenous communities eat bear.
I would like to try bear.
Only 90 seconds left. DarkZero is slow and methodical.
What's up, Run? Run, your Pamba pick here is not going so well.
Try and put some pressure on Fnatic.
I'm praying on his downfall today.
Trying to force them out of key positions. I think right now Fnatic are very happy with the way that the pacing's playing out in this match. Opportunity there for the Montang to beat the nuisance, but forced away by the
You gotta cook it to kill parasites. I kind of like the parasites though.
Parasites.
The parasites make it like a little bit more exciting to eat. It's like when you eat oysters out of like the shell, it makes it more fun. When you eat bear with the parasites, it makes it more enjoyable.
Spirits, really the objective.
Why are you so wet?
Get into a corner, get the plant down, have others cover off the back of the Montang.
Like, look at this. Well, I'm gonna full screen for a sec. Look at what is paused it.
You're full screening, 45 seconds left in the execute. They're in. Spirits is planting.
Yeah, you got this little wet pause all over my shorts.
Alright, Citizen. Not the start we're needing from you, buddy.
RFK style bear. Yeah, the worm is the worm's the co-pilot.
This is good for DZ, but Sarks is alive, so it's scary. Oh my god, he's got the angle too. Alright, they're chilling. NJR a little 4K. Casually.
Yeah, it might not be the most flashy siege from DarkZero, but certainly a very calculated round. Really good play. Spirits getting into that position and getting that plant.
Jake is pacing this casting very well.
On that position from Fnatic.
You mentioned that.
Get that plant down.
I did that in round number 1, but I think it's worth revisiting as we go deeper into the match.
It's probably why he got hired instead of you.
You think that's why?
That and the fact that he doesn't grow basil.
You have no idea. He like doesn't he live in the middle of nowhere?
I'm pretty sure every Australian caster lives in Melbourne.
These two teams apart through the opening 4 rounds.
Because the only one that didn't move, the only one that didn't live in Melbourne was the rocket scientist, who I'm blanking on her name.
Mandy.
But then she moved to Melbourne.
The way that you said rocket scientist sounded so condescending.
How can you call somebody a rocket scientist condescendingly? That's like the sickest job on planet Earth.
well, I don't know how to tell you this because you live in a province that does this all the time, but sometimes people don't like them educate folk.
The University of Alberta is the 4th greatest university in Canada and top 100 worldwide. I'll let you know.
4th in Canada?
Yeah.
What's it behind? U of T, UBC, and McGill?
Yep.
Surprised it's ahead of Queens.
Damn right. Queens can suck a dick.
Queens and Dal are both probably more reputable internationally. Like, people know Queens and Dal. I don't know how many people know University of Alberta.
U of A is definitely more well-known than Queens or Dal. U of A is a huge school with, like, pretty... I mean, you know.
Jesse doesn't believe women can be rocket scientists. So not only is he racist, he's also sexist now too, Chad. Can you believe
I
that?
literally called her the rocket scientist. I don't know how this is possible. I just
The
don't.
way you
I just don't need
sneered
to
when you
remember their
said
names.
scientist.
Yeah, you're implying a sneer here that didn't happen.
No, I'm rightly reading your tone.
Well, so far, Spirit's making a very solid debut here for DarkZero. JR had already gotten that one on.
All right, Sark's down, good clear, 2-man ad, Indy on the desk. Things are going well.
In the previous round, into round 5 now, they completely switch it up. Again, fast entry, somewhat similar to the opening round. And I gotta say, through 5 rounds now, we've seen from DarkZero 2 different ways in which they can play their attacking siege.
And that's not a sentence that would typically be said about that roster in years gone by.
Yeah, they're not looking one-dimensional at all, and that's really what you want from this roster, from this new look DarkZero lineup. Fnatic just got hit with an absolute sucker punch. They just didn't look ready for that change-up of speed. I think it's a case of, like, you don't want to be that one-dimensional. You don't want to be that kind of team that's always rushing in, always fast.
DZ winning with Pamba on 0 would be my ideal situation here. Clean from Citizen. Let's close this out. They got a flawless round.
No, this is food. This is beans.
Jesse, Whiskey Run just subbed to you, not me.
Whiskey Run, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that.
You should. I can't believe Whiskey Run would sub to you after you said that the whiskey that Whiskey Run gave you was fucking terrible.
I didn't enjoy the whiskey that was given to me by the Whiskey Boys. I can't lie.
You
I
said
liked
it was
the bottle.
fucking poisonous dog shit.
I don't know if that was a direct quote.
You said, and I quote, "It's like drinking stale cat urine."
Pretty sure that's not what I said directly.
Chad, did he say that or what?
Pretty sure that's a bit of a
Chat,
misquote.
did Jesse say that about the whiskey? Yes.
Can we get a fact check here?
Right,
Can we get a
thank
fact
you.
check?
He did.
Don't say
Thank you.
he
See,
did.
he did. See, look
Don't
at
say
that.
he did.
He did.
I feel really attacked right now by this chat.
Well, you're getting held. Accountability hurts.
I'm
Okay,
Scrub
when
Life.
you-
Thank you for subbing with a prime sub to Interro.
Yeah, I'm Scrub Life. Thanks for the prime sub. Here, we're chat. Money's tight this month. You know, I was gambling on getting Rio, and when I didn't, well, I'm in the poorhouse. So I'm gonna engage in some digital panhandling too. If you subscribe, you get this Interro charm. Jesse doesn't have a charm. Give me your money, not him. Don't give Jesse your money.
No, but I have more ad time, so you get more value out of subbing to me.
Give me. I'll run more ads. I swear to fucking God, I will. I'll run ads so much. I'll make it worth your while. You said subscribe to Interro, but you subscribed to Jesse.
No, he subscribed to. Oh, he did. Neurosick, thank you for the sub. That's 6
Scrub Life,
months.
just make
Neurosick,
sure-
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do not sub to Interro.
I'm Scrub Life. Just in like a couple hours, you should get the Interro charm in your inventory. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Neurosec, thank you for subbing to Jesse. You're now dead to me. I'll run so many ads, I'll make your head spin.
You know, there's a lot of studies out there that running more ads doesn't really decrease your viewership at all. It just gets you more money.
It's sad that we've been conditioned to accept these things.
Well,
I know, it's crazy that Jesse knows what cat urine tastes like to even make that comparison.
Don't you have basil to grow?
It just grows. Like, it just grows on its own.
It's
I
not
don't know
gonna
how to
grow
tell
without
you.
your encouragement.
You want me to stand out there and cheerlead the
Dude,
the
Pambazu
herb?
just crashed from the lobby. Oh, run! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Brienne, thank you so much for the 17 months. I'll run ads after this I'll run ads after this match.
Very, very well in this half for Fnatic.
Spirit's such a good shield player, man.
Only one gas bay remaining as well.
Studies show that people aren't more likely to rebel just because you oppress them more.
Damn right. Damn right.
People just put it up with it, dude.
That's why we're adding 50% tariffs to the stream.
I think this is sick.
50% more of my stream.
I love how they cut to Nafe. They cut to Nafe, but the player cam was Pambazoo, but because he's not playing in the lobby, he's just sitting there. Neurosic, thank you for coming to the better channel and subscribing. I really appreciate it.
The hell?
You are a new subscriber, so you get access to the Interro charm. I'd like to remind you that Jesse doesn't have a charm in game. So for my charm, which you can put on your gun, it'll arrive in just a couple hours in your account. Make sure that your Twitch and Ubisoft Connect are linked together.
They have no plan to stop this diffuser, by the way. Actually, zero plan to stop this diffuser. Deepak is in sight with Toxic Babes. Didn't feel like it.
The remaining player in Jags.
Player cams are borked because of the disconnect.
May as well just go hunting at this point. It's a 3v1 in the post plant. Maybe you don't have to hunt.
Do you keep hearing people laugh?
Yes, I heard that.
In briefing, Spirits can call out. Citizen comes hunting.
Let's go. Big ace.
And what a start for DarkZero. 4 attacking rounds in the board, and they did it as
Jesse, if you had to get a charm in game, what would it look like?
As he, of course,
I don't know what a charm would look like for me. I feel like I would make it be like a giant, like a big picture of my face just smiling.
I tried, they rejected that.
But straight away, instant kill. Citizen goes.
So originally the charm was just going to be me with the big teeth, and they're like, you can't have like human likeness in the game. It has to be like
Marley's charm, his face. I guess like an animated.
No,
face.
so I mean, so the exception they gave was they're like, it has to be like heavily cartooned, like Xeronics or like Beanans or like like Meaty Marley's.
Just Goats.
Just Goat kind of broke a rule, and it pissed a lot of people off, which is that there was kind of like an unspoken agreement that you wouldn't like deliberately do black ice stuff, and then she just went and did it, which is a smart move, like, but it made pretty much everybody else that had a charm before her angry because they were like, well, we were told like we couldn't do that. So but anyway, they came back to me and they were like, yeah, so we can't do like your face with the teeth. You'd have to get it like done in cartoon style. And then one of the UB devs was like, you should put your name in it so that it's better for your brand, so that people like know what it is. Like if they see your name, they'll be more likely to associate it and want to like get it. Because a lot of these creator charms like look sick, but there's just so many charms in the game, you have no idea what is or isn't like an actual creator charm versus just like one you get in an alpha pack. So he's like, you should really put your name in it. And I was like, oh yeah, that's smart. But I didn't have time to come up with a new logo. So I literally just did the signature that I draw made into a logo. And that's it. That's why it's the charm.
I'm going to have Indy the cat as my charm. And I'll make it.
Yeah, I mean, you can do your cat.
Also, I think it's really impressive how both the A stream and B stream line up their technical pauses so that we can't watch any Siege.
I don't know why Citizens try to call himself.
They always pause at the exact same single time.
You don't want to overheat.
It's true, you don't want to overheat.
Somebody said, in all fairness, there's only one streamer charm that I'm ever going to equip. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. I think there will come a time where I will probably put my charm back on some guns, but I don't know when. But it's like, I've been running Michael's charm for almost 4 years now on all my guns. And I will continue to do so.
Basically just the Citizen highlight pack.
You know, when I casted with Kicks, I never missed an event, Jesse.
When I desked with Caliber Jacob, I never missed an event either.
Poor admin in the background trying to help out Pambazoo as well, caught in the middle of it all.
It was all Pamba that round.
So who's the real problem here, huh?
How true that is, man. Well, technically, you still haven't missed an event on the desk.
That's facts.
Had his stats reset. All he's lost is his deaths.
That didn't happen. What do you mean?
I just got 3 subs. Whiskey Run sub to me. Whiskey Run, you could give me stale cat urine whiskey, and I'd say thank you, and I would enjoy it, unlike Jesse.
I drank the whole
thank you for
thing.
gifting a sub to Noctish, and Dr. Wushi, thank you for the 7 months. I'm going to do it again, because we're digital panhandling. This is the Interro charm. If you are a new subscriber, you will get this charm in your account.
He hasn't found a single kill. And that's not just
Didn't I miss all the EU COVID events?
bug for him, but
Jesse, you were in Yavla, right?
Is there an operator that's
All right,
just
bro.
not afraid to play
I was
bringing
not.
out the
Oh, so you did miss an event.
Joker here for round number 7?
That's weird.
Opening round of defense.
That was the last event I missed was 2.5 years ago.
Oh.
Guard him is weaker, but
Oh. Oh.
for this particular round,
Chicken jockey!
had the added ability of
Listen, I did all those Canada National regular season games without you. Don't forget
You're
about
doing the
that.
real hard work here.
I was putting in the hours.
selection.
Dude, I
I
remember
bet you
one
never
time
got
when we
asked
were
for
doing...
Challenger League Season 11.
We're seeing a couple of operators
So,
pulled out of retirement here for
basically, like, because Rob Chiarini really wanted, like, US, like, nationals to take off, we had to get a Canadian nationals in return, right? So we filmed it out of Skydome.
yeah.
And it was me, Flynn, and Van Silly doing it. I just remember one day coming in and I was like, all right, so, like, what teams are playing? And one of the teams was like the Carleton Raven. Carleton's a university in Ottawa, our nation's capital, for those that don't know. And the Carleton Ravens had 2 teams, and it was their like second team that was playing. And they had 2 guys on the squad who were in gold. And I was like, what are we about to watch here? Like, but the thing is that they're like, well, it's a developmental league, so you have to be positive. You can't criticize the teams. You can't criticize the players. And I'm like, I'm watching a gold try to play against a team of like diamonds. What do you want me to say?
Or they'd be playing against like Fox's pickup stack.
There's only just over a minute remaining for Fnatic so far.
That is the seat that elected Pierre Polyev for 20 years. So those Carleton Raven kids you were casting were probably big PP heads.
DarkZero should be able to deny defense.
I don't even think the school is in that riding. It's not. No, Carleton is... So Carleton is like a mixed like suburban and rural community on the outskirts of Ottawa.
Yeah.
It's not urbanized. It's got some urbanization, but it's mostly rural. And yeah, that's where Pierre Polyev got humiliated.
I just assumed the school would be in the riding that had the same name.
No, the school's downtown. It's probably in Ottawa Center.
That's insane.
They're very creative. There's Ottawa Center and there's Toronto Center.
There's Edmonton.
They have Edmonton Center.
Yeah, that's
Calgary
my
Center.
riding. I live in Edmonton Center.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm in Toronto Center.
Wow.
Yeah, Deepak has to kind of just send in. Jaxu finds a kill, but he almost got traded almost immediately. One prone deep in the middle of the site, but all of these entry
Catch.
positions
Oh.
still being watched. Although,
See, Pamba's a fucking Bosch G believer, and this is what happens. This is what happens. He lets his team down. Oh!
That was scarily close. That was scary close.
I want everybody who's ever spoken bad about Citizen to apologize in chat right now. He got his ace a couple rounds ago. Now he's clutching up in the 1v2. Now would be your time to apologize and talk about how you didn't know ball.
Did you do Janschirping?
No. The only Sweden I did was Stockholm for SI.
Wow, we're slowly learning that you didn't quite go to as many events as you thought.
I was on a streak though.
I mean, if you count official events, I've never missed one.
Okay, this counts as an official event.
I mean, then the DreamHacks do as well. Like, this is not, like, how does this count as an official event? It has nothing to do with the global circuit. It doesn't give you points towards SI or any competitive standing.
I think because it's got
invite-only event.
It's got a ridiculous prize pool. Like, the DreamHack prize pool is, like, basically nothing.
Yes, but the DreamHack prize pool
like,
wasn't what people competed for. Why did people compete at DreamHack?
The top teams in the world.
Why did people compete at DreamHack?
On paper, this has the top teams in the world. Obviously not really.
This does not have the top teams on paper.
It's trying to bring the best teams in the world together. Whereas DreamHack, that was never the goal of it.
The goal of DreamHack
33 months, my goat.
You're not letting me talk because you know it hurts your argument.
No.
DreamHack's purpose, just like all the other minors, was to qualify for the major or for SI, which is far bigger potatoes than winning a lot of money.
I see what you're
Same
saying,
reason
but
why
I
the
think
Esports
the
World Cup doesn't fucking matter, because it's just like, woo,
But I
a
think
bunch
the
of also
community
ran teams fly to the Middle East to make an embarrassing amount of money.
The community does put more weight into the S-tier events, so to speak, on Wikipedia, like Reload, like Esports World Cup, than they do to a DreamHack.
I would not consider Reload an S tier event.
I think it is. I mean, it's
I
got
don't
the
think it's an
prize pool, it's
S-tier
got the
event.
best teams in the world. Like, because the thing is, it keeps the trend of like every 3 months we have an S tier event, and it's like every 3 months the best teams in the world come together to show that they are the best.
They're called majors.
Yeah, and like this is replacing a major.
It is effectively replacing a major, but it is not spiritually replacing a major. And I think that's
in a lot of
difference.
people's heads it is spiritually replacing a major. In
I
my
think
head,
those people are
it's
wrong.
spiritually replacing a major.
I think those people are wrong. This is not a major. This is an invite-only event for partnered teams with no qualification process.
For sure, but it's still the event of the stage. You know, it's the event of the season.
So
And
you have
it's
to use the
gonna be
same
on
argument
same
then
level.
for Esports World Cup, don't you?
I do.
Who on the roster is going to step up? Yeah. That.
I disagree. See, I think that the Esports World Cup is not an S tier event either.
I think once we, if there's a major in that same time slot, then the major is like the event of the stage. It's the S tier event. But if there's something else that is as big, then yeah, I mean that's gonna take the spot and spiritually be the same as like a Pro League final or a major.
Dude, this event literally has gimmicks in it. This cannot be considered an S tier event.
I don't think
even
it's a
if
good
it
S
is.
tier event, but it is what it is. I think
It's
Wikipedia is
invite
correct on the way
only
they've
for
labeled it.
organizations that can drop their entire roster prior to the event, and it has gimmicks in it. And it's not an S tier event in my eyes.
All right. It is in my eyes, and I think in most of the community too, as labeled by Wikipedia.
I think we'd have to get into what is classified as an S tier event.
To talk about
Like,
the
to
Wikipedia
me-
side, hold on. It's hard to argue against EWC and Reload being an S event if you look at the participating teams and prize pool. The only difference is the emphasis Ubisoft gives it. Exactly.
I mean, if all your criteria is good teams are there and lots of money is at stake, then yeah, I mean, it will be an S tier event, but that's not the criteria that I would use.
I think that's a criteria that most people would use.
No. I think for our game in particular, I think being part of a competitive circuit that has stakes is important for it to reach that S tier level. Yes, obviously a high price pool is important. Nobody's going to look at like DreamHack or the Allied Esports Minor or OJ Pitt and be like, yeah, this is an S tier event. No, I don't think those are either.
And listen, I'm not saying just because it's an S tier event, it's the same as a major or SI. Majors and SIs are both S tier events, but they're not the same, right? So I don't think Reload or the Esports World Cup are the same as a major.
Is Groovy drinking a beer?
I would assume that's a Red Bull in a plastic cup. But
Are you allowed to say the words? Are you allowed to say them? I thought for
Bull?
sponsorship reasons you can't say.
It's on their jerseys, okay? I'm sure
I think he's drinking stale cat urine. I think Whiskey Run went and gave him some whiskey. What do you think?
We can't say he's not.
I was watching some older games you casted, and you looked younger for some reason. Isn't that weird that I looked younger when I was younger?
One of my favorite things,
That's
I go back
crazy.
to old games a lot to collect clips for YouTube. My favorite thing is to watch the different eras of Interro. Because he started off so chipper, he would have like a little bow tie, he'd be so happy, and then he slowly grew to look more and more homeless as his casting career developed.
I do have a weird amount of different eras. Like when I first started, I kind of looked the same, and then it was like what? And then I slowly started doing turtlenecks. I started introducing more glasses.
Yep.
And then obviously I shaved all my hair off. Then we worked from home, and because we were working from home, I grew my hair out. And then when we went to Mexico, I had like the longer hair, and now I have like really long hair. I got fat, and then I went on Ozempic, and now I'm not as fat. Like what a it's crazy, man.
I've thought about the eras of Interro quite often, and it's always a
lot of
fun
Heras.
treat. A lot of Heras.
Heras. How many more matches are there today? There's only like 5 a day?
Yeah,
6
there's
a day?
5 a day per stream.
That was another big reason why they didn't bring us, by the way, chat, was because they literally were like, if we brought 4 duos, there'd be so many dark days. You'd only end up working like 4 days. And I'm like, okay, like you're still paying me for them.
I'll take
I don't
that.
care. What?
I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that. You're telling me that I can just go lay on a beach on my off days and get paid? Like, fuck yeah, I'm doing that. And Blast was like, well, you wouldn't want to just sit around the hotel, would you? And I was like, no, that sounds great.
Damn right I would.
Yeah, 100%, dude. I prefer to get paid to cast, but if the alternative is getting paid to not cast, I'm still taking that money.
But I just feel like they're creeping around the map, trying to get into
Supervillain Turtleneck Interro was my favorite arc. I honestly think that was like around the peak of the game as well. And I'm not saying anything about myself, but like when I was wearing the turtlenecks and I had like the glasses and stuff, I feel like that's when the game had the most relevancy.
You think?
Because
I think, honestly, like the last year's been the best for Siege's relevancy. I think the bounce backs have been kind of incredible. The Jinxie era, frankly.
I think it's two things. I think Jinxie has brought a lot of life to the game, and it's undeniable. But I think there's a lot of other games out that are drawing attention that have made Rainbow Six less present.
You think? I think it's the opposite. I feel like games like Overwatch have really fallen off. Whereas
no, but I mean, like Overwatch was really our only competitor. Like, keep in mind, like CS:GO was getting a little bit old and tired around that time. Call of Duty was in its dog shit era. Valorant didn't exist.
That's
like Overwatch was big, but like it was also a game for children in the eyes of a lot. So if you were like a serious older gamer, what were you playing? Like Apex Legends had just come out. It wasn't anywhere near as big as it is now. PUBG was still quite big. Fortnite was dominating, but again, for children. So it's like if you were an older gamer, you were basically playing like Siege or Counter-Strike, and that was really it. Then Apex Legends took off. Call of Duty got a lot better. CS:GO went into a new era of relevancy, and then obviously CS2 has now come out. Like, I just feel like there's too many things competing for eyeballs, especially Valorant. And it's just like, R6 is kind of like, I don't want to say it's taken a step back. It's just, it's hard to find space amongst all those games. Also, our player numbers around like 2020 were fucking nuts. We were averaging over 100K players every single day on just Steam alone.
I mean, our players peaked last year in 2024. Well, it was the highest player count ever in Siege.
I mean, the last three peaks for player counts have been because there are glitches when the game doesn't close. So it's like, it's kind of like, you're right, but like the game just like freezes and doesn't close. So it just tracks everybody who's played that day.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how big of a factor that it's actually having, though, on the viewership. I mean, I think
2020 to 2021 was like the height of this game. I think COVID disproportionately knocked us off our stride.
I think we definitely got knocked off our stride, but I think the Jinxie era has bumped us back up, and I think we have bumped up to a higher level than we were back in that era. We definitely dipped after that era, and I think if Jinxie was not a factor, we probably still would be down kind of where we've been. But I think the Jinxie
If Jinxie wasn't a factor, I genuinely worry about where this game would be.
For sure. But I think the Jinxie bump corresponding with like a very good SI kind of all culminated to have like quite a big spike in relevance for Rainbow Six Siege. That I think has fallen a little bit since like obviously like since like SI from Brazil stuff. But I mean, I think Siege is still more relevant than certainly more relevant than it was like 2-3 years ago.
So
and I think in the same ballpark as where it was when you're talking about in like the Golden Age era.
I mean, so relevancy, I think, is also different. So back then, it's like almost all relevancy was like YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Now there's TikTok, there's Reels, you know, like there's a million different ways to consume content. And it was like, I remember at the CJX showcase, there was one team, and I turned to Lax and I was like, I have never heard of these 5 people at all. And he's like, oh, they're all on TikTok. And I checked, and like every single one of them had like 500,000 followers on TikTok. And I was like, excuse me? Like, I've never heard of these people, and yet they have 500,000 people watching their content. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of it is like maybe we don't feel the relevance as much because a lot of it is not on the same stuff that we're used to consuming, you know?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's split up. Whereas like it was much easier to see Siege's relevance back then because there were only like 3 platforms to view it on.
Yeah.
Now it's like, now you see it on Instagram, now you see it on YouTube as videos, now you see it on YouTube as shorts, now you see it like, you don't really see it on Twitter that much because it's, you know, owned by Nazis and it's a dead platform. But like you see it on TikTok, you see it on so much, and it's like, unless you're on every single one of those platforms, the game doesn't feel as big.
Yeah, I think right now where Siege is biggest is TikTok and it's Twitch. Because
TikTok is humongous,
Twitch
dude.
has been ridiculous too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the numbers. Maybe it was bigger back in the day, but I think this is the biggest Siege Twitch has ever been by far.
Siege has always been dead on Twitch.
Yeah.
Because like even when we were at our height, like when I was pulling like 1,000 viewers, like concurrence, you would log into Twitch at like say like I'd go live at like 8 a.m. in Poland.
Sure.
Log in and it would be like only like 7,000 people would be watching Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
But it would be like 4 people over like 800 and then all the rest had like 50 views. Like when King George would go live in the evening, it would be like Bolo at 3K, like King George at 3K, Macy at 3K, Kicks at 2K, and that would basically be it.
Yeah.
They're like with the game is too slow to take off on Twitch. It's a much better game where you can edit it.
It was until you started getting the Zoomers.
Yeah.
Who I think have done a good job appealing to the right audience and making it entertaining in the down parts.
Oh, I think it's great. I'm not some old man. This game's over.
Yeah.
I'm not some old man yelling at a cloud. Like I love what Jinxie has done for this game. Does it come with a playstyle that I don't particularly like? Sure, but like it keeps the game relevant and it keeps the game popular.
Yeah.
Just missed Pampazoo there. That's unlucky. Bye bye.
Love that. Yeah, love that game.
Oh,
how's B-Stream going? B-Stream just started Falcons Loud. That's kind of good timing.
Alright, let's switch over.
It's 2-1 Skyscraper. Congratulations to the DZ believers in chat. That's 90% of you. Okay, I think Loud are going to get boggled here. Falcons only bet 1 bullet against Loud, though. That's kind of surprising. Maybe they knew they would be starting Attack Sky.
This is all going in Loud's favor as they find a flawless round.
Certainly not what I expected, Tim, but I'll come back to what
I'll be
I
right
said
back, Parker.
about the Dockerby ban. They can't force these players out from that east side. Like, yeah, cool, the breach is one thing, but they can't easily push in and force these players away. They're stuck trying to make use of a Grim, and those bees, as we saw, just missed, didn't add anything to that attack. And they were very much stung at that point, pushing in blind. I've long said that I really wish teams would ban the Dockerby away more because it hamstrings Falcons, especially when you see they make a call, they push forward as a team. Everyone makes things happen at once, and it's very overwhelming. Without that, you're seeing them struggle. So here they're going to have to go back to playing the Lion, for example, to try and make this work, but I think Loud might have just found a good response here to try and keep Falcons out.
But if you remember, I said this roster is a roster that is willing to take teams to their good maps and just have a plan.
Yeah, Chad, I use Ozempic. It really helps me with insulin resistance. So just I'm going to use obviously like just a little small example here. So if I'm consuming 100 grams of carbs, I would usually dose for fast acting insulin about 15 to 20 minutes before I eat. I would dose 10. Basically, each dosage is 10 grams of carbs that it'll offset. So in order to offset 100 grams of carbs, I would dose for 10 just to offset what I was eating. Now, obviously, it depends on the type of carbs. It depends on if if it's complex carbs. It depends if they if they're liquid. It depends if they're solid. It depends if I'm eating protein with it. There's a lot of obviously variables to deal with. So I would usually do, okay, I'll dial to 10, I'll inject 10, and then I'll go eat my 100 grams of carbs, kind of deal. Now on Ozempic, it's like I need to dial to like 4, maybe 5. I am consistently overdosing on insulin because I don't really have much insulin resistance thanks to Ozempic. So now I need far less insulin to get me to healthy levels, which makes it a lot easier to regulate and makes it a lot easier for me to control. It also suppresses appetite, so I'm eating far less. I am a snacker. I love to snack. So it's like I love potato chips. I love ice cream. Like I love to eat, especially in the evening, which is a great way to gain weight. Now I'm just never fucking hungry. Literally all I have eaten today was 3 tiny chicken thighs and a single croissant. That's it. So, was I ever a Battlefield player? I mean, I've played the Battlefield series, but I've never like played it competitively.
Do we think NA will improve internationally with these roster moves? Like Wildcard look really good. I think NA desperately needs some fucking consistency before they can breach into like the top 3 where like Falcons, Furia, and FaZe currently sit. But like, yeah, I mean, I think the teams have some potential. It's like I'm the move that I'm most interested in, I feel like, is the SSG move, because SSG were like very close to making it to that kind of top level, right? And now like they dropped Forest for Newers. Newers is a better player than Forest. Nobody's gonna deny that. But how much do you set yourself back having to like work a new player into the system? How long is it gonna take to get him up to speed? SSG were a very consistent like top 8 team in the world. After this move, I wonder where they're gonna end up. I hope this is the one move that they need to break into like top 3 in the world or something. But we've got to see it first.
It's been a bit mental between the two, like you say, really trading blows with one another. Though at least as it stands, with it being the attacking side, I'll give it to Falcons and say having 3 attacks on Scarz.
This Loud team looks real familiar.
Well, we did cast every single one of the group stage games of 4 of these players.
Looks a lot like a really good team called Raza Company Academy. Do you remember them?
My take, and I don't think this is that hard of a take, but my take is that run was somewhat fraudulent, and these guys are not going to do that well ever again.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a Brazilian team that goes on these fraud runs.
Yeah.
And when I say fraud runs, I mean like they're not a consistently good team. There's no real reason why they're doing as well as they are. There's no staying power behind them.
They're talented.
Team 1 did it. Los did it. MIBR did it. Raza Company Academy do it. And it's like they have one good run, they're a flash in the pan, and then they disappear. I mean, it's not just Brazil. It seems to happen a lot because Brazilian teams qualify really well. But I mean, like, you could make a very good argument that NA has gone through the exact same thing. So...
And I do think, like, consistently with all of those teams, those flash-in-the-pan Brazil teams, consistently all of those teams had, like, a couple of guys on the squad that turned out to be long-term superstars. Like, Team 1 had fucking Alamau, Los had, like, Lobin, and, like, Maya. It's like all those teams,
I mean,
like,
it also had Cameraman as a veteran. You know, you had Lagonas as well on that Team 1 roster.
So it's like I think some players will advance from these like kind of wanna flash in the pan teams to be like consistent great players, but it's like the reason why they probably won't be consistent as a 5-man unit is because like they aren't that good of a 5-man unit. Like there are weaknesses in these rosters.
Congrats on the new kid. He looks super cute. Thank you very much. He's 7. My partner's grandmother was no longer able to care for him, so we inherited a big Bengal. And he's a beautiful boy.
In a spot where they feel she can have the most effect, and clearly that's what Perez feels that he can get away with here.
Do you think our cats would be friends?
Probably. Max is super docile and is fine around other animals.
My cats hate other cats.
Well, it kind of changes the calculus a bit, don't you think?
I'm anxious to see how Daff does. I've always liked Daff as a player. I don't know if
my casting partner is Jesse, not my romantic partner, you imbecile. You knew that,
you got
Will.
the cat from my grandma.
You knew that, Will.
You got the cat from my grandma. My grandma's been dead for like 6 years.
Yo,
The
she's
cat has
single?
not been taken care of very well.
She's single?
Yeah.
She's not sharing a coffin?
Nope. I think she was cremated.
She's not sharing a jar?
No.
So I got a chance.
You got a chance. Although I think the ashes were scattered, so you
I
have
can,
to
we can
find her
rebuild her.
first. You have to
I
put
can
her back
rebuild her.
together.
See what the other side were doing. So the patience game has rewarded them, but I feel like Falcons will be happy.
Chad is unfazed by this.
No.
Skyscraper. Now they switch onto the defense, and it's on to Loud to show us what they can do.
I can fix her.
What are the next set of games here?
I really don't like the way they do this ban system. I can't stand it.
Yep.
Like, just do 6 bans at the start of the game. That's it. Just do 6 bans at the start of the game.
I think bans
They
needed
can
a
be 6
rework.
defenders, they can be 6 attackers. I don't fucking care. Let teams get creative with it and then impose restrictions if you think it ends up being too imbalanced. Like,
I think they
just like pause the game, ban, pause the game, like ban, halftime, ban. It's like, come on.
I
don't
am.
like the system.
I think it will be interesting, like after the first quarter, to talk about the reaction bans and like predict like what might be coming up. But like, I still think the overall system is way overcooked. I really hate that you're not banning for yourself; you're only banning for your opponents, and it's a lot of bans. Like, we're basically going from like in the previous ban system, right? There was 4 operators that got banned out, but because you're choosing 2 of them, you're not incorporating them into your game plan. So there's basically only 2 operators getting bans that are going to like affect your plan of action, one on the attack, one on the defense. Now there's going to be 3 attackers and 3 defenders that all are going to change up your game plan. Not saying that's bad, but this is a huge jump where you basically have to react to 1 operator per side to now it's 3 operators per side.
It can be absolutely decisive in any round that Echo is brought along. It's going to be really important that Brede makes sure that he stays alive and that he's in position to be able.
Did you just hear something unplug and plug back in?
I did.
Where he can't use those drones to best effect. We see them use.
There's 2 different. A CGM is like the glucose monitoring like things that you put in your arm. There's two main ones. There's the Freestyle Libre, and then there's Dexcom's G lineup, which is like there's a G6 and a G7, and Freestyle Libre's got the 2 and the 3. I used to use the Freestyle Libres. I did not like them. I much preferred the Dexcom ones. I have a. There's like a health plan that my endocrinologist's office has with Dexcom as a company, so I get all my sensors for free, which is really, really nice. But basically what happens is every like 90 days, Dexcom just sends me a big box with like 3 months worth of sensors in it, and that's it. And if they fail, you just call them, they send you a new one.
These all sound like gaming mice companies. Oh yeah, I'll get a new Dexcom. It's a G7.
Yeah,
should be really
I got the G7, dude. My Dexcom G7 pulls at 2000. It's great, dude.
Dude, not knowing any of these terms, it just sounds like you're gaming.
You should, if you're in Canada, you should check with your endocrinologist's office to see if they have any way to get you free Dexcoms as well. My endo gives me so much free shit. She gave me 2 free Ozempic pens, which is like $500.
Steno, thank you for the 14 months.
She gave me like literally 6 months worth of insulin. So it's like I see her every 6 months. So it's like when I see her again, I'll probably just get a shitload more. And it's like I basically don't have to pay for it anymore. But in Canada, insulin is about to be free thanks to our Liberal government and the New Democrats helping them. So Jesse lives in Alberta. They pay like next to no taxes. So Jesse didn't pay for shit.
Yes, sir.
I lived in Alberta too, and I also paid like next to no taxes when I was out there. So,
dude, I fucked up though. This is embarrassing. So I like did my taxes in 2023, and I realized yesterday I lied on my taxes. But like most people when they lie on their taxes, they underreport their income so they can pay less taxes, right?
Yeah, it's called tax evasion.
I accidentally over-reported my income. So I told the government I made more than I actually made, and I paid more in taxes than I was supposed to.
Okay, so you can get that taken off of your tax for the next year.
Yeah, I'm talking with my accountant about it, but I just realized I fucked this up 2 years ago.
My accountant is an absolute fucking wizard.
Is he?
Oh yeah.
My guy's solid.
Yeah, my dude, the guy that I handle does like a bunch of like Toronto and Canadian like Twitch streamers and shit like that, so he's like very well versed in it. Yeah. I got him recommended to me from like another like huge Twitch partner. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And he's like, yeah, I'm totally familiar with all. He's a young guy. But it's like, I gave him everything from last year, and then he told me how much I owed, and I was like, that's it? He's like, yep. I was like, all right.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Well, do you pay quarterly?
No, I just file once a year.
Don't you have to pay quarterly if you run your own business and you make a certain amount?
Not that he's ever told me.
Okay. Lynx pays quarterly? Yeah, I feel like most of the time if you own your own business, you pay quarterly.
It's different in America. I know a lot of Americans have to file quarterly, but because technically I have my own business, but then I'm also like a contractor that's done like through other companies, and some income that I get is taxed and some income that I get is not taxed. Not recently, but when I was living in Poland and ESL was paying me, like I was already pre-taxed. So like they paid taxes on my income in Poland so that when I filed taxes in Canada, I only needed to pay a tiny amount of taxes because they just taxed me on the remaining income. So it's like, I don't know, you're the deadline to file as like an independent like business in Canada is like June or something like that, not the regular time. So I file my taxes like June 15th.
Really seemed to settle, but then all of a sudden, I think it was Perez who managed to get himself one along with STK, and it just opened things wide up for Loud, created all the space they needed. It was still a little bit of a close finish, maybe.
You're not a VIP in my chat.
Falcons know that there is
Who's not a VIP in your chat?
Lynx is sub to you and also a VIP, and I am...
Yeah, because I think Lynx is VIP.
Yes, I just corrected that error.
Okay, well. I guess you never stream, so it's hard to get people into VIP.
Not forgetting here, Tim, that this is just to get in towards VIP. There's still various other things I've got to worry about, like the main breach, making sure there's no one holding out towards Terrace. Still lots of movement to do. In fact, you can see the Legion of users out towards...
I do want to stream more.
Toast or whatever you want to call
You
that,
should.
call that down towards the other side of the map. So for now, Falcons largely unbothered, just waiting to see where Loud...
Still up at my buddy's record shop. So I don't really have time.
They are completely stacked up around site. They're on the balcony.
I like getting out of the house.
Completely in that position.
Fair.
And they need to find kills from there, which they will start to do. Live manages to find Breeder. Shaco can't quite find...
Who came to who about forming a partnership? Are you talking about Jesse and I? When Michael died, I went to Nick and Nick alone, but Nick was only supposed to be temporary. Oh. Nick and I were only supposed to be temporary. Like, we basically said, like, let's do an event or two, and then we'll figure out, like, if we're even good, if Nick wants to do it. Because Nick didn't really want to be a caster. But, I mean, I feel like he compelled to answer the Call of Duty after, you know, Michael passed. But I basically approached Jesse immediately when I knew that there were possibilities elsewhere, and I was like, I would like to work with you. And Jesse basically was like, I like being on the desk. And I was like, okay. That was it. I have mods, yeah. They just... Oh, they're just not here. There were a couple earlier. Jesse has like 50 mods, which is crazy because Jesse only has like 12 viewers.
All right, bro.
So.
I think in longer series, that is less of a problem. They have more
Axon, you're not going to like Parker's answer that question. Parker's the one who got me onto Air Canada.
Maybe we just lose this map and we go on to the next one. They don't have that.
Axon, my mod, works for WestJet, and so he doesn't like Air Canada. But you're an AC boy.
I'm an AC boy because WestJet doesn't fly to most of the destinations we travel, so it's foolish to partner with them if you want loyalty points.
They're getting a lot more though. They're opening more routes to like Asia and shit. They're growing.
They're expanding. They also just got 15% of their ownership purchased by Delta. So
yeah,
slowly but surely.
But I
mean, I don't know why airlines are public. Or private. Airlines should be public. They're a form of public transportation. I know people are like, oh my god, flying is so cool. And I'm like, it's basically just a bus in the sky. It's super unglamorous. They shove you into the back like cattle. Like, trains are way nicer.
Get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining moment in the round if he got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
Heading on into round
I'm getting a spam call from Alberta. I'm gonna have some fun with this.
Those next bans come in, so at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons will get another ban each.
I think Air Canada flights are generally pretty nice. They definitely try to be a bit more higher end.
I would expect to potentially
like they usually cost a little bit more than like WestJet and certainly more than like the fucking budget carriers. But you know, they try to make it a bit of an effort. They're just very good for consistent travel because they've got really good like point reward stuff too. I'm sure WestJet does as well, but listen, I'll take my years of free lounges in Air Canada.
To see Falcons take a shield away, but how do you solve the problem? By taking the ace, he's just going to play the other. You take Blackbeard, he'll just play the Monty.
That's the problem. I mean, they've already at this point banned away. They could have gone for a double shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2, in this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 Heartbreak.
This is actually kind of falling apart for Falcons. I can't believe they're down 5-3 now on defense too. The second half has not been what they needed it to be.
That dude lied to me so cavalierly.
Huh?
It's obviously an Indian call center, and he's like a very thick accent, and he's like, "Hi, my name is Ben," and I was like, "Is that your real name?" And he's like, "Yeah, Ben's my real name," and I was like, "How are we going to establish trust if you're going to lie to me?"
hindsight is a wonderful
And he's like, I'm calling from Bell to offer you the latest devices. Didn't specify what devices. And I said, I have all the latest devices. And then he hung up on me.
Love that, dude. Love that. Shout out to Ben.
I remember one time when I was working in politics, there was a guy, I forget his name. It was like Zahid or something like that. He was Middle Eastern. No accent, nothing. Like born in Canada, like no accent, but his name was like Zahid something.
Sure.
And he noticed that when he did calls for the party, he would be like, hey, it's like Zahid calling from like the Liberal Party, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And like people would like be openly rude and racist to him. So he changed his name to like Mike.
Yeah.
And he's like, literally, he's like, all the hate just went away immediately.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, I feel badly. But it's like, look, dude, how are we going to build a rapport? I know your name's not fucking Ben. Like, tell me what your real name is, dude. What, you gonna lie to me? You have no credibility. How am I supposed to believe that you have all the latest devices if you won't even tell me your name? I gave you an opportunity to tell me your real name. Look, man. We both know that Ben's not your real name. Level with me here.
You gotta respect the hustle, though, from Ben. I mean, he's just trying to make a living. Scamming people with the best devices.
I don't actually think it was a spam call for what it's worth. He said he was calling from Bell Canada. I mean, it's possible that's a spam call, but like I do get calls from like Bell, Rogers, Fido, etc. all the time offering to like give me plans, and I'm like, go away. Look, I'm a good Canadian, okay? I get absolutely turbo-fisted on my cell phone bills. That's what we do, okay?
To put the diffuser down. Leakerfact was the linchpin in that situation. And how did Loud deal with it? In typical Loud style. We've seen this roster, Des.
Maybe his name was Ben Dover? I should ask him what his last name was.
We'll just walk in and kill you. If you want to hold that position, that's fine. We will just outgun you.
Anybody else turned on with Interro speaking this much? I'm warming up the jimmies of your viewers.
I'm not sure that that's a positive. This is supposed to be a dry chat, okay? We take all the sex appeal out. It's not the guy from Jet like
Speaking of dry chat, how the fuck are Falcons supposed to get a girl wet when they're fucking so badly right now?
The thing is, and I've always said this, Loud are such a strong team. And they've like a lot of people were doubting them, even though they made top 6 at SI. But like their fundamentals really carry them through. Like Loud is a team.
Didn't you just say that they were fraudulent like 5 minutes ago?
No.
That's
I think
weird.
you might be getting confused. I don't think I said that. I think what
I'm pretty sure you said that Raza Company Academy was fraudulent.
This is Loud. Maybe I said that about RCAC. I don't know much about that team, but Loud, I think.
Yeah, you don't know much about it. We just casted every single one of their games, and they are the exact same team minus one player.
I don't think they. I think. Honestly, I think Daffodil really changed the culture.
Thank you, Umbra. Umbra came in here on a white stallion riding to my defense, like Gandalf the White.
I'm noticing that, like, a lot of the time here, okay, you're siding against me in these debates. And it doesn't seem to matter if I'm telling the truth or if I'm telling a lie. It seems like you're always just against me. And I think
Jesse,
maybe that could be a little bit more supportive.
I think you are participating in the fire hose of falsehoods at the moment, and you are spraying lies all over the billowing flames of truth. And I am the one that is getting the people to help.
I am insulted. I'm insulted that you think I would speak badly about our king STK and about his wonderful team here at Loud Esports. Okay? They're the newest org to join Rainbow Six Siege. They picked up a brilliant top 6 team in the world just to compete here in the R6 ecosystem because they love the game so much. I would hold your tongue because this is really starting to offend me, what you were insinuating about what I might say about a team like Loud.
Again, there's a lot of work to do. This timeout might play in there. Technical timeout might play in there.
You know this is like fully recorded, right? Like they can just go back and...
Not if I delete the VOD.
I'm also streaming.
Name the 5 players on Loud without looking. Okay, closing my eyes. Daffodil, SDK, Bassetto, Perez, and...
Come on, this one's the easiest of them all.
It's not Flash Tree. They cut Flash Tree, right?
Yeah. It's what your grandmother isn't.
Live. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We saw it from the Dockery before. You're seeing it a little bit in this half as well with the hard denial that they've had taken away from them.
Fleetbox lended his mouse to Dream because he forgot his own mouse at the hotel. Why do no players seem to have any of their own peripherals? Kag didn't have their shit. Dream doesn't have his shit.
Kag said that their luggage never got delivered. So that I can understand.
A likely story.
But it's like, there's every single event, there's a player who's like, oh, fuck, I forgot to bring my stuff. And it's like this obviously is not as common as it used to be, but like, did you ever grow up like with smokers who were like, oh, I'm all out of cigarettes, or oh, I don't have my lighter? And I'm like, you do this every 40 minutes. How are you not prepared? Like, smokers are the least prepared people I have ever met. Like, oh, fuck, man, I have cigarettes. Oh, I brought my lighter. And I'm like, it's like a lot of these players are the smokers of esports.
Many people have said about Dream. The smoke, I'm going to quote you on that on the cast. The smoker of esports is Dream himself.
That's
Dream
not even
close.
Again, what did I say about the fire hose here? Spewing falsehoods again.
You said players who forget their mice are the smokers of esports, and Dream
As
forgot
players
his
as a
mic. That's what
collective, I did not
started this
single out an
conversation.
individual.
Wow, but you implied it heavily, I would say.
I did not imply it. You inferred it. I am not saying that.
You said that any player that does this is a smoker of esports, and Dream is the player at the start of this conversation.
He is smoke adjacent.
He's getting second hand. He does play
Correct.
smoke for the team. He's a good smoke player.
They're always good at winning when they're on top of people as well.
Carter, they do it on purpose. Did you just call me Carter?
I think they're very good at staying there. They're ruthless. You know, we see those teams.
And no, I mean, I know friends that smoke and never buy them. My good friend Jim, Mr. Brimstone, very brief NAL host, with whom Jesse and I shared many a delightful beverage in Copenhagen, including what might be one of the greatest nights of my life, where I tried to convince Jesse to pee on a sculpture and he would not.
Yeah, I'm not going to disrespect the great nation of Denmark like that.
You almost called it Copenhagen.
I really did.
I
really
heard
almost called it the nation of Copenhagen.
The great nation of Copenhagen.
North American geography.
We were at a bar that closed at 7 a.m. And as we were leaving, they're like, do you want a beer for the road? And I was like, this is the greatest country on earth. And then we took our beer and we invited it outside to take in the morning life as all these fucking people, all of these people are going to work and we're just sitting in the square drinking on a bench. And then we are so pissed drunk, we decide to walk the waterfront. We have this bench that's just comically tall that we put Jesse on.
It was a really tall bench. It was very weird.
Jim and I had a flight to catch at 2 p.m. It's now 8:30 in the morning. We have not slept. We are howling drunk. And we are like, let's go get espresso martinis and brunch. So we go to a breakfast restaurant. We finish up around like 9:30, 10 o'clock. We have to be at the airport in like 2 hours. And I'm like, let's just have a 90-minute nap. And then we flew from Copenhagen to Iceland to Reykjavik, and then we flew from Reykjavik to Toronto, and it was probably the worst flight of my life. I was miserable.
I'm sorry, you calling it Reykjavik?
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik?
Reykjavik.
Move down to 5, so not the end of the world, and certainly not a tournament-winning performance immediately from Loud either.
Yeah, it was a good time. Although that brunch restaurant was miserable.
I didn't hate it.
I was, because the hangover was starting to hit me. I was so tired and my head hurt.
I was like falling asleep at the table.
I'm sure it was a good restaurant, but my memory of it is just being in pain and just wanting to go to bed.
I remember when the first drink arrived at the table and we'd already ordered food, I was like, I would like to be in bed at this exact moment. Like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
And I know that we're locked in for like at least another hour.
Yep,
And then we still needed to get home.
The next day, they're likely to be able to pick their opponent. You pick someone at the very top of the table and play your absolute heart out and try and
This is interesting. They rehosted, so the first set of bans didn't save, but they still have the second set of bans.
That's great. Yeah, James Brimstone's last name is Flynn. Yeah, Jim Flynn. We had 2 Flynns, technically.
That would be a crazy duo.
it's
Flynn and
gaming
Flynn.
the setup, isn't it? It's looking at what's the structure. What's
I mean, they've
the
met
turn
each
on,
other.
how can we, you know, reduce
But
our
they'd be a
risk?
crazy caster duo.
Yeah,
If they lose games, then they're in a spot to be
Jim didn't really know enough about the game to cast it. That's why he was a host.
I think he could. Listen, it didn't say be a good caster duo. I just said it'd be
He
crazy.
did actually have to cast one time when I think he was doing Challenger League or something, and like both of the caster mics like disappeared, so he had to do like a whole segment by himself or something.
It's like when Manic had to cast in Montreal.
Manic used to be a caster though.
Yeah, but not for Siege.
Yes, he did. He was literally duoed with Raven. They were a casting duo. He did play-by-play. Raven did analysis.
There's no shot in
Do
hell.
you not even know anything about this fucking game?
I know about the game. I try not to learn anything about Manic. Why would they let a gorilla man on the mic? Willfully.
We went to Fogo de Chao in Sao Paulo, which is just basically like going to McDonald's in America. But when the chicken hearts came around, I fucking love chicken hearts. I think they're so good. They're like just salty and chewy, and oh, they just hit the right way. He hates them. Well, they also happen to be a delicacy in like Asian cuisine, so like all of like the Asian supermarkets around me always have chicken hearts. Every time I go, I take a photo and I send it to them.
Do you cook your fish?
Just raw.
Do you get them and then cook them up with your basil?
No, I'm not cooking chicken hearts here. Who would win, 100 casters versus one Manic? I think Manic would take us. He's got like the long toe next to the big toe that looks like it's trying to like crawl away from the rest of his feet.
As it stands at the minute, still with users in position inside a drum as well. We'll see how aware of this Loud are when
Uses Shaco got a good little crossfire setup here. Although Shaco was leaving him to dry, so.
That wall, they're going to get hit hard. Users is waiting for that, but it's going to be Solitov underneath.
This is a Falcons comeback, 8-6.
No.
This is going to be like the Edmonton Oilers down 2-0 against the LA Kings.
Loud is slowly starting to run against the clock. They're going to try to get Basetto in to go for a plant. Their coverage is going to be poor. Falcons are going to catch them off guard. They're going to win the round, then Loud's going to win the next round.
Well, they're not getting to a plant spot here. Not with Breed 8 chilling in the site.
That's why I said they're going to have him rush in to try and prioritize a plant. You even listen to the things I say?
I don't think he's even going to get to the spawn site, Parker.
I know earlier on we had Solitov holding this angle that we've now got Basetto approaching. He's still there.
But
yes, but I like geese more than chicken, so I don't want to eat geese.
And they get it down at the same time. That is just what you need.
No, see? Guess what? They tried to get Basetto into plant, and what happened?
They didn't get close to plant.
They tried to get him into plant. Listen to the things I say.
I don't want to.
You have an awful job then.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to stay on the analyst desk.
Hello, Syra. How are you? What an insane thing to say about a coworker. Which coworker?
Probably about Manic and his toes. I would imagine.
It's because he, being from Australia, doesn't own shoes that cover his toes, so we are subjected to his feet at all times, and that's horrible. Feet are so gross. You're good. You just needed to poop. Just wanted to share. Terrific. Thank you so much for sharing that in my chat. I appreciate that. And also in Jesse's chat as well.
Because we knocked each other up.
Also the comment of, yeah, Jesse and I knocked each other up. Also the comment about a gorilla man casting as well, considering they let a child do it.
Okay. I'm 26.
Jesse, so in Canada, or at least in Ontario, I don't know about the rest of Canada, but in order to graduate, you need 40 hours of community service. In order for Jesse to graduate high school, we make him do casting community service.
In Alberta, you need 40 hours on the oil rig to graduate. It's similar concept.
That's like 2 shifts.
Damn right. Every kid's got to put in their hours. Usually you go K through 12.
Job of attacking via black stairs, clearing Breed out, clearing Leakafak out, getting in and putting that diffuser down. They've done both very, very well. So if you're on the side,
that's actually wild. I've never heard of doing
Sorry?
community service to graduate. I've never heard of that.
Honestly, a lot of times people just like they don't actually do it. So basically what happens is like, it was super common where it's like, yeah, my dad owns a landscaping business. He'll write a thing saying that this summer you worked for like 40 hours and they wouldn't actually do any work.
I see.
I, like a normal human being, actually did it. So
we're all very proud of you, impressed.
But yeah, a lot of my buddies would just be like, yeah, my dad owns like a gym, or oh, my dad owns like a landscaping company, or oh, my dad does this, or oh, my dad owns a restaurant. Like, we'll just put you down for like 40 hours and then just he'll sign the sheet for you.
I couldn't do that because I didn't have a dad.
You single?
There's 2 players out here.
The non-existent dad?
Yeah, that's gonna be the
Maybe you and Flynn have the same dad and you just don't know about it.
That would be so dope.
I'd make Flynn your brother. You wanna say dope is a good word for that?
Yeah, I think it'd be fun as hell to have Flynn as my brother.
They don't want to be losing the bodies. The flashbang comes in. Good support from underneath.
It would mean we couldn't have children, though.
Damage, but there's the first death. And now's the big question for
Is that a concern that you have with Flynn?
How do they fall back and how do they keep that
Dude, look at you just making these fucking moves.
Making
these.
I really don't understand what SDK was trying to accomplish down there.
I think he was hunting for a solo player. He didn't realize that he had 2 pinching in on him.
Yeah, I think he suspected there was an easy kill house side and just went for it, which is, you know, whatever. But
On the doke. Now we can call from the
like,
grave.
you have logic bombs, and literally every single member of Falcons was called by them because none of them were sitting on a mute jammer. So it's like you heard everybody who was in the vicinity.
This is the round you said louder winning, right?
You, Flynn, and Jim, you'd all be called Flynn. That's true. Jesse J. Flynn.
I would take his last name after I learn he's a long-lost brother.
Well, his last name is Flynn because that's his dad's last name, and if you have the same dad, do you know how anything works?
But why would I take my dad's last name after I haven't had
Honor?
his last name for 25 years?
For honor?
I don't know if he's the type of guy that I would want to be repping.
Dude, he just abandoned you, of course. Look at that. Dude, that's a hard decision to make. That guy's got gumption.
You know, it shows he's
You know how
got.
hard it is to abandon a child? That guy's got so much courage.
It shows he's got grind because he puts nothing.
Yeah, he does. He's got that grind set
nothing
mindset, dude.
himself. Okay, they actually might. No, Brede doesn't lose here.
Brede is like, yeah, this is very
I've never
winnable for
seen-
Falcons
oh,
still.
Fucking Brede, dude, this troll.
Never mind.
Wait, look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
EFAC just got spotted too. No.
Tragic.
Wow. What did I say was going to happen, Jesse?
Tragic.
I said, I literally read those last 2 rounds like a book. Paseto's going to mismanage the clock. He's going to try to run into play. He's going to get picked off. That's exactly what happens. They lose the round, and I said Loud's going to turn around and win the next round, win the game, and that's exactly what happened, okay? Put me on that fucking
I
death.
should not have lost that round, dude. Falcons are a little washed. That's a big upset.
Literally called it.
All right, let's go
Get
watch
some
Mario,
GGs in the
Luigi,
chat here,
and
please.
Bowser.
Let's get some more chat. Jesse's chatters are chatting a lot more than my chatters, so I'm gonna need my chatters to really step it up here, okay?
Dude, I've actually got the greatest chatters on Twitch. It's ridiculous. They're yappers.
Just Aaron03 with the 3 months says Pengu is the greatest caster in Rainbow Six. That is inaccurate, but I appreciate you giving me money to say that. I will gladly take your money in exchange for you to say such things. And basically Nightfall, thank you for the brand new Prime. You don't want to see Dez on your screen. Nobody does. This is the Interro charm. It's available if you subscribe for basically Nightfall. You're going to get this charm in your inventory in a matter of minutes, maybe an hour or 2. You can wear it on any gun that you so choose.
He is a very consistent player, and he's such a good backbone for the team.
All right, do you want to game some GeoGuessr? Because I got to play with my
Is there not another match going on right now?
They're waiting to start it. It hasn't started yet.
Hair looks terrible right now.
Pin? Who pinned that message and then it went away? Somebody's not pinning messages correctly.
Yeah, I put the other game up.
All right.
You know what game I've been playing recently that I got back into?
What have you been playing recently that you got back into?
Heroes of the Storm. Like, it's like League for babies.
I know.
Like,
I followed it a little bit back when it was like in beta, but I never like got into it really as a player.
I think both games scratch a different itch. Like, League is far more mechanically demanding, far deeper. I think it's far more rewarding. Like, when you stomp somebody in lane and then you come out like a god, whatever, blah, blah, I can't do that in HOTS.
Yeah.
But it's like, HOTS is just so comfy. It's like, oh, I get to play Blizzard characters that I know and love, and it's basically brainless. Like, hell yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah, I think it's probably a fun casual game. I can't say I've ever played it, but like, I'm sad it kind of like got shit on by Blizzard, right? They like abandoned it.
Yeah, quite weirdly. Why does it look like they have like the Simmons logo above the Space Station crest? That's the Polestar logo, actually. Looks like they got the Polestar logo. Newers looks like he fronts a new metal band from the 90s.
He looks like a boy who is really into aliens.
He looks like, if any of you know the band Power Man 5000, it looks like Newers would be a founding member of that band.
He looks like that guy that makes the meme songs about like the fucking European pop bands. Do you know what I'm talking about? Looks like that
I
guy.
think the jersey's fine. Does Benja have rosacea?
What?
Because like his rosacea, I'm like, he always looks like he's like windburned. Like, you know what, when you're going down a run, like snowboarding and all that, on like, and then you get like the wind burn on your face, but you've got like the goggle line. Benja always looks like that, and I've always felt badly because it's like,
maybe he's just big into skiing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think they've always had a lot of
maybe he
it's
does
his-
ski a lot. He is Danish.
Maybe it's his morning warm up.
He's not far from Norway, and those Norwegians love to fucking ski, man.
I would bet that there's not a single ski hill in the whole nation of Denmark, though. I guess there's probably man-made ones. Denmark is like
I don't know how mountainous Denmark is. I don't think it is very
famously
mountainous.
one of the flattest countries on earth. It's like top 3
Yeah, I could believe
flattest
that.
or something.
Yeah, I could believe that.
Or maybe it has the lowest highest points in Europe. I think that might be what
It is very flat. Like when you fly across it, it's very flat. But again, you've got Sweden and Norway right next door, so
It's just I need to see someone on that team fill in that supportive role that Forrest was taking initiative and getting
insanely accurate pull on which one.
without being the star player.
Well, SSG's downfall has
Oh, look, he's drinking a beer too.
making, so obviously changing out
Dude, fuck, this is a great,
IGL and Forrest
it's a great event.
Bro, I mean, it's not that serious. All right, there's no major points on the line. Crack a cold one. Why not?
Dude, my chat's starting to fight back. Look at my chatters are now starting to fight back and wrestle control of the dialogue away from you.
Listen, they're putting up some messages. I see that. I see that.
To great lengths in Boston, and we'll continue to talk about
It doesn't snow that much in Denmark. No, I know it doesn't.
But our map for this series reminder, all of our matches are best.
That's weird because it
About
does
Newers
feel
being
like
the
a
frontman for a
snowy
90s band. Yeah.
For the third time today.
LA.
Mainstream. What is there different though compared to the other games we've had?
Again, it's going to be two teams.
Think they fixed the dim switches yet for it?
I hope so, man. I mean,
Remember
they're not
both
broken.
communities?
They're set very low.
I genuinely think Chalet is a great map for both these teams. And when we're
It actually would be so funny, dude, if they just added interactable light switches. Because you know how Thatcher EMPs disable the lights? Just add a light switch that you can just like press F on. And it
This
just
has been a
shuts
thing
them
that's been
off.
talked about a lot. Like, they have the tech for it. You play the early Splinter Cell games, you can shoot out the lights. Like, the lights are dynamic. Like, you can shoot them out as a means of like accomplishing your goals in the Splinter Cell games. And people have been saying like, let's do that for Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm like, that sounds fucking awful.
No, because
I
now
don't
there's
like that.
precedent. There's the fire extinguishers that you can interact with. There's the fire hose things you can interact with, and there can be light switches you can interact with. It's excellent.
Risk too much, especially at a matchup that is going to be so.
All teams start with 6 bullets. I think that's a little unfair. Who gets the second bullet if everybody gets one?
The coach.
How they're able to swing things
Ah.
to their advantage, and defense is
Hard to
not how you
use, but
win the
if
game,
used
it's
well, it can be
attacks.
the most
And
effective.
obviously both teams have a lot
Chad, if you are one of my viewers, can you pay your union dues, please? 500 channel points. Pay your union dues.
See, at least I don't scam my chat with that shit, okay? I just force
Channel
you to-
points are literally free.
I just force them to spend ridiculous channel points for me to show the cat, and then I scam them every time.
Dude, I just got an Instagram message request from an account that is very obviously just like some shitty art community thing. And I just love how they always send this, they say in one of 2 messages. They say, hey, can I ask you a question? Or, hey, is this a bad time? And it's like, why? So you can just be like, hey, I do commissions. Like, don't send that message. If your message to me is like, hey, can we chat? Just send your fucking request. Just be like, hey, I'm a design company and I do logos and branding. Would you be interested? Yes or no? Like, that's it. Just get to the fucking point.
Yeah, if I get a message request and it's from somebody and they're just like, hey man, how's it going? I will just ignore it usually.
It's because it's not, when I see that, it's like, you don't actually want to have a conversation. You're here to sell me something.
on Chalet.
Yeah,
with SSG
and it's like that's
transfer,
fine. Like,
it
and
looks like
sometimes like
7-2,
people like
so
want to
curious
ask
to
for
see if
help,
they
or they
can
want to
make
like
up the
know
ground
like
against,
where I get my
Spacestation
stats or
here.
something.
Of
I'm
course,
happy to
matchup,
help
which
people when they do that, but it's like
difficult one for me
just
to kind of
get
look
to
at
it.
because I think for SSG,
I mean, you pull most stats out of your ass, so I think it's a
That
little unfair
isn't
to give
true.
them. Because I don't think it's, I think it's unfair to tell them that, because then you have all these random people asking for access to your ass so that they can pull the stats out as well.
And that's a health violation. Like that's a hazard.
I actually cannot get over this font. It literally looks like it's going like, it's like a hill.
It looks like it's like mocking itself.
Every region is represented. Like, that's how I read it.
Literally.
All teams start with 6 bullets. Like,
how they prepare for events. And is this a case
I
of
do not. I don't. I mean, I understand like stylistic choices and stuff like that. I like the way that they keep doing like the rolling like reload. I think that's really cool. But the fact that the font
I don't like that mindset,
is not aligned really hurts me.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could be the case.
Okay.
We are not at the event because we were not asked to be at the event because it is.
Oh. They do win the narrow,
Ooh.
narrow margins here.
I say we stick on this game. Yeah, we're not gonna
For the
swap.
A-stream, we haven't had any close
I think this has the
matches.
potential to be a good
They've all
game.
been
Yeah.
very one-sided.
Yeah.
This to me could very well be the first time on the A-stream that this one goes at least to.
Check. Get your
Jake is
gambling
so
in.
quiet again.
Get your gambles in. Bet on this matchup. Who do you think wins, Parker? Give me a scoreline prediction here.
Now as highlighted on the desk. Now, this is the first match here on the
G2 starting attack on Chalet against SSG with Newers.
It has been happening on the B stream. But yeah, on the A stream so far.
I think there's. I'm torn.
Yeah.
I think this is either going to be a blowout for G2, or it's going to be like 11 rounds plus. I don't think Spacestation with Newers will be immediately successful. I could be completely wrong, but like the way that I see it, I'm like, I could see G2 winning like 7-3, or I could see it going to like OT and one of like either of them winning.
Make a call.
Man,
I'll make a call too.
what the fuck is his name?
What?
I'm gonna say G2 7-3.
Okay. I'll say G2 7-5. I think they're gonna get off to a good start. SSG are gonna try to come back, but they won't be able to fully complete it.
Progress throughout phase 1 over the next coming days. And we lift the cap on how many.
All right. If it's 7-3 G2, I'll gift you a sub, and if it's 7-5 G2, you gotta gift me a sub.
Continue to bet low.
Okay.
They want to kind of play
Excellent.
It, and that's going to be the fun part of it. G2 attacking first up here on Chalet. Hopefully they're not.
There's a lot of channel points being put on this game. There's some believers in
that.
G2 here.
All of them struggling.
Elmo actually lit up there from
This
the
does feel like one of the more
Can't mumble, it's the shoulder.
predictable matchups, with the one exception being you don't know how SSG is going to really do.
B stream and the one
Yeah.
pages. We did see that.
G2
you
also
playing the new?
dominate in groups historically.
Who ended up winning that?
Are you playing the new Pokemon trading card game set?
Dude, I'm still addicted to Pokemon TCG Pocket.
Forest is about to have a life game. It's a terrible time to tell you that Forest was swapped out for Newers, right?
I believe that.
I understand that they do it for balancing purposes, like, but the size of the Bearing 9 with the housing on it is just like absurd.
So far, it's been. I actually put a tweet out.
I have Faults on my fantasy team too, so I'd love to see Faults drop some kills here.
With a very comfortable 7-1 victory earlier. And
Yeah, man, really hoping for it for you as well.
Thank you, Parker. That's kind of you. I don't often get that kindness from you.
Kind of keep the good times rolling here for North America. Day 1 here at Reload.
It's fraudulent.
Doki and Loira are the only likable G2 members. My hot take is I love Alamau. I know he's just a crypto scamming like moron, but I love him so much.
You don't need to say crypto scamming. You can just say crypto.
To be fair, I don't think
Scamming is implied.
All right, scamming is maybe a bit harsh. So I don't think he's actually scammed people, but he's a crypto lover. In any case, I still love him with my whole heart. One of my favorite players to watch.
Alamau and Blaz looking to hunt him down.
Notice some of the community as well have, of course, caught on to some of the changes. Jaeger being very much a dramatic one. After losing his life, of course, a lot of the information regarding operating changes, operator balancing changes.
Am I liking what I see with CJX?
Keep an eye out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have many bad things to say about it. I will say that the changes that they made are cool, but it's not as like seismic a change as Overwatch or CS2. Like I think a lot of those were like not fundamentally new games. I think you could make an argument that CS2 is quite different from from CS:GO.
Overwatch
2 is
different too, though.
Sorry?
I thought Overwatch 2 was quite different too, though.
Well, okay, I mean the huge change is 6v6 to 5v5.
Yeah.
And some of the changes to the heroes obviously as well. But like this doesn't feel like a different game. This honestly feels like the exact same game. Just updated a tiny bit.
Dude, this is good trading. Dude, this is so funny because, like, the last time we watched Chalet was CAG versus FearX a couple hours ago, and there's already been more trading in the first round of this series than that entire game between CAG and FearX.
Now, riddle me this, Jesse. Why do you think that might be when the two teams competing are CAG and FearX?
I think it's because...
Dude, Jack is so good. He's so underrated.
I love J9O.
I love Jack, dude. I think Jack is great.
Remember when we met his parents in Boston? They were so nice.
His dad was a really nice dude.
Yeah.
I mean, J9O is also really, really nice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, it's third appearance here on the A stream, but
His mom is actually like 5'1", though. That's not even... I may have been lying about Xenox's height. J9O's mom is very short.
What does J9O's mom's height have any relevance to?
It was just shocking to me. I was just thinking back to when we met his parents, and she was really short. Nothing wrong with that. I'm a short king too, okay? I'm not here to hate on the shorts. I'm just saying, like, it was surprising.
I love that Astralis team. They got done so dirty by the org. Well, didn't Astralis as an org, like, crater and disappear?
Yeah, Astralis' an org kind of just ran out of money. I would rather a team that runs out of money drop their roster than pull, like, a Mirage or a Parabellum and just, like, lie to their players about continuing to pay them.
I mean, a big part of why Astralis ran out of money was because they were being subsidized by the Danish government. So,
Yeah.
like... But it's literally the same with the Sonics. Like, a lot of people think that the Sonics not getting into the partner program in R6 is the reason why they as an org collapsed, and it's like, no. So, you know, people joke that the Sonics is owned by Super's father, but in all reality, a huge part of what paid the bills for the Sonics was that they were called the Susquehanna Sonics, and that's because, like, the municipality that they were a part of and the state that they were in, which is Pennsylvania, were basically keeping that org afloat.
Yeah.
And eventually, the priorities for the government changed, and they were no longer subsidizing the Sonics. They found limited success in any esport that wasn't, what was it, PUBG? And I think they were okay a little bit in Rocket League.
It was mostly PUBG and Siege.
But it was mostly PUBG. And they had the best PUBG team.
Yes.
One could make an argument that it was the best PUBG team of all time.
Yes. On PC.
Yeah. Because obviously there's PUBG Mobile. But, like... At the end, they literally just had their PUBG team and their R6 team, and that was it. And they were already, like, having problems with money, and then they wanted to get into R6 Newers?
Dude, that's a hell of a play.
That is the dumbest thing I have seen all day. How do you fuck that up?
Oh my god. What's your timer at, by the way?
143, 142, 141, 140.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
But yeah, it's like, people don't realize how bad the financial system or the situation was for the Sonics, and that it was basically bankrolled by the state. Like, they were basically existing off of public money.
So it was communism.
That's not what communism is. But yeah, communism is when esport team gets money from tax dollars.
Joe Biden.
It was, by the way, it was still a privately owned company too. Like, it wasn't even, like, publicly owned.
SSG, that's a very lackadaisical push up library stairs from Alamau. Just didn't look ready for the
So my initial prediction looks pretty bad here, unless G2 goes on a 7-1 run.
Yeah, I mean, dude, SSG's looking nice.
Big round 3K.
I thought G2 played well that first round too. The first round could have gone either way. Second round,
You have to pay $400 for insulin because the government gives $300,000 to the Sonics. Sorry. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hope you live.
Exactly.
So basically, when they found out they weren't getting into the R6 share program, their single largest revenue generator dried up. PUBG is just, like, not able to be monetized for pro teams. I don't understand what they're doing over there, but basically it's like, okay, we've got two teams and we have no way to make money off of either of them. All right, let's close the doors. We're done here. And Sonics folded as an organization.
Who ended up picking up the Sonics PUBG team? Does anybody know?
No idea. I don't watch PUBG esports.
They were still really good.
Obviously,
across now 3 maps played of it.
Obviously, Shopify picked up their
Both in play.
It is early
Did
days.
they?
Rainbow Six team.
Did Shopify
Apparently
Rebellion
Falcon.
pick up their Rainbow Six?
No,
Did they
apparently
get-
Falcons picked up the PUBG team, which is
that
LOL.
makes
So,
sense.
yeah.
That's weird about Shopify though. Did they
Speaking
sign any
of
big players?
speaking of government money keeping an esports team afloat,
True.
the Falcons.
Utility on the top floor and then look to peel back in a safer fashion. That is the one thing about Chalet is actually going for the kill is very difficult because of cutting off the likes of West.
Is there any Australians in the chat?
Maybe having a lurk on mud isn't all that difficult for the attack to execute.
Congratulations on defeating the evil bastards of the coalition.
Yeah, they had an election.
That Australian election was literally tilting towards being a landslide victory for like the conservative coalition, which is like the liberals. And then Donald Trump decided to slap tariffs on them, and Albanese ran on a fuck Trump, we need to protect ourselves, and then the Labour government won the single largest amount of votes in the history of the party, and the first time in Australian history that a single party won 90 seats without a coalition.
I heard bar for bar they kind of bit our whole shit on that election.
90 seats in Australia, dude. Those are Saddam Hussein numbers. Those are Vladimir Putin definitely rigged the election numbers.
He wouldn't. Vlad?
Dude, Vladimir Putin, notable man of integrity. Yeah, for sure him, dude. He'd never
The
do that.
president of Russia. That's Vlad.
Is he president or prime minister? It doesn't fucking matter. Those terms don't mean anything. Vlad would never do that.
That doesn't sound like Vlad.
Yeah.
Goes for the lurk and finds Benja. Doki also gets involved.
Okay, Newers has the potential to do the craziest thing and win this.
I think SSG wins this round.
Yes, it's more winnable than you'd think, but it's not easy. It's like they don't have a great plant spot. They have to go like tucked into the recycling bins. So they're gonna go in bookshelf. Okay.
What's up, Block, please? Nice to see you.
That makes it a bit better. Oh, but this is awkward. Hold on. Wait, that actually fucks their plant spot entirely. Bought them some time. Got Loira killed. Bro, just swing. No cover, just swing. I've never seen Jack win that.
That was such a poor way to play it by Jack.
Tough.
You're getting a tiny angle on it, and he's going to have all the time in the world to kill you.
And honestly, that ended up being the best decision made. G2 on the board.
Yeah, it's rare at this level you'll see a player pull off a plant that late. Wasn't immediately looking at it. So
Trinidad and Tobago voted for the party that kissed Trump's ass.
If he sticks that, even if it's successful.
We don't talk enough about Trinidad and Tobago politics.
Great decision made. Uno gets the double, and that's the
It's a tiny island in the Caribbean.
Okay, one of my top chatters is from Trinidad.
Look a little bit competent because the first 2 rounds were very dominant from SSG.
I think he deserves some representation.
That second one.
Is that Fireball Trinity?
Yes, sir.
System heading into round 4, just like
It's one of my chatters, too.
And we get some extra bans.
He is actively in my chat, which means he's a JJC fan over Parker and Terabang McKee.
I have no problem with Trinidad and Tobago.
I heard you hate them.
Obviously, for anybody
You
who
said they
doesn't
were
understand
what?
sarcasm,
Like
we
inferior?
also do not like Vladimir Putin at all. Just want to be on record for that one, just in case people mistake the joke we just made.
Immediately after pulling off that plan, able to find the swift double kill.
I think Trinidad would be
Jesse
dope.
cheers for the Edmonton Oilers because he enjoys suffering.
I cheer for the Edmonton Oilers because they're a goated fucking team, 2025 Stanley Cup champions, 6 wins in a fucking row, baby.
Stuart Skinner's starting
And you know
Right.
what? With the home field advantage up 2-0, it's not even gonna hold us back. Stewart can let in 5, McDavid score in the 6th. It doesn't matter.
The way you win it, not just any kind of round. They had a really good start.
some military grade copium you're huffing there.
Bro, it's not copium. We've won 6 games in a row, okay? It's just facts. Now we're going home. We lead the series 2-0 without home field advantage. Come on.
Take that. You bank that early attacking round.
You're really selling me on this one. Why does every Green Party never get any votes? So Green parties do well when in a parliamentary system with proportional representation. But when you live in a first past the post system, a lot of times you vote for the more dominant parties because fringe, quote unquote, or secondary parties like the Greens in Australia, like the NDP was in the most recent election here in Canada, it's seen as a wasted vote. because the NDP can get 30% of the vote here, the Conservatives can get 32% of the vote, and the Liberals can get 33% of the vote, and the Liberals will win the seat because it is undemocratic.
I would be in favor of taking the Bloc Québécois and giving all of their seats to the Greens.
Well, I mean, the Green Party also has a lot of really nutty, like, anti-vaxxers, anti-Wi-Fi, anti-nuclear people in it that are just like bonkersville. So
they're a little quirky.
no, the Green Party should like literally be the pro-environment, pro-science party, but there's a lot of like crunchy hippie yoga moms, long-haired old gray-beard dudes who are like, man, look, you can't have fluoride in water. The government's trying to poison our minds. I vote green, and I'm like, okay, man.
They need to become the party of Vancouver Island separatism.
As much of the map as possible on the defense, and it's forcing G2 to have to kind of pick and choose. Where
My buddy lives on the island. They bundled his riding with the northern part of the mainland.
Yeah.
And that Aaron Gunn, like the anti-residential schools, like guy who thinks that like residential schools and like the murder of indigenous people is like fake. He won the riding again by like a vote split. He got like 36% of the vote. Liberals got like 31, and NDP got like 28 or something like that. Or and NDP got 32. Liberals got 28.
Yeah, it's a big problem in BC.
Yeah, I mean, we just need proportional representation. If you get 40% of the votes, you should get 40% of the seats in Parliament. That is literally where the argument should end.
It's a good thing that when Justin Trudeau ran on electoral reform and got elected, he then implemented that. It's a good thing he did that.
Jesse, when he said that that would be in 2015, it would be the last election ever under the first past the post system, I thought that was incredible. And yet we've had a couple since, and I'm not really understanding somewhere our wires got crossed. So
he just changed out the post. Now it's a little sign. It's first past the sign.
So yeah, exactly. It's first to win. Jill Stein is a Russian asset. She literally serves to further Russian power. I mean, I think the Bloc Québécois is left-leaning on pretty much everything except for immigration. Like, the Bloc are an unabashed progressive party on most issues. They obviously have their problems with religion and immigration, but any form of nationalism will almost always be right-wing on immigration. That's the whole reason behind nationalism.
I think the vibes are pretty good in this street game.
So,
I voted for them this election too.
You voted for the Bloc Québécois in Alberta?
I wrote in Yves Saint LeBlanc.
Yves Saint LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even his name.
That's probably why he didn't win then.
I'll explain it. Somebody just looks at your writing ballot and be like, who is this? Blanchette is his last name, by the way.
All right.
What time? What time did we get here? About 10:30, and we were roasted.
Do you think America's going to have a different president in 4 years?
SSG looking good.
I don't know. I mean, the fact that we have to even ask that question is insane. Like, I don't love the Democrats. I think they're better, but I don't love them. But if Joe Biden was pulling this shit, or Obama was pulling this shit, or Bill Clinton was pulling this shit, or if Kamala or Hillary tried to pull this shit, I would be like, this is undemocratic and bad. I don't care what you believe in. Stop this. Having a free and functioning democracy is like the most important thing. I don't care about much else. That's step one. Jesse, do you think the shotgun works?
Yep. Told you.
You're like a second ahead. That's not fair.
I don't think I am.
14.
13. We're literally the exact same thing. 11.
211.
10.
210.
9. 8.
Yeah.
I bet you Ben's just getting at least 2 kills this round. Oh, look at that. I'm kind of nutty with it.
I think you're actually behind me now. Benja's in the trash, just like G2's first half.
He'll get back in. Nah, Newers looks good.
Alberta separatism is just so fucking baby brain, so stupid.
They had a fucking protest not far from where I live. It's fucking embarrassing.
Also falling in the meantime, and it may be flawless if SSG.
Alberta's like, we're going to separate so that we can build whatever pipelines we want and deal with resource extraction the way we want. And it's like, yeah, but you'd be a separate country. And you'd have to make trade agreements with Canada and America, and Canada's absolutely not going to want to work with you. Also, a lot of Alberta is treaty land, and constitutionally, they have a right to self-determination. So if Alberta tries to separate, the indigenous people will literally come out and be like, okay, we'll just take what we have back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nonsense movement of people who have no fucking clue how anything works.
Oh, yeah.
One of the better plays you'd ever
One of the things that,
that
was a really nice chance by Blaz, by the way. For
Spacestation Gaming.
You were not, I don't think you were alive. I was very, very young, so I don't remember it firsthand. But one of the things that doomed the 1995 separatism referendum, when yes, or we, looked like it was going to win and Quebec was going to vote to separate, on like the second last day of the campaign, a bunch of indigenous leaders came out that own like all the lands in like the northern part of Quebec. And most of Quebec's power is generated by hydroelectricity, so like dams and stuff, because of all the rivers and lakes and waters and stuff like that. Most of the Hydro-Quebec dams are on indigenous land, and the indigenous bands and reserves have agreements with Hydro-Quebec for them. And basically, like 2 days before the referendum, all of the indigenous like leaders came out and basically were just like, okay, if you separate, we're just going to keep our land and we're going to take your dams and all of your power with it. And I think there were some people on the fence who were like, okay, let's chill a little bit here. Let's hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's bad. We can't do that. Maybe we don't lose all of our power generation. We don't do that.
Yeah, Alberta is 100% treaty land. So if we separated, we'd leave with 0 land. We wouldn't even be a country. Like, it doesn't make any
sense. Huge victory though. Think about how cool that would be, man.
It would be dope. It would own the libs. It would own the libs so hard.
Dude, that's like me being a teenager telling my parents who own the home I'm living in that I'm separating and taking the house with me.
Exactly.
What do you mean I don't own this?
Obviously, we're going to have to see SSG on the attack, right? That's something to kind of mention, too, for those...
I like Alberta, too. Like, it sucks that so many people there are just fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very backwards part of the country. And most people don't even, like, they're not even educated on any of the policies. They just see it as team sports. Like, they're conservative. They've always been conservative. They'll always be conservative.
Yeah.
And if a conservative leader says something like separatism, they'll be like, yeah, let's do it. They're not like analyzing any of the policies they're voting for.
I mean, I hate to reference this kind of stuff because it makes people feel badly. But the more educated you are, the less likely you are to become a conservative. The more educated you are, the higher your critical thinking skills go. The less susceptible to propaganda and groupthink you are. Like, you keep people uneducated, and they're going to go along with whatever, you know, the government that they quote-unquote like says. They're not going to think critically about it. They're not going to assess it, whereas it's like the same as not true, and that's why you don't see these like authoritarian and fascist movements on the left, because the left is inherently like skeptical, whereas the right doesn't have the tools to be skeptical of it, so they just embrace it.
That's just because Barack Obama owns the colleges and he poisons the minds of our children.
That's true. CRT, woke, DEI, Marxist groupthink, Jesse, you know.
That's why we gotta leave.
Yeah, and then people are like, it brainwashes you. It's like, what's the difference between brainwashing and education? Let's define these terms. Yeah, let's focus on the game. I need another coffee, dude. I need coffee.
This is about to be 5-1 SSG. This push has no legs at all. No intel on the guy pro
dude,
inside.
I was wrong, so...
I was wrong, too. I did think G2 were favorites to win this game.
Sort of what SSG is.
But I'm happy to be wrong here. Like, SSG have played pretty well. Newers in particular has played pretty well. So that's good signs for one of NA's best hopes.
Not sure exactly what was supposed to be there.
Because I'm a little sick and tired of NA just not being competitive to win any tournament.
There's no threat, by the way, in terms of G2. It's just a first floor horizontal push, and they are getting slaughtered. They cannot make their way into kitchen at all. Cooked up well and truly. and served for dinner. It's 5-1 in favor of SSG, and they are making.
Why were G2 supposed to be favorites? They weren't. These guys are just dumb. G2 are the most underrated team in Siege. Change my fucking mind. You can't.
Just another example of
G2 are not underrated at all.
Dude, people
Everybody
hate
overrated. G2 is overrated, dude. G2 is consistently overrated. Everybody's like, G2's going to make top 8, and then they don't. That's being overrated.
No, I feel like people hate on G. Maybe the haters are just fucking loud as hell. but
Hating
people
doesn't make you
hate on
underrated.
G2.
I
I don't think you know what these words mean.
No, when
Are
I
you
say
from
they hate
Alberta?
it, they think they're dog shit. Like, people think they're horrible. I mean, read the chat as well.
Particularly comfortable and confident.
Maybe I have time to play some HOTS.
So far today, but I think
What match is this? Is this 3 or 4?
I think this is... No, this is 4. Yeah.
Well, this is going to be now, again, following.
It's a quick day.
M80 W7M next on the A stream. That'll be a fun game.
That's gonna be a good one.
I love W7M, and the new M80
Yeah, like-
is good too.
Dude, you can't fall into the pit. You can't stumble into that like trap of expecting chat to be reasonable. Twitch chat is notoriously the dumbest assembly of human beings on the planet.
Not my Twitch chat. My Twitch chat's full of geniuses.
No, especially your Twitch chat.
Geniuses.
The people who are in your chat who aren't in my chat, because we share a lot of overlap,
Are the
the ones who are in
highest
both of
IQ
our
chatters.
chats, brilliant people. The people who are only in your chat and not mine, basically apes.
That's absolutely insane. Chatters, if you're in both chats right now, think about the streamer that you want to represent you. Do you want the guy to represent you calling you apes? Just because
No, I'm
you,
saying the
you might
opposite.
want to
I'm
watch
saying
the POV of
people
you
who
know,
are in
the guy with
both
Mini
chats
Siege.
are great.
No, but listen to this. I wouldn't imply that any viewers are apes. So I think if you're watching in Parker's stream right now, come on over. You know, we've got better channel point predictions. I don't insult any chatters. I don't think you're apes. I think you're uneducated of how
But why? Look,
how green the grass is
100
on
men
your side.
versus 1 ape. The ape wins, dude.
So now you're saying calling my chatters apes is a compliment.
Absolutely, dude. I'm trying to win them over now.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that works out for you. We'll see if it's an interesting strategy.
Likely on the cards here, false repositioning.
I have long arms. I feel like an ape. Will, you're not helping
Somebody says
our
I'm
fucking
dragging my
camp right
knuckles.
now. You can't. You're not helping our argument here.
Are those men allowed weapons, or is it just like they're naked?
Okay, who wins? 100 naked men versus 1 gorilla with a Glock.
Well, you kind of use the word discipline.
I don't think the gorilla would know how to operate the Glock, so I don't know why you're mentioning that. But like, give the gorilla a stick.
What if it's like an educated gorilla that's trained in firearms?
Did you know that like a 3-month-old gorilla is stronger than the world's strongest man?
So quickly. Just back yourselves in, hold defense, try.
Did you know that?
I could probably. He's probably not stronger than me.
As proven today, Charlie's been a little bit difficult.
Jesse, you are like a pool noodle in human form.
I think I could beat a 3-month-old gorilla in like an arm wrestling match.
Will the camper stands with me. Dude, see, look, I'm picking your chat apart. They're mine now. Yoink.
My chat is very antagonistic to me.
Yeah, so is mine. My chat trolls me all the time.
Unable to get that gun up in time, and Uno will take his
Yeah, well, I mean, a giant dosage of a giant serving of sugar would beat me. So it's about to be 6-1, dude.
And with 60 seconds left, certainly a very good opportunity for
Thank you, Chairman. Look at all these people standing with Interro.
Chat. What?
We have nothing nice to say about Jesse.
He
That's
literally
correct.
streams less than me, okay? I don't
That's
know how
correct.
you could not be on my side here. You can call me a part-timer all you want. He's like a quarter-timer. He's not even part.
Jesse, I could literally never stream again, and you still would not be able to match the hours watched I have.
Did they have the information though? It's gonna be a challenge.
I'm gonna
No
kick
line
you.
Scan remaining. DPC's up as well.
I'm gonna sneak some fucking sugar straight into your basil. And
Dude,
watch
that's
you choke
like-
to death.
Dude, that's like, did you ever play like guitar? I told you Newers and Jane and I were gonna win this. I was wrong.
Something about chickens before they hatch, I think.
Something to
Did you ever play Guitar Hero like online when you'd be able to play against other people?
I was a rock band kid.
Same thing.
I didn't play online, no.
There were a couple songs that I was very confident enough on that if I was far enough ahead with even like a third of the song left, I would just stop playing. And even if they flawless the remainder of the song, they still wouldn't get enough to beat me. And I would like just put the guitar down and walk away and still win. And it's like, Imagine how humiliating that is. Like, imagine you're playing and it's like you just see the guy stop and you know that you still can't catch up.
You're egoing 12-year-olds in Guitar Hero.
I know nothing about their age, nor do I care. I am simply winning. That's all.
That's honestly, that's fucked up. I wouldn't do that.
I am bragging.
I wouldn't
Okay,
do
that's
that
why you
to the
stand with me,
12-year-olds
chat.
that are all in our chats. I would never ego you in.
Flacco Stick no longer stands with me. Wow. Okay, I'm losing the people.
We're getting them back.
Chat, if you stand with me, I will give each of you 5 cents.
Chat, we can separate from Twitch as a platform. We can make our own platform. We'll take the pipelines with us. No, we're gonna create our own nation of chatters.
There will be that extra ban on both sides, and this is where like I'm looking forward to getting to see.
I think you're saying outrageous things.
Listen, one of the 2 streamers that you could vote for with your wallet today showed up to watch CAG Osaka take on BNK FearX.
Say that again?
One of the 2 streamers today showed up to watch CAG Osaka versus BNK FearX.
Who is that?
This is what I'm saying, chat. Think about where your vote is going today. Think about it.
Chat, I care about all of you. I care about you all very deeply. Apes together are strong. Jesse is trying, as he usually does, to smear me by suggesting that my usage of the term ape was done derisively. Not the case. Who wouldn't want to be peak physical fitness? Who wouldn't want to be among the strongest creatures to ever walk the earth? The originator of man. Learning to use tools to feel emotions. You could be an ape. Frankly, it's a compliment. Don't let Jesse poison you.
I could still be right on my prediction, by the way. I said 7-5 G2.
It did not work. Lost 2 minion members in quick succession. J9O keeps the round alive though with that kill onto Alamau and gets a
How lucky are you feeling on this one?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like Uno's hitting headshots I've never seen before. I'm seeing Loira whip out the Deeg and going for fucking crazy plays.
Also, as chat mentioned, you've shown both your racism and sexism today.
I deny both those allegations.
Both of those, brother. Like,
yeah, Blaz.
How did Blaz miss both? Come on.
2 left standing for G2, and again for the second round in a row, it comes down to a 2 versus 2.
Defense advantage, late 2v2.
I've seen Glitter official stands with me, by the way. See that? People are with me. Jesse, you're not allowed in your kitchen unsupervised.
Okay.
What kind of ship is Jess running over there?
We had a bit of a stream where we did a cooking stream, and I would say it went well beyond a few moments. But for the most part, it went well.
Is there still a VOD of this? Can I see the VOD for his cooking stream? I want to see how he cooks.
Somebody have the clip of...
Jesse can work a microwave? Yeah, Jesse's got Chef Mike working in the back.
I didn't use the microwave once when I cooked. We cooked some delicious food. We cooked mac and cheese. We cooked
a baby can make mac and cheese.
We cooked some really good things.
You said we cooked some great things, and then you mentioned something that comes in a box that takes 10 minutes to make.
No, I mentioned...
And you do virtually no work.
No, I'm not talking craft dinner. I'm talking a gooey, cheesy, oven-baked, from-scratch mac and cheese, and then we also cooked dump.
You cooked dump?
Yeah, we cooked dump.
Is that your cute way of shortening the word dumpling, or...?
No, we cooked dump. It's a dish.
What is dump?
Sounds like you're a little uncultured to me.
Like D-U-M-P, dump.
Dump. Yeah, D-U-M-P, yeah.
You're gonna maybe like, it's a TikTok recipe that was a disaster.
No, I wouldn't call it a disaster. I wouldn't say it was horrible. Okay, it wasn't good, but it was authentic.
The fuck is dump? Falcons lost. The Falcons got smoked.
Yeah, they got wrecked.
There's your Falcons game knowledge. Your chat is really, really cooking you for this dump.
It was better before it got cold.
What is dump?
It's really hard to explain. I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard to explain.
No food should be really hard to explain. Like, it should not be a challenge to explain a dish.
Let me see if I can find a clip of the dump. I don't know if it exists.
He's gonna bait games. it's going to go up.
Dump dinners are exactly what they sound like. Dump all the ingredients into a casserole dish, a slow cooker, a sheet pan, or a pot, and dinner is just done.
No, that's not dump.
Don't you feeling a little bit more amped up, maybe less sweaty, maybe have to cool down a little bit, which is helping inside of the server.
Okay, there is. I don't think this is dump. I think this is the mac and cheese. I think it's mislabeled.
Get these rounds on the board, slowly build into some form.
Can somebody just tell me what the fuck it was?
Yeah, that's the mac and cheese. That didn't go so well.
The mac and cheese didn't go well.
Okay.
Instrumental in that round.
No.
Gets a double kill. One side on the trophy side, and then the other over towards the library hall.
Wait. Okay, I'm watching the mac and
Okay,
cheese.
I am watching your clip right now. What is this camera angle? Why is it look? Why does it look like your camera is in another room and you've just zoomed in max distance?
Ah! No! Oh fuck!
Okay, let's watch this. This is the mac and cheese.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's bad. Oh no, that's actually really bad. Okay.
Are you touching hot pasta? Hot.
It's fine. Oh, it's dripping on the floor. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh no! Ow!
Okay.
Okay, we're fine. Ah, fuck. Fuck. It's
So you're using shell pasta, which is
okay.
great.
It's okay. It's
lots
okay.
of friction,
It's okay.
lots of
It's okay.
surface area,
Fuck.
lots of places
Ow,
for you to
so
stick the
hot.
cheese
Ow.
to. That's good.
Fuck.
Do you not own a spoon? You're just bare-handing it.
Okay.
You're bare-handing boiling pasta back into the pot, and it looks like you cooked. You spill cheese sauce all over a hot burner.
Yeah,
You
that's where
don't
it
stop
really
to clean it
started
up.
falling apart. It gets cleaned up.
You have 2 things of milk open. That is way too much milk. How much fucking sauce did you make?
It was a big mac and cheese.
You need at most like half a liter.
Parker, I was just following the TikTok recipes. It was ultimate mac and cheese. It had a lot of fucking dairy. I'm not gonna lie.
You put a plastic spoon on a hot burner, and then
It's a
like
hard plastic.
that does not change anything.
It's supposed to be in soups.
Yeah, it can go in hot things. It's not supposed to make contact with an element.
What was I supposed to do to clean that stove? I was thinking on my feet, and I came up with an elegant solution. That's what
cloth or
cooking
a
is
rag.
all
You have one
about.
on the
And
handle
light
of
it
the
on
oven.
fire? And light it on fire? I don't think
It's not
so.
gonna catch on fire if you do it quickly, you moron.
It's still gonna be hot, and I might burn my hand.
What do you get rid of? Either side.
I think I handled it. Listen, it was an emergency
I never
situation.
want to eat again.
I think it was an emergency situation that I handled pretty well, given the circumstances, okay?
You could have the Valk be taken off the board if you're at SSG.
I worked in a kitchen. I've had a kitchen job before. I was the fry cook at KFC for like a year.
I don't know how to tell you that that's not a kitchen.
It literally is.
Able to keep his life intact.
It's not like I'm making like chicken fingers. Like the actual fried chicken at KFC is cooked like
You were a
fried
fry
chicken.
cook at a fast food restaurant.
Okay, fry cook is not the right word. Okay, I was using the pressure cookers. I had to bread the chicken. I had to do the dishes. It was a kitchen, okay? I'm not just like putting the fries in the fucking grease. I didn't even do that.
I mean, it's not grease, it's oil.
You know what I mean.
He's a chill guy. He is a chill guy.
I wouldn't know because I didn't work the fries.
Here as we've gone through the 3 rounds of the second half, and it's Valk and 1B.
My 7-5 prediction is looking really fucking good, by the way.
Jess refused to eat the food and then banned him from the kitchen.
She
This is
ate
the man
the
that
mac
made
and
a
cheese.
pizza.
She loved
This
the
is
mac
the
and
man that
cheese.
made pizza without a sauce. Did anybody ever tell you that Jesse didn't understand what without means in French? So he ordered a burrito with nothing on it because he took all the items off.
Dude, it was Canada Nationals. We had to get to the studio, but I was starving. So I Uber Eats the burrito from McDonald's. And it was in Montreal, so everything was in French. And I just kept, it said sans items, sans items. And I thought sans probably meant like include. So I clicked all of them because I'm like, I want everything on my burrito.
Quite
And then
literally
it-
a word that we use in English, by the way.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Use it.
Okay, what is the font Comic Sans?
I don't know. I'm a math
What is
major. I don't
What
look
is
at
the
words.
font sans serif mean?
I don't know.
It means without serifs.
That's not anything anybody ever taught me. The point is, I was very disappointed with my empty tortilla that ended up coming. I was very hungry. And I do blame the French. I do blame Yves Saint LeBlanc, personally, for that one.
Yves Francois Blanchette.
Why can't everybody in Quebec just speak English?
I think my favorite is that, like, somebody's like, every riding outside of Quebec is like Toronto Center, Edmonton South, and then every riding in Quebec is like 19 words.
Yeah. I saw a meme about that.
So what SSG planning here? 10th round, 5-4, 3 rounds in a row for G2. This one heating up.
I need to see what dump is. So what is, like, how do you make it? Walk me through very briefly. How do you make this thing called dump?
So you get some chicken broth and you put it in a pot and you boil it. Then
you boil chicken broth just with nothing in it.
Correct.
You just boil broth.
Yeah, well, we're getting that's step one. Then you get a measuring cup, and in the measuring.
Okay, I don't need like the granular step-by-step shit.
The
I need
measuring
like.
cup is important, apparently. Isn't an interesting strat?
I was gonna say I actually am. Hold on a second. I'm actually enjoying what they're doing.
Oh my god, they're cooking.
Yeah, they just trapped G2 and now they're just blowing up the. They trapped all the fish in the barrel and now they're blowing up the barrel.
That is probably the greatest Rora strat I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was very smart. And like really quick pressure on window as well to flush them out upstairs. They just got absolutely trampled.
Gene, I know, might be a mastermind.
Newers was the one who spearheaded the push. It was Jane I know who did the legwork. You gotta give New some credit there, dude.
What's that? Team effort. Imagine if Alamo wins anyways.
Now we're just gonna give. Now we're just gonna give Carl with the DMR 3 isolated fights.
Dude, this would be certainly clutch of the tournament so far. Maybe clutch of the tournament total if you don't include like stakes. Against a Blackbeard, like it shouldn't be possible, really. Although they're very solo. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so you get your measuring cup. I think you put in it.
Oh, I closed Twitch, so I lost your chat. You need to recouple us again.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I accidentally closed Twitch. So I guess if you close it, I might be able to open it up. Give me a sec.
Start sharing chat. Share chat is enabled. Did I fix it?
I don't see it.
I don't see it either. It says it enabled it though. I think it's lying to me. I'm gonna knock you up again.
By the way, bro, Ali mid. That's toxic. That's not something that's.
Chat, now is your time to type.
There we go. Okay, yeah, we got it.
Did we?
So if you close the Twitch thing, yeah, if you close the Twitch thing, it goes away. Welcome back, chat. Okay, so you got a measuring cup. Walk me through dump.
Okay, you get a measuring cup.
So you've got random chicken broth boiling on the stove, infusing nothing with flavor, which is the whole purpose behind using it.
We're gonna use it.
Excellent start. So
we're
let's
gonna
go.
use it soon. Then once it's boiling, you take your measuring cup and you fill it with, I forget exactly what goes in it. I think it's flour and water. I think you put flour and water in the measuring cup. And then you mix it up. And then you pour it.
Are you sure it's not cornstarch?
It's definitely not cornstarch. And then you pour it into the boiling.
Do you whisk it so that it has like the consistency of like?
No, you just mix it. And then you pour it into the chicken broth, and it kind of congeals. It kind of makes this like weird shape.
It's like a roux, but without. You're using the chicken broth instead of the fat from a butter.
And you basically boil it. You boil the flour and water.
You boil water and flour.
Yes. And then.
Okay, and then what?
And then, after it's turned into a solid, you put it back in the measuring cup. And you eat it. And that's called dump.
Where is the flavor or seasoning or anything? You're basically just eating like chicken broth and flour.
I think you can put salt on it if you want flavor. I think is what.
It also
what the
does sound like the
recipe said.
basis of the dough used to make dumplings, just in a slightly more complicated way.
I think you're really giving this recipe more credit than it deserves, Parker.
I mean, this sounds fucking stupid, like something's missing, but
I promise you, nothing is missing.
SSG one. Shared chat is gone again. Did you close the Twitch thing?
I closed
Shared
it like
chat is gone again. Did you close it?
like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I sent to knock again.
Oh yeah. Okay, you invited me. That's why. Got it. Accepted. Something went wrong. Try again. Okay. Let's.
I think I fixed it.
I'm gonna decline. Something went wrong. Excellent.
It says it started on my end.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, looks like it's good. Is it? Jesse's people. Can you type?
The point, but if you've got 2 or 3 players that are playing a site-based role like that and are never being moved around and never being disrupted,
No, it's not. It fucked up again.
You know, dealing with
Wanna try again?
extensions of the
I feel like it's your fault.
I'm not doing anything.
I feel like it's your fault.
Losing
Okay.
whilst they were trying to deal with that was too much.
Shared chat is on.
Perfect.
There we go.
All right, so I switched to the other stream now.
Yeah, me too. BDS phase. What's your time?
232, 231, 230.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, and I will pay out the channel points to the SSG believers. That's a fat one. Cherub Chairman is getting a pretty good payout here.
Pushing forward with quite some force, hoping to catch out a couple of players.
Once again, not happy.
Hold on, I'll find you the recipe for dump, and you can judge it yourself.
Needing them a little bit lower, like I said, you got to get it right. It is, you know, a good way of opening the entire barricade.
It's dead again. I don't know. Yeah, it's like
12 pellets. It was handy last
I don't understand why it keeps stopping.
It's really annoying.
I'm not closing anything. I'm literally not touching anything. You can literally see my screen.
At least for now, the wall is opened up to him, and that is the important part. Freck, once again, barely having to move his feet, even though this isn't the same site. He's still positioned around the same spot and looking to cause a bit of bother. So for FaZe,
The name of your stream is literally a stovetop dump making.
Yeah. We were making dump on the stovetop. Feels like a pretty accurate title.
I'll try again.
Could have been to evade and dodge away from this, but it now means Robbie can't keep him at bay much more. Freck getting rid of souls, the ace taken off.
It won't even let me turn it on because it says it's already on.
To get control of this top.
I don't know what to say here. It doesn't say you're in. Like it doesn't show you in the call.
To get away with his life there, but will do so. Robbie was taken out in the mix of all that, but yeah.
Try knocking me up.
With that. He took very little damage from 3 smoke canisters coming at him, and they were all within about 3 or 4 seconds. So
how do I even do that?
Go to my Twitch and just click knock. It should be right next to my name.
Play one, let it dissipate, play another one, so on and so forth to burn the clock as much as you can, but he got him done in about 20 seconds. And
I will accept.
Looking better here.
And now on the right, okay, yeah, now it should be working.
4 versus 3, and I think the rest of this round is going to be
Does it work?
I think so. We'll see how long it works for. No, I think it literally worked for 1 chat message.
Has to be careful about the trade. Almost managed to get rid of KDS, but didn't quite find the head.
Yeah, Twitch is just a broken fucking website. I don't know what to tell you here.
Yeah, I don't get this. Alright, try it again.
An error. Okay, I actually got an error this time.
Okay, so I just invited you.
Okay, I accepted.
Okay, but when you accept, it says you're invited to join Jesse J Chick on stream. Yeah?
I am in the call, it looks like, with you.
Yeah, I see that as
Okay,
well.
on the right, you have to pick shared chat. Because you're
What?
hosting.
Cool. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Beauty.
We'll see how long it lasts.
Do they ban
Yeah.
Monty?
SSG did win.
I feel they've got the answer to it, given they've won 2 defenses so far. I want to give a nod towards KDS.
All right,
Okay,
I think it's working.
Yeah, it's
Now
working.
we have to answer the question: how the hell is Lazmu beating the world champion?
You have to mute yourself in the call, ding dong.
Okay, you could just deafen too.
Come on through. It is going to be Monty taken away and the
Idiots.
Fenrir on the defensive side. So going to force FaZe's hand here, Tim. Force to do
Cool.
something a little bit different. And that's going to be Bring the Blitz, of course.
I was gonna say that's gonna be Blitz or Blackbeard then.
It's never that different, is it?
It's
Okay.
gonna be one or the other. If it's still
Chat's asking
let's
how
say it's
they're
working.
winning. They went up 2-0 Nighthaven defenses. I would blame it on that. What did FaZe ban? They did ban Kaid Bandit, so.
Very, very solid from them. They got the opening kill.
Okay, I have to go pee and I'm gonna make another coffee.
Okay. I'll take a coffee
Send me
too,
the
if you're down.
dump, bro, whatever the video, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Where I would say the same thing.
Chat, where the fuck is the dump?
Entertain the people.
And then, you know, round 3, yes, FaZe have had a little bit more success with moving them around, so they need to be finding a bit more.
Did the dump guy delete his
Maybe try going a bit
recipe?
Me and my brothers have a signature dish.
Oh, I found
it's
it.
Called,
I found it.
Okay. You're not always, you know, you might get hit on the flank. You're not always going to get away with that. But I come back to this. You know,
there we go.
are the players inside
All right,
being
we'll
bothered?
watch it when when
So
Parker
I'd
gets
like to
back.
see FaZe guarantee that. Get the site wall open.
Okay.
Force them to play.
Did I ever do a GeoGuessr? No. We haven't had much break in the action, to be honest.
Where they're going to be the most comfortable.
Here, shield has been taken away. Instead, Vitikin goes across the round. We are attacking into the basement, so they want that soft destruction. Not forgetting last time we did this, Cyber went down very early on.
Predictions? Technically, this is the simultaneous game as the other one. And like, if the A stream comes back with W7M M80, I'm gonna stop watching this, so I don't want to run predictions on it. I'm glad to see Freck doing well. He's on Freck and Handy. I both have on my fantasy team, so I'd like to see some dual. Although I'm pretty sure Whiskey Run also has both those guys on his fantasy team. So I actually think this game is completely irrelevant for our fantasy duel.
Yeah, bit of a situation, a bit of a different situation for BDS.
Freck is Dutch? Yes. Dude, it's crazy. We had like 3 years of like no Dutch players in Tier 1 or at like international events, and then Ubisoft gives out the pity invites, and like 2 Dutch players receive them to come to Rio. Both DPEG and Freck come in to an event for the Dutch representation, but both of them just got invited after not quite being able to qualify for the last couple of years. Who has JV92? I think a few people picked him. I'm not 100% sure on the exact stats. The Project Prisma Twitter is honestly keeping up a lot of good tweets. Is Eagle Me is Dutch? Okay. I'm not counting every little support staff. I'm just talking players.
Somebody from FaZe moves into position, just pick them up on a long angle, and all of a sudden
Great G2 hate watch today. What's up, Revan?
A little bit more winnable, but I don't think they're gonna get that grace.
Are you not salty watching SSG? Are you not hate watching Space Station nowadays?
2 minute 5 left on the clock, and they're using that time to clear utility, to create new angles, to apply vertical pressure, to try and push BDS around. I come back to that same question. Have the site players been bothered? I'll tell you what, they're about.
All right, and to everybody in chat that was asking how is BDS beating FaZe, they're not. And I would expect that they do not get another lead on FaZe the rest of this game. I think that's just a classic 2-0 Nighthaven defense start. Nothing more to it than that. I didn't watch the round, so I can't say for sure, but that's my assumption.
No, not at all. Just closing that out very, very comfortably. We're going to have.
I might be part-time, but my chat is not. How does that work? Explain that to me. If I'm not here, are you guys here yapping without me? Can Habana Pelts break Rora? Yeah, I would assume so, because I'm pretty sure all explosions can break Rora.
FaZe have reeled them back in. They've leveled things back up. It's kind of
in the BBC. Okay, actually fair. I didn't think of that.
She's seen enough, and there's something that she can contribute here in attack timeout.
I think you've just seen FaZe change their approach here, where it's been a bit more
immediate attack timeout from Lyloon.
Any opportunities to BDS to capitalize or cause any trouble. I touched on what we've seen from the Dokkaebi previously to help with that as well.
I'm very cautious with this BDS team. I feel like they could be just horrible.
With it now being 2-2,
I don't have a lot of faith in the players on this team. Obviously, Virtue's accomplished, and he's a good player. And I do really like Robbie. But the rest of these guys, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a believer. Who would win 100 last moves or 1 Virtue?
Yeah, back up to the top.
What were my predictions for top 8?
BDS, we saw them there in
Let me go look. I have them actually right here.
A lot of focus from FaZe towards that warehouse catwalk, and BDS were able to pick up players elsewhere who were kind of, you know, left a little bit.
My top 8 were FaZe, Falcons, Furia. I feel like you have to have those 3. That's the big 3. Then I had W7M because I think they're very good. Spacestation because I think they're very good. M80 and G2, harder to pick because I think they're kind of on the edge of being top 8 or not, and they're very inconsistent teams. But I went M80 and I went G2. And then I threw CAG Osaka in there for some APAC hopium, but I feel like I might have misplayed that one.
Here coming in, still some of the same sort of setup we saw.
You don't know why I didn't make a prediction video? Honestly, I just didn't have time. We were too busy working on other videos. Not Liquid. Liquid could very well make it. I just didn't have space. Liquid and Secret and like there's a lot of teams that like could be top 8, but I went with G2 M80 instead and CAG. Yeah, DZ could be good too. I don't know. I think it's a tough tournament to predict top 8 because there's a lot of good teams. How about G2 but not Liquid? Damn right. Liquid with 2 new roster moves? Liquid's a very big unknown for me. 2 new roster moves and a new coach. I don't know about Liquid. I think they will be good in the long run, but it doesn't feel good gambling on them right now. We'll see. We'll when do they play?
Just wanting to be aware exactly what
they gotta play soon. We're almost done the day.
FaZe making again reasonable progress here. Going to be looking to use a little can opener.
They play last game of the day versus Secret. Yeah, like that should be a good game.
They can then go on the roof or on the rappel and just try and make life a little bit of a nuisance inside a controller.
No, this is food. This is beans. Someone put beans.
Timberwolf, thank you for gifting a sub to 2 zeros. Now that's 1 fewer zeros she's gonna have.
So there is a lot for FaZe to work through here, and you can
I would never sub to Jesse. I just want that to be clear. And yet here you are, a subscriber nonetheless. Get owned.
But the clock is running down as we come towards those last 60 seconds. For FaZe, it might be quite an explosive execute here, Tim.
Yeah, the Pulse could come in clutch here. Just P4 feeding that intel in. They know exactly where the pressure is going to mount from, but not much that BDS can do about
You think Furia have had a harder fall off than the now Falcons roster had? I don't think either of these rosters have fallen off. I think Furia, Falcons, and FaZe are like the clear top 3 teams in the world right now. I don't think any other team is like in the same category as those 3, especially in terms of their like long-term consistency.
A bit too big a mountain to climb for the side of FaZe, but if anyone can do it, it's them. It's Cyber in particular.
Wow, Cyber.
3 finally shut down, and it's into a 1 versus 1. Vidiking going in for the plant as well. This is so risky.
Lasby wins this, I think. Unless Vidiking gets off right now. Oh my god, Vidiking, you're so smart. No, he's not. Couldn't get the fight. If he pulls off a little earlier, maybe he's got a better shot. That's a tough spot for Vidiking to be in. But obviously those 3 are just like top 3 from SI, so it's not like a crazy hot take. But like, I think the gap between those 3 and like the 4th best team in the world, whoever you think they are, is like significant.
Might be your man.
Might just be the man. We've got auditions.
Is the whole tournament on LAN? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That could well go
I was sat talking with the team actually at dinner yesterday, and I was saying if you guys come into the 1v1s on day 3, who's going to take it?
It feels like taking a penalty in football.
What really made me laugh is they were like, we actually have 1v1
I mean, like,
tournaments like, all the time. Like,
obviously Furia haven't won anything in a little while, but like, you look at their run through SI, they crushed absolutely everybody, and I mean crushed, up until they had to play FaZe and BDS. And those games, I think they played probably a little bit below, especially their game against FaZe in the lower bracket. I don't think they played to their fullest potential. I don't think they showed the best form in that matchup.
Final defensive round for BDS. Honestly, this roster has impressed me so far on the defense.
But like none of the other teams look like they could hold a candle to Furia, other than FaZe and BDS.
Still managing to close out the 1v1. Not easy for them. And
Furia lost the same 2 teams that we as SSG did. IMO, we as SSG 14-0 them at SI.
The attack of Nighthaven is probably going to be more difficult for them.
SSG doesn't have anywhere near the consistent results though. That's what I'm saying.
things are pre-prepared,
Like, SSG is a good team, too. I think SSG are inarguably a top 8 team. And I think SSG are very close to being in that top 3. As close as anybody. But I don't think they're on the same level. I mean, they've had nowhere near the consistency. And they just changed their roster, so that consistency is going to be even harder to get now.
For a newer roster. So we'll see how BDS do in the second half. But so far, so good.
Like, even if SSG had played Furia in the lower bracket and won, I still don't think that they're a better team than Furia.
They're not the fastest
based on like long-term results, you know.
Playing on shield, you've got Cyber doing the same here. Admittedly, a little bit faster running around with the blitz.
My take on the new BDS roster, bro. This team is like, I don't know. I'm very cautious about this team. I don't want to make any predictions because I truly have no idea. Because like I really like Robbie. I think Robbie's an insanely talented player. I'm huge on Robbie. The rest of this roster, I don't know. Obviously, Virtue's good. Last move P4 and Freck, I have a lot of questions about. And I don't think Virtue's the type of player who can like solo carry a team, you know? So, I think it's going to be tough for this team to get like top 4 in Europe.
4v3 though, this is something that BDS
But they're also just a team that I have no idea how to rate. They could really surprise us.
In the first round, we've commented on it throughout. They get a kill and then they play the trade game really well. They're just able to go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1.
You just didn't want to play FaZe twice. I mean, you can say you were one of only 2 teams to beat FaZe. Or one of only 3 teams, I guess, to beat FaZe, right?
Once again, Handy wanders into
Furia beat them in the bracket, and then, oh yes, yeah, one of only 2 teams to beat FaZe, because the only team that beat them was Furia.
Cannot hold on to the man advantage, cannot hold on to those numbers.
No, you had good games against FaZe.
Always fighting them back. 2 versus 2 now, and I don't think they're aware of Lasmo's position. I really don't.
This will be a 4-2 half. Lasmo and Freck are set up really nicely. Really nicely. Freck can trade. Freck is terrified. Freck is terrified. And to be fair, there's 30 seconds. I don't hate the way Freck is playing this. They're flashing. They think he might be on the stairs. I don't think they're expecting this angle, but they might not hit it. I don't think they will. He's got to hear them walking down these stairs. He will hear them and retreat. I love this angle. It's kind of obvious, but you don't have to commit to it. Just shoot him once. Try to get lucky. Now this is awkward, though, because you don't have a Nitro. I wish he kind of just played like a rat spot. This is a better spot for sure. Oh, and he's got pings? All right, just win the 1. That's awkward. He kind of had to win the 1. Am I a fan of the new ban phase? Not at all. I think it's really, I think any ban system where you're banning for your opponents but not yourself is inherently going to take away a large portion of strategy. Because, like, what just happened here, right? All of the operators that were banned for the first 6 rounds are now unbanned. So think about what that means, right? Suppose, like, you're playing Chalet and, like, you're considering banning Azami. If you don't ban Azami in the old ban format, Azami is obviously the most powerful operator on that map. But, like, it's okay to leave her unbanned because you know you're going to get the chance to play her the same as your opponent. But now, if you don't ban Azami, your opponent's still going to ban it against you. So there's no reason not to just ban the strongest operator in every situation. And there will still be situations where teams disagree about what the strongest operator is. And there will be situations where, like, maybe an operator is specifically strong for a specific opponent. But I think it's going to really reduce the diversity you see in operator bans. That's my prediction. We'll see if it pays out.
This match means we've got.
Am I excited for the 1v1s? I honestly am. I'm mostly curious. The thing is, like, there's not that many 1v1s involved. Because a 1v1 only happens when a team runs out of bullets. And I don't think teams are going to run out of bullets very easily. Like, because you control how many bullets you're gambling. So I don't know that a lot of teams are actually going to run out of bullets. I think it's going to be, like, decently rare. We'll see, but I feel like we'll only see a couple 1v1s of the whole tournament.
This is where we've seen the teams today that are a bit newer, a bit fresher. Coming into this with a new roster, trying to figure things out a little bit still. They've come undone.
1v1s are only possible on Monday? Wait, wouldn't they be possible Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS struggle at this point, especially against FaZe. They are a defensive powerhouse. Basically, every tournament they're at, they're topping the charts.
It's also kind of a weird format, because, like, suppose on Monday you show up and you bet, like, all your channel points against, like, I don't know, fucking Scarz, and you win. The next 2 days, you can just vote 1 bullet every time, and it's like you know, you're kind of already qualified and you're just playing games for nothing, you know?
this way. 6 is what you've got now, and the number up to the left.
The dual card is only possible in round 3? Why? I don't understand why it's only possible in round 3, Sprony. Is there something I'm missing about the rules?
That's the nice and simple answer to it, and you'll see that.
Is it just hard-coded? Like, there's no reason? It's just in the rulebook it says you can only use this card on day 3?
Then you go through to the live stages. That's the simple part of it. There's a bunch of the mechanics that
I'm not reading all this, bro.
Robbie has found himself dead from above. Bit of King getting himself a freebie unleashed from the shields that he had in that first half.
Yep, nice and easy kill through the floor there. I was going to comment on BDS's drone work. They had a nice position in warehouse. They were watching what was going on in IT, and I thought they were looking good. But
Duel can only be used on day 3. That's so weird.
Right on into Vita King's trap, and he's going to continue watching from above.
Okay, if it can only be used on one day and only be used when you're being eliminated from the tournament, we dead ass might not see a single duel the whole tournament. We might not see a single 1v1. I didn't realize it was only day 3. That makes no sense.
Little bit of adversity on the attack. Where's the adaptation? What are we going to
You're sure reload itself will be a one-off, but you're not entirely sure we're ever getting that major back? Yeah, I honestly have no idea what their plan is after this year.
It's what you're willing to put on the line. It's more what if you lose and you lose 1, if you win you gain 1. You can obviously put up to 2 if you want to in these first couple of days of the tournament. Day 3 onwards you can put up more. So think of it that way. Don't worry about it too much for now. You can worry about it tomorrow when teams start getting close towards 0 and facing elimination. That won't be happy times for any team.
I mean, rather than Elo, it's your points in the league. So
yeah.
6, as it stands now, they have 6 points in the league. If they get the win, then they'll have 8 points in the league. It's, simple as that.
Spra, have you done any simulations? Like, I wonder what the cutoff is going to end up being for how many points you need.
Seconds, a couple of smokes, and there's 3 C4s to still play behind. A lot to keep BDS at bay here.
I feel like it's so hard to simulate because you just can't. You just have no idea how teams are going to act, right? Like, teams are obviously not going to
just
uniformly spread out how much they're betting, right?
Like BDS are waiting for something to happen rather than trying to
simulations are like
themselves.
impossible.
They can't just hold the angle all day waiting for that first.
You can make a simulation, but you have to make a lot of assumptions about how teams are going to act, which is going to result in a pretty poor simulation ultimately. What is this guy swinging? Cyber's balls are dragging across the floor. Oh my god, and he's putting them in Lazmu's mouth. Very nice.
Seem to have too much of an idea on the attack. They couldn't break FaZe down.
Too many unexplained rules? Fair.
FaZe are ready and just cut them to pieces.
It was very similar to what we saw out of BDS in the first half, where the defense just completely shuts out the other side. And a remark that FaZe are consistently one of our best defensive teams at any
You get the round differential in points from a 1v1, but only if you didn't initiate it. Oh my god.
Why is there no kill cam is because they usually don't show the kill cams, they show player cams, and then they'll show kill cams after if they do. Here you go. Or not. Never mind.
Get owned. I think it's because B
I was wrong.
stream. They probably don't have a replay op on B stream.
Now start running away from this. Like I said, BDS coming onto the attack.
That's insane if that's the case.
To BDS on the defense. Don't get me wrong, they could have excelled.
Listen, they couldn't afford your bougie ass Parker. You think they're affording a replay operator?
Literally all get paid exactly the same.
Parker is literally like that fucking guy in the meme that's gobbling up all the fucking water. The rest of us
I want to thank the average Joe Mays for 40 months in a row and 2 zeros for 1 year, says shared chat. What the subs in Interro? I would never sub to Jesse. I just want to be very clear. Good call.
By the way, 2 zeros. Are you a sub right now in my chat? Are you subscribed right now in my chat? Just curious. Just wondering if you're actively a subscriber. Wondering maybe you can check that.
Woolen311, thank you for the brand new sub. This is the Interro charm. That is my charm. You, by subscribing to me, have just got access to the Interro charm. Jesse, if your viewers don't have the Interro charm, for the price of a free Twitch Prime sub, they could come over here and get the Interro charm as well.
We were having such a nice conversation before your fucking ad read interrupted us so rudely.
Yeah, my ad read.
Yeah.
Me showing a new subscriber that they actually get something for subscribing to me.
My subscribers get good things too. They get a special role in the Discord.
I'm gonna
they get to come to
mod
the monthly sub calls. It's gonna be excellent.
I'm gonna mod. Oh my god, he got banned.
feel like it's the right approach to the round for BDS, but as we all know, Tim, you can have all the right ideas in mind and the right...
How do I unsub? You go to twitch.tv/JessieJChick and you subscribe here. That'll cancel your subscription on Parker's channel.
There is a role in my Discord. Yeah, there is a sub role in my Discord if you subscribe.
We do monthly sub calls where I hop on a call and chat with the subs every single month.
I used to do that, but then I got very anxious about it.
Really? I find it's very chill. It's like a chill, relaxed time where I just leak things.
Okay, well. Rotting Punk, thank you for the 80 months. Welcome back.
I won't say perfect defending from FaZe. They kept killing it, will be.
Let's go, Freck.
Shut down by Freck. They needed to win that first fight. He actually does very little damage to Freck as well, so that is good for BDS.
Like, I understand that it's Freck, but it looks like frequency, so I just want to say freak.
That's a good IGN. Freak.
He knew what was coming as well, was the craziest part, but it was a great response by Freck. Give it over to him. He's got a kill that they very sorely needed. Mirror offline. I mean, a C4 is removed from the team, but far from the end of the world.
No, it's Freck.
Here we go. First
as in, like, he's got freckles.
Hunting their way through. Second one even, sorry. But they need to
dude, Cyber's so nasty, man.
Not sure that's what it stands for.
He makes the Scorpion look like it has no recoil. Freck literally heard him on the dope call, and then he just doesn't stop, bro. He just doesn't stop, bro. I love CyberZero.
Dude, what are you at, by the way?
The round is
just one. What?
Yeah, I think we're similar. Just ended.
It's a fucking, what is that? Jessie Chick Pog is one of the worst emotes I've ever seen.
It's beautiful.
It's terrible.
It's lovely.
I think it's nice that you give, I think it's really nice that you give emote work to the blind.
That's crazy. That's fucked.
My Pog is so much funnier.
No, yours just looks like you've got a gaping hole.
You might get a mini one for a quick second more between.
Mine looks like actually fun. Look
Okay.
at him. Look at his cute little. Oh!
Of course, the coach can't intervene at that point. Just feels like a
Kiwi Mad Dog, thank you so much for the brand new Prime. I'm going to put it back up on the screen. Look at that. That's the Interro charm. That's your charm now. You're going to get it in a matter of moments. Isn't that really cool? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Why do we have Canada's emote? Why wouldn't we? Actually,
Jessie
we are.
J Chick chair emote? That's just a regular chair emote.
Robert's just not subbed to me, so he can't use the real emote. But we.
You got one ad and nearly killed yourself, so I subbed. I think that's quite dramatic. It's quite dramatic.
Anyways, we're taking out the Canada emote. We're replacing it with an Alberta emote as we separate.
Of course.
As we become independent.
You refuse to sub to a part-timer. Am I the part-timer or is Jessie the part-timer? Why do you...
I'm famously a part-timer, even though you're more part-time than me.
No, this is food. This is beans.
Thank you for tier 1, Lucy.
Someone put beans inside the computer.
I've got a full map clearance that they need to be doing here. And that's where the problem comes in. They seem to
P4 on the Nook is a deadly combination. A great player and a great operator.
Big map. There's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up, and that's what BDS are struggling with on the attack.
Got the Rower on side, Tim.
We do. We do have the Rower on side.
It's funny, actually. I was speaking to Liloon yesterday.
Can Freck be the same level of Aurora player as we saw from
J90?
Newers? J90.
J90.
Newers was Capitao.
This was Capitao, very good.
No, this
Thank you.
is food. This is
So the only two maps that we have watched are Chalet and Night Haven Labs, and there was one layer.
Literally, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Trying to keep FaZe locked away, but no, they missed the mark on one.
Cash sub to me with a Prime. He said, "Is this how I get the Interro charm?" Yes. I would wait 30-ish days, and if it doesn't come back,
Cash
sub again.
you subbed to the wrong person.
No, I would give it about 30
I'm a
days
seasonal
and
worker,
try
thank
again.
you. I used to be like a streamer. When you have to sit through 9 ads while watching Siege, you'll understand. I pay for YouTube Premium, so I literally don't have to watch Twitch ads.
YouTube Premium is like the best thing I've ever bought. It's actually crazy.
YouTube Premium gives you a lot of stuff, and my family all has it as well. So, I mean, like, they are on my family plan, so.
I've just canceled Spotify. I use YouTube Music full time.
I got distracted and forgot to give myself insulin. Give me a number. Like 3 or 4. Nothing more than that. That's way too much. My blood sugar is presently crashing. Oh, I just ate a bunch of stuff.
Robbie or Vida?
fallen team.
I like
Whoa.
Robbie. I like Robbie here.
I have to back him for this.
Actually, he has no fucking intel. Vita should win, but
You're just spiking because you ate?
Don't have the confidence here to go for a
What are you
plan.
doing?
Doesn't know
Come
where
here.
his last man is. Looking
Come up
like
here.
he actually took himself in the corner here. He's gone away from that site entirely. Tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down.
no drops on YouTube. That's why you gotta watch Twitch Live if he's just a chick.
Doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping and finds his man. Wins out the 1v1 as you
Down.
say, Tim. FaZe up to 6 and 3. And BDS, try as they might, it was definitely a good effort. Just cannot find a single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half.
Pill Cosby with a show cat. I don't know if that works on Interro's stream, but my cat is not here, so I'm gonna scam your points. Sorry, bud.
Here's a cat. Come look at my screen. I'm holding the cat up right now. He's freaking out because he doesn't want to be on camera.
You know, I said
You go, boy.
pretty confidently in that 1v1. Yeah, you know, Vita King wins this.
There's your show cat. Except it's not even full screen. That's kind of fucked. That's a discount budget ass show cat if I've ever seen one.
He's freaking out. He didn't want to be up here. So
He
I
probably
picked him
just
up.
wants to be on the full screen.
Yeah, that's it.
Super smartly. I think Robbie did the right thing.
I wouldn't want to be up in the little corner like that either.
Get the diffuser down, especially on a class. You know, you can maybe then play.
Are our cats friends? We were talking about this earlier. I don't think they would be. My cats don't have friends.
I said, and I quote, yeah, I mean, our cat likes other cats, whatever, blah, blah. And then Jessica goes, well, my cat hates cats. Well, that might pose a problem.
Yeah.
Certainly not easy. And I feel
This arrow bar is just sitting right next to mine, and I'm just going to take it. I'm going to eat it.
Yum.
I eat this arrow bar.
Arrow's good. I fuck with Arrow.
I love arrow bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to eat this open arrow bar that was right next to my desk.
You definitely should.
Yeah, I don't know who opened it, but it's mine now.
This is beans.
Enchanted Blade, thank you for the
Put
7 months.
beans inside the computer.
at this point, as shown by them lifting the hammer.
My cat has skill issues. She's just nervous.
Look at them just putting that battery in the middle of the wall. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they were doing that earlier too.
Hell yeah.
Just CJX things.
Arrow is A-E-R-O. It's Cadbury, so I mean, it probably is in the UK at least.
Yeah, I can't. It's not really similar to anything else. It's just chocolate, but it's full of like bubbles, so it's a really fun texture.
You know the bubbles melt put on your tongue and it just melts.
Yeah, it's really good.
Can do that for us now. The drones go out. 30 seconds into the action phase, they're going to be looking to get themselves established inside of meeting.
Oh, look at that. People in my chat are now typing.
Spoken about this take, about this presence from the attackers.
Hello, Emmy. How are you?
And prevent the defenders playing in this space. Vita King.
Run, Vita King, run.
Decision making. You can't go for the drone there. You know someone's going to be following it.
We'll forgive that from Vita King, A, because he got out, and B, because he won the 1v1 last round. And C, because he's the king.
You never feel or taste the bubbles? Have you considered that you're doing it wrong? Look at this. Arrow bar looks like a pair of boobies. Trying to get it to...
Beauty Nitro. Cyber's era.
Whatever. Say a pair of boobies.
Do you think Cyber has the most aura-filled SI hammer photo of all time?
Yeah, that one's fucking incredible.
That's a great photo.
Yeah. Although, hello to my people. Hello to my people.
Who are your people?
My people are in here right now. Colin
chatters?
Azul, Ground Demon, Nathan, Diabetic Beer.
So your
Lucy,
chatters-
please take me is technically through you, but is also a constant visitor to my stream.
So your chatters are people and my chatters are apes.
He's looking around this corner. His man. Beautiful headshot onto Robbie.
Cyber is either the worst player in the lobby or indomitable. There is no other option.
Life is an entry, bro. I mean, that's how it goes.
Dude, I'm not trying to segregate chat. We are literally sharing chat. That is the opposite of segregation.
Well, but you're putting labels on them. They can talk amongst each other, but like you're gonna call one.
There are
one thing
labels
and
on them
call the
because
other.
it shows which chat they are typing from.
Yeah, but the label you're putting on them is not Jesse Chatter or Parker Chatter. You're putting on Ape. That's an interesting label to attach. That's all I'm saying.
It looks like we're kissing. Look at that. Look at 2-0's most recent
It does look like
message. It looks like we're fucking kissing, eh?
We should have an emote where on my channel it's me kissing in one direction and you channel you kissing in one direction, so it's specifically made so that they can kiss.
I tell you what, he's got a bit nuclear there, Tim. It's a couple of times today he's looked a bit naughty with the pistol. It was the earlier on. Has gone pretty big in this round when required.
If the rules of Interro's chat say no racism or sexism, why is Jesse here? That's a great fucking question, actually.
I think it's honestly, it's proof that I am not racist or sexist.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's proof with that. Otherwise, I couldn't be here, could I?
Jesse
Checkmate.
is licking. Put an eggplant, then Jesse's licking emote, then me gasming emote. There you go.
And that is that they'd have given
Hold on a second.
absolutely nothing. That's what I expected when Cyber dipped back into server. I thought, yeah, he's just going to get himself out of the way here, and they're going to let BDS sort of bring the fights to them.
I'm not sub to you, so I don't have your emotes.
Get owned, bitch.
Some kills instead, which, given that it was 6-3, they've got the space to do that. I wouldn't expect to see.
Jesse, do you want to get really? Do
in the back of the mind as well. They know that they've got base.
you want to get not?
And it's like I said, this, for me,
Do you want to get the opposite of not high and play PUBG later tonight?
just so much to do for
PUBG?
Yeah, dude, we play PUBG. It's a lot of fun. We don't take it
Oilers are
seriously
playing
in the
tonight.
slightest.
Oilers are playing tonight.
You can do both at the same time. We literally hang out in my Discord and stream the game, and we all watch it together.
I'm not gonna step aside and not watch the Oilers. It's gonna have my full attention.
Okay, so do you want to watch it in?
I'll probably
My
watch it
stream.
with Jess on the couch, to be honest with you.
Scared the cat.
Hunkering down, wasting a hell of a lot of time when it comes to the execute, but a couple of players
Oilers are losing tonight. That's what they said the last 6 nights, weirdly enough.
quite curious to keep my eye on those.
So they can keep talking.
Of course, that changes now what feel like a while ago, where unless you're sprinting, you don't see the full charge going down. So essentially, you can be invisible to cameras
Ball.
the entirety of the round.
I like the man with branding. Parker's a hater.
So is he going to be the X factor for them? Is he going to get a cheeky little stab in somewhere? He's tried his best here, but nearly gone down for it too. He knew that he was coming, and now he's got to get himself out of danger.
Yeah.
Try something else.
Yep, certainly doesn't hurt.
You have no killer instinct. You are a Bengal cat. You were literally supposed to be half wild, and you just do not care.
Kind of be ready for. We know how good they are, guns up. Players like Cyber, you know, they're going to make it so difficult to win a gunfight. The tracking.
Cyber's gonna get another one here. Get ready for it. Oh no, he didn't know the guy popped in. He didn't know
He
the
just
guy
does not
jumped
give
in.
a shit at all. He's not playing with the ball. Oh, hit him from the back, Diz!
Okay, it's actually a decent push. They really found the gap.
They got nothing for the minute and 20.
Shoot you
Thankfully,
that
it's
gave me a
not the
box.
site, but
Oh, you have a hype train right now, Jesse, from all the subs?
yeah, I think
Good
it
for you,
ended.
dude.
Thank you.
Damn train.
Which you maybe look at there and say, actually, that's pretty good for FaZe because they've still got to clear that map and think about hitting the site. Whereas here, no, they've still got half a round to play with. This is not bad.
What are you looking at? There's nobody here. It's literally just you and I. What are you staring at?
Ourselves out of this. 2 choices: fall back towards site, try and play tight together. Second is actually try and go aggressive and put down a player or two here to even the scorings out. So when
Site's
it comes
below,
to the
yeah.
execute, the clock becomes that 6th man, and you start to
Yeah.
get a bit of an advantage. But as things stand
There's
now,
only 4
Yeah, it
drones.
looks like,
They could rat
Sexo.
KDS. Nah, they won't though.
Sexo.
I was gonna ask if they were gonna rat KDS, but they won't.
Give it a little bit of vertical access for the attackers.
Oh, Souls, you can't be going down there. Is that vert? It was vert angle.
4 versus 2 now. It takes a little bit of
That makes it pretty tough.
Won't mind that whatsoever. And especially with the Deimos still active here as well, it just makes this an absolute.
They're going Animus, they're going Cargo. They're gonna plant Animus. If this Cargo guy dies, it's surely over. It's surely over.
surely he gets him here.
Surely he gets him here, Dez.
Danger when you're roaming against a Deimos and it's a 4 versus 1. Vidaking with it all.
I think Vidaking can win this.
And Robbie's about to have another
They don't know that he pushed up like this.
He cannot win this. I stand corrected.
Lasmo.
What happened to Bodega? Did he disappear after the thing? He hasn't tweeted in like 4 months or 3 months or something. So
He did a YouTube video with Fet. That's the last thing I've heard seen from him.
I'm going to see tactical timeout come in there, I think. It certainly looks like that. Coaches have got headsets down.
So proud of him. I don't know if that's the word I would use.
Is it fair to say, Des? A little bit rattled?
Robbie's not doing Robbie things. I think Robbie was really like set up and enabled on BDS. Or sorry, on Falcons.
Still losing the round. Like,
he was on Fet stream today, pretending that C9 was his team. Okay.
big runs across this half, and it's enough. It's making the difference. Where the rest of his team maybe is a little bit quiet, no one else is positive at this point. He's the one dragging his team through some of these tough rounds, and even KDS, who's been very consistent across the map. I was touching on his ability earlier on to get into a gunfight, not be the first one firing, but
You had the
always
same
one to
flight as
get a kill
Bodega.
back
He
in
was super
response.
soft-spoken IRL.
Quite
I mean, he's
enough
not a
to
loud
try
guy
and
when
do
he's
what
not
they
pissed
can.
off at an admin.
More work to be done.
Bodega's actually like a pretty decent dude to talk to one-on-one, and honestly, a lot of them are. Like some of the biggest assholes, like in like Siege as personas, are like just nice to talk to outside of it. It's just that the competitiveness of the game makes them lose all of the endearing traits that they have. It's really just what it comes down to.
I think at a high level, there's almost nobody who's like not nice to talk to and hang out with. Like,
There's some weirdos and there's some dickheads, but yeah.
And then they force themselves down onto site. Really well played from BDS. Exactly what you'd be looking for from an attack on that site. They need to go again. It's going to be up on the top floor. FaZe, can you hold on?
is Canadian playing? Yeah, he's on Shopify. He just didn't get invited to this event.
Worry about the mentality if you find yourself going to OT, like past ghosts come back to haunt them.
That's Spoit's teammate for you now.
Start dissecting the rounds that they lost then.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Do they need to be as aggressive as they were? Do they need to, you know, Cyber's getting out into control and trying to find that kill?
Whatever drinks with Shopify when they were in town for their boot camp.
They're in town right now.
It could have been over.
Shopify's in Toronto right now, like
Yeah.
the team.
Yeah. Spoit is at least. I don't know about the rest of them actually, but
Well, Spoit needs to live in North America to compete, and he really likes Toronto. He and I were, when we were in Boston, he and I were actually talking about how much he likes Toronto as a city. And this is when, you know, he was on M80, so...
yeah, I was just basing off Spoit's stream, so it's possible the rest of the team is not in there.
Well, I mean, Troy lives in Toronto, so I mean, he's gonna be here.
Nope. He left.
Did he?
Could have.
Troy Canadian, who famously lives just outside Toronto, has abandoned being outside of Toronto.
Could have.
5 of them active, going through there, trying to get a real picture of exactly what FaZe is doing.
No need to rush it for sure, BDS. He's in the move with good pace.
The city he lives in is literally in the documentary they did on him.
Even in rounds where they've had no drones left.
Troy is now a Quebecois nationalist.
He wrote it.
I don't think
Saint LeBlanc.
Coming in here, but stopped in their tracks by that Goyo canister. A C4 finds out Robbie. Handy taking a few chip bullets as well.
I think Troy votes NDP or Liberal.
We've been here a couple of times now, Tim. BDS always find a way back.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Like everybody who voted NDP this election voted Liberal because the NDP...
Like I said, at 6-3,
You could fit the entire NDP caucus in a Uber XL.
That's tough. That is tough.
You can fit them in a very spacious minivan.
Yeah.
On lower aqua stairs, I'm not sure they are. The challenge might just attract them too much to face up that way. Beautiful teamwork. Nitro comes out.
Close it down, Cyber's era.
Cyber pops up with the challenge. They know that there's another one there. Be careful of the team kill there.
I'm from a traditional Toronto riding that was always between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So even if I hated the Liberal candidate, I always vote Liberal just because I hate the Conservatives more. But now that I live in Toronto Center, I can. It's literally like it's always a riding between like the Libs and the NDP. Sometimes the Greens do okay here.
Sadly for him, this game is one of the latter. 5 and 10, he finishes off
GGs.
with FaZe. It was getting close.
That was an easy game. It was a boring game.
Look, we can always
It's a weird game from
Real as
BDS.
fuck that I alternate between Liberal and NDP. I've never been a Conservative, so I really need to. But it was like I knew the Liberal candidate in my riding is the former CBC Power and Politics host Evan Solomon. He's a nice guy, but I mean, politics is local, and the NDP candidate here, Samantha Green, is terrific. So I voted NDP because, well, I always had to vote Liberal previously to stop the Conservatives. So I voted NDP this time, and she got like 7% of the vote. Evan Solomon got like 63% of the vote, which is, I predicted 60%. I was off by 3%. Like the record to show. My mom was like, my mom and dad still live in the riding, so they usually vote Conservative, but they'll vote NDP too from time to time. My mom fucking loves Mark Carney.
I like Mark.
Sorry?
I like Mark.
Yeah, I don't dislike Mark Carney at all. He's from your city.
Yes, sir. He's a huge Oilers fan, so like, He kept pandering by going to Oilers, like wearing Oilers merch and going to the games. I was like, I'm already gonna vote for you, brother. You don't have to keep pandering, but like I'll take it. M80 W7M started. I started a prediction. Go ahead, gamble your channel points away.
Do you want to go watch that one?
I have here. I think W7M should be better, but they're a very inconsistent team. So
W St. Jamie.
And M80 are a good team, obviously too. This is basically the team that won Manchester, so this could go either way. But I think W7M is a slightly safer bet, despite the fact they just got rocked round 1.
They didn't. They M80 is basically the team that won Manchester.
Yeah.
W7M is basically the team that won Montreal. Isn't that wild?
True. What a good storyline.
Weird seeing Houghton in that uniform.
Yeah, but I feel like I'll get used to it quick. Like I feel like it fits. It's good just seeing the core of that
Got
team back.
dumbass in chief behind them. We got stupid fuck behind them.
Dude, it was so funny. His video where he announced where he was leaving. It was like it was on PSG Talon's like YouTube channel, and it got like 800 views. So I don't think anybody saw it. But Fabio was literally sitting for the camera. He was like, "Listen, I joined this team to see what Korea could do, but now I want to win, and I can't do that here, so I'm leaving." He said it a little bit nicer than that, but it was kind of insane. He was just like, "Yeah, we cannot win, so I'm gonna go to a team that can actually win."
You know why he has number 3 under his name?
Huh?
You know why he has the number 3 on his jersey?
Fabian? Is it because he has 3 toes on one of his foot?
Oh, is he diabetic too?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
No, it's because of the SIs he's won, you idiot.
What if he wins
I might
another?
lose one of
Will
my
he change his
toes one
number?
day, you know? That's the joys of being a type 1 diabetic. I might lose a toe at some point.
There are worse things to lose. Like your head.
Well, then I could also lose my foot.
I think
Can
you
you
would
have
do
the
well
toe?
with a 1-footer, though.
Meet Garage, you are literally a mod in my stream, and you have gone over to Jesse's stream. What is happening here?
But people are speaking with their wallets, Parker.
Disagree with that.
They don't want somebody who calls them apes.
He hasn't given you any money. He's just over there hanging out in
ad
your
revenue.
channel.
That's ad revenue.
It's for Boonies over here, though.
That is fucked.
Yeah, get fucked.
This is such a tough post plant. I think Kino's a good fit on this team too.
Yeah.
Because it means that with Hot and Cold on the roster, Kino doesn't have to play shields. So it's massive. He can just play
They
his
lost Dash.
hard
They picked
support.
up
That'll be
Palu.
fine. I just like the M80 lineup.
You tell me that you get rid of Dash and I get Palu. I take that trade. I make that deal. You make that deal?
It's a slight upgrade, you could say, yeah. I loved the fucking Paulo announcement video, dude. It was
Dude, I'm
basically
actually
just a
I'm
fuck Team Liquid announcement.
I mean, I have friends on Team Liquid, and I don't feel comfortable sharing the full tea, but I will. Oh, Han got a hand tattoo.
He's been getting a little more tatted up, yeah.
When Volps was on the roster, they had tons of internal issues with people beefing and fighting, and I had heard that Palu and Volps did not get along.
They
but-
implied that in their tweet, yes, as well.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, people change, and there are NA players who used to be like, dude, I'd never, like Skies was a perfect example. So many people were like, I will never team with Skies. And then that team would pick them up and they'd be like, I love Skies. And it's like, I like Skies. I'm not in the game, so I don't know what he's like as a teammate, but it is a little interesting that Palu and Volps have seemingly mended fences. We stan personal and professional growth.
Isn't Volps suing Raza? Yeah, well, change takes time.
Volps and Cherry Gums are apparently suing Raza because Raza made disparaging comments on stream about how Cherry Gums was queued with a bunch of pros and was dragging the team MMR down.
They're
And
suing over a
apparently-
trash talking game.
That's just trash talking game. Like, look, as somebody who is threatened to be sued by a Brazilian, stop trying to settle these things through the courts. Like, just talk to each other, you fucking weirdos. Like, why are you all trying to sue each other? And then, like, Bodega said he was gonna like sue Nick, and it's just like, can we like just be normal people, please?
It's like, I don't think this is what the courts are meant to be used for, guys.
I don't think the court. Yeah, I don't think the Brazilian courts, when they were created, were designed to deal with beef between two people who are dating and a streamer. Could you imagine? Yeah, could you imagine being the judge having to deal with that? You're suing them for what?
Bro, that shit would just get thrown.
What
out
is
so
MMR?
fast. He is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's very stupid. My Nightbot posts in chat. Is Jesse's?
Yeah.
Oh.
It says
I
it's
don't know, it's
only
weird.
visible in my channel though, because it's a command. But yours is visible in both.
Why are they using the old M80 logo? Is that the old M80 logo?
No, it's the new one.
Oh, player name. Apparently on expanded player cams, they're using the old M80 logo.
Really?
That's what somebody just said. Yeah, that's what Nomis Ultimus just said.
A classic.
Did somebody say something about Nightmare Nyx? Dude, I have nothing bad to say about Nyx from my own interactions with him. But, like, the guy is just his own worst enemy. And I remember around the time that, like, I think it was the Disrupt thing where he got, like, kicked on the team very quickly. He didn't even, like, play a game or something and he got kicked, right? That was Nyx, right?
For Disrupts? I think so.
It was Disrupt or something, wasn't it?
Too.
Yeah, they are using the old M80 logo next to the player names. Why are they doing that?
Now with the 3 rounds played out, we head into the ban phase behind the scenes, and I do wonder surely that blitz will get banned out because it's been the most prevalent side of the attack for W7.
He got dropped by Drip. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. So Nyx DM'd me after that, wanting to come on 6-on-6 to like share his side of the story, and I was like, "Look, dude, like, we're not here to launder people's reputations. Like, you know, 6-on-6 exists to tell stories, and I, for the record, I do think Nyx's story is worth telling. But like, you want to come on what was, by the way, at the time, the largest and most watched competitive like R6 esports podcast. It's like, to what? To basically try to improve your reputation. It's like, look, man, like we're not here for that. You know, like I think it's better that you focus on yourself than, you know, try to win some like publicity war. Like, nice guy. I have nothing bad to say about him. He's been great every time I've talked to him. I've never had a single bad or, you know, interaction with him, but I've never teamed with him. And I know that, you know, I have people that are like great to hang out with and they suck as coworkers. You know, like it's just the way she goes sometimes. And there's players who are the same, like super nice dudes, but the moment you put them in the lobby, they become assholes.
I work with this guy, and he is a huge fucking diva. He's always complaining, always asking about shit that he needs, shit that he wants, pissing off everybody in the room. I have to work with him very closely, too, like in our day-to-day, and it's like, it's exhausting. You know, it's really a lot.
Don't talk about Calvert Jacob like that.
Wow!
The joke is that it's me, by the way, but I had to figure out somebody else he worked closely with, and Jacob as host is probably the next best.
Thanks for explaining that one, Parker.
Well, I just don't want people thinking I'm picking on Jacob for no reason. I'm not even picking on Jacob. I was just making a joke about what you said.
I know.
I like Jacob, but you could have made it more obvious that it was me.
How?
Like you could have looped in like a diabetes thing or a politics thing, or.
I felt like people got it. You know what? My chatters are a little bit smarter sometimes, so maybe they caught on. Maybe you're not used to that in your chat.
Yeah, your chatters are brilliant. I would love them to become my chatters. I'm offering you an opportunity to chat. Look,
It'd be tough
You're
to
chatting.
keep their
Look,
level
you're
of
chatting in
intelligence.
Jesse's chat at an amateur level. I'm offering you the opportunity to go pro.
Chat, don't just take the first shitty pro offer that comes on your desk, okay? We've talked about this on stream before. Sometimes it is better to wait for what you're worth, okay? Like a VIP in twitch.tv/JessieJChick. That could be coming your way very soon. Very soon.
Jesse, show them your in-game charm.
And see, the thing is, those that do it for the charm, I don't want them. They're not passionate, okay? If they're just subbing just to get an in-game item.
Yeah,
we got
Kristen is
fucking real ones
unfortunately
here.
subbed to you now. So
Damn right. Damn right. She wasn't at the start of the day. Now she is. That sounds like good marketing.
Jesse and I will be streaming together, I think, like every day.
Yeah, I plan to be here every day.
I plan to be as well. There's one day where I have an appointment, so I'll miss some of it, but that's it.
Thank God. I mean, okay. Dude, people are hitting some ridiculous shots in this game. Can we admire that for a second?
I'm admiring.
There's some beauty shots being hit by both
Oh,
sides.
Hotton on the all day, yes.
That was not one of them, unfortunately. Hotton spraying down and hitting nothing, but earlier.
Fuck yeah, victory music. Let's go, production.
Maybe a little bit prematurely. 2-2 is the scoreline.
Yeah, concerning for M80 when you have
Trash can's not bulletproof, but it's still like your only plant spot if you're going into the breach.
No, this is food. This is
Tino for the
beans.
2 months.
Someone put beans inside
Good to see you,
the
Tino.
computer.
Tino, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome to Jesse's Chicks.
the puzzle directed on towards that default plan.
You should make like a chick like a... You should make your entire branding around like a chick like a baby chicken.
When I was younger and I didn't know how to spell, people would ask me how to spell my last name, and I would just say, you spell it like you spell the chicken.
Parker might just decide to sleep through a couple maps every day. I was well awake before this even started. I was just lying in bed.
Yeah, so you're not getting up to stream. You're not giving.
I
people the
was
content they want.
hungover, and I didn't want to get up.
You missed some great. You've missed some great moves from CAG Osaka.
I drink like once a month at most now. So like, let me have a day.
Okay.
I missed FearX CAG, which means the suffering of being hungover in bed was nowhere near the suffering of enduring that match. That's like the type of game where it's like, when everybody's picking like what they want to cast, you start to look and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna get FearX CAG.
Yeah.
And of course, because it's an APAC game, it's the first match of the day for the time zone, and you're like, you're telling me I had to be up at 6:30 to cast these guys?
Literally. I'm gonna step away. Please entertain the people.
Yeah, I was gonna say the crowd mics have been real hot. Like they're picking up a lot of background noise. All right, chat. Jesse's not here. Let's start counting. Let's start counting at 1. Let's see if you can make it to 100. Like, start counting from like 1, go all the way up to 100. I want chat participation here. You've all been doing a great job of talking. I appreciate all you. Start counting all the way up. You start with 6. You are such a brick. I don't understand you.
The pace and the tone right now. They've got the control. M80 have been able to get 2 rounds, and a lot of that has been off the back of those quick plants. They can sometimes find the kills quick enough to be able to re-establish.
You're not doing a very good job. I feel like Fireball, Lucy, please take me, 2 zeros have understood. You made it to 10, and now you've just completely given up. Excellent. Great job, everybody. That's why I called you apes. Literally why I called you apes. That type keyboard! It's the Interro chatters that are messing up. You were literally here from my stream. Jesse went to a fake university and got a fake degree. And I went to a steakhouse and I got a degree in steakology. M80 are just so out of their element. They're defending on Chalet. Like, it should not be this dominant for the attackers.
It's been incredibly defender-sided today. They've given up 3 attacking rounds to W7M.
He went to Athabasca. Athabasca has a reputation in Canada for being like an online-only university that is super easy.
Okay, I did a course at Athabasca, and they just like send you everything via the mail. Wait,
I do know ball. Shut up.
Why is everybody in chat like putting in their guesses for your IQ? I'm just seeing a bunch of numbers.
No, they're actually putting in the age at which they think you'll die.
If I make it to 39, that's a good life.
Yeah.
Die young, leave a pretty corpse. Okay, that's my motto.
Is that what your grandma did?
Oh, she was quite old.
No, Jesse couldn't get into U of A. He could only go to Athabasca online.
I literally did the majority of my schooling at the University of Alberta, and then finished.
I did the majority of my schooling at. I did the majority of my schooling on the streets.
Do you have a degree?
I don't actually know. I've been very.
Wait. So you're making fun of my fake degree? You don't even have a fake degree?
That's not true. I have a degree in steakology from the Keg.
That's insane.
I know. Nobody knows anything about steaks but me. I have a degree to prove it.
I'm hungry, man.
Texas Roadhouse degree? No, I joked that when you work at the Keg, I worked at the Keg very briefly. I hated it. But I was like in between. I just moved back home and I needed a job and the Keg was hiring and the money's not terrible. So I was like, yeah, okay. They make you do like a study course on the meats and then you actually get a degree that's printed out. That's like a degree in steakology. And I thought it was the funniest shit. It's so juvenile. I could not believe it. I was like, and then they're like, I went into work and they're like, do you have the degree? And I was like, yeah, I finished it. And they're like, where is it? I was like, what do you mean, where is it? I just did the thing online. And they're like, did you print it out and bring it to us? And I was like, no, I did not print out a degree in steakology and bring it into work.
It's probably on your wall. It's probably in your important documents.
It's actually framed with RGB lights all around it. No, they made me bring it in the next shift. They're like, in order to prove you did it, you have to bring it in. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, they were not kidding.
They take that shit serious, okay? That's why you didn't last there very long, Parker.
From W7M have already shown they've got the capabilities to make grand finals, to be a top team and do some big.
Did I tell you the story about why I don't work there anymore?
Yeah, you did, because somebody complained.
The lady's
about
husband
you.
choked on a steak and said that, and then lied and said that I didn't do anything about it when I was like, what do you want me to do about it?
I do remember being there, actually. I remember you, like, holding his nose closed and keeping his mouth closed, like forcing him not to breathe. It was
That's me, man. Yeah.
You put like a cloth over his head and you waterboarded him, I think.
Yeah, and then the Keg told me that I couldn't work the next Rainbow Six event.
Yeah, it was a wild time.
A woman's husband literally choked on a piece of steak, and I was at another table, and I ran over and was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And I was like, "Do you need me to call like the paramedics? Do you want me to get my manager? Blah blah blah." And she was like, "No, no, no." And then she like shooed me away. So I was like, "Okay." And then at the end, when they were leaving, she goes up. She comes up to me and she's like, "We don't think you treated that with the seriousness it deserved." I was like, "I literally asked you if you wanted to do a bunch of stuff and you shooed me away from the table. What do you want me to do?" I was like, "You said no to everything I offered." And she's like, "Well, we want to speak to your manager." And then lied to the manager and was like, "He didn't care. He didn't ask any questions." And the table next to them heard like the fiasco and then also heard her side of the story. And I went over to them and they were like, they waved me over and they were like, that woman just like lied through her teeth about how everything unfolded. And I was like, oh, that's great.
Did you offer to give him like mouth to mouth and like a happy ending?
She, at one point she said, what the lady,
not a no.
She said this to my manager. She's like, well, what would have happened if he ended up coughing it up? Like he coughed up the piece of meat and I saw it on the plate and it was very firmly in the, like, I should cut this again category.
Sure.
You know, when you cut a piece of meat and you're like, this is way too big. It was in that category. Like no questions. There was no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, her husband was very large, like very large. And they were at a booth and she said to my manager, she's like, well, what would have happened if he couldn't breathe and he fell under the table? And I was like, dude, credit to my manager, because if that was me, I would have been like, there is no physically way possible that he could get under the table.
Holy shit.
I'm not joking. If he needed the Heimlich, there was nobody working that could have put their arms around him.
And it might be after this round because you get to 2-5 and
So anyway.
Maybe you trust them enough here to begin.
But it's like, how do you not know how to eat a steak?
You make it 3-4, at least it keeps it close.
He was a big boy. He was a very, very big boy.
I think he just wanted a little attention from you, Parker. I think
I'm not like, look, dude, I don't care if somebody is overweight. Like I was heavier too. Like I have heavy family members. Like I don't give a shit if people are like fat. I don't care at all. But it's like, dog, if this guy like needed the Heimlich maneuver, there literally is nobody that could have helped him here. Like we would have had to call the paramedics. He was probably 450 pounds. Like he was a big guy. I'm not saying that to judge him. Like I'm not being like, I'm not saying that negatively. I'm just, it's a statement of fact.
And it's like, well, for M80, if they're a little bit behind the eight ball, and you got Shopify Rebellion as well waiting in the wings, is this a team that's gonna miss out?
He was tall too. Like when he stood up, he was probably like 6'4". He was probably like 6'4", 6'5", like 400-ish pounds. They're in a booth, and like he took up the entire space. Like so, he was sitting with his back to the booth, and his stomach was touching the table.
Hello?
He was quite polite. He was just very embarrassed. Are you saying hello?
Did your stream crash?
No.
My Chrome just crashed.
That's the skill issue on your part. Uh-oh. Everybody come over here and watch me. Jesse does not know how to work technology.
What's your timer at?
136, 135.
We're on the same. We're on the same.
Okay.
Wild.
I still forget that barbed wire does damage.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Instead of it doing damage, they should have just changed it to where it needs 3 hits to break again. Like, just go back to the way it used to be. Why did you change it to do damage?
It is very funny when somebody dies of barbed wire, though. It's happened a couple times now.
It happened to me when I was playing Rainbow, like, last month.
Get owned.
Like, I was downed, and I was playing with some friends who hadn't touched the game in a long time, and one of them ran towards me and was only like 10 HP and tried to run through barbed wire and literally died trying to pick me up because they didn't know that barbed wire did damage. And I was like, this is silly.
This is like a miserable time to try to plant. Although, Dota's is in the middle of fucking Narnia.
The last 2 rounds by W7M were just so dominant, like they completely break my spirit, and here it goes again. Switch to diffuser. Switch to diffuser. Thank you. I want to know who's been observing on B stream.
It's not me.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm glad that you're on record.
Well, just in case.
Indicament's name is Parker, by the way, chat. Look at that. Interro's on the meat station in my Fantasy Hell's Kitchen roster. Dude, I love working in kitchens, and I love every part of it. Like,
and as we keep counting down, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a Fabian crash out. No timeout called. Snow Wine coming up for this next round, and W7M, they're in cruise control. Yeah, they're chilling. They are absolutely chilling right now.
What's the last game on B stream? Secret Liquid. This is the last A stream game, right? Because the day's gone so fast, but I guess we just started so early.
I was gonna say my like budget for time was 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., but it starts at 11.
Yeah.
You can't tell the difference between a T-bone and a porterhouse? I mean, if you want to come to Canada and work at a keg, you can get a degree in steakology too. I still have it somewhere. It's very silly. I'm not from Calgary. I'm from Toronto, but I used to live outside of Calgary for 2 years.
He slobs on the knob of Calgary.
I do not. I think Calgary is a fine city. I just use it as a cudgel to beat you in your love of Edmonton. That's all.
You've never even been to Edmonton. Edmonton's a goat fucking city.
You don't need to go to Edmonton to know you don't like Edmonton. I've never been shot in the head, and I can tell you I would not like to be shot in the head. So
I fear that you are only getting shot in the head in your neck of the woods, Parker. I'm sorry.
I am curious if apparently the keg is in America now. I'm wondering if they still use, I think it's called McGregor's or something like that. There was a Canadian beef provider that they used. It's called like McGregor's or like Callahan's or something like that. And all of their beef was provided by these guys. And that was like part of the keg thing, was it's like it's always consistent because it's always the same thing. But it's like, I don't know if the American kegs would use the same meat provider. They probably source from America.
Not, yeah. Especially post-tariff.
Just visit Chicago to try to get shot in the head. Chicago is my favorite American city, and I've been there like 5 times, and I have never seen any crime or violence because Chicago is a very nice city and not like war-torn Iraq, like Fox News says it is.
Smelling blood in the water. North America so far today has been a region.
I think Kino is the greatest Callie player in the world. I'm on
He really likes to play just like super high value ops and then just do not great on them.
He's a great Callie player, dude. He's hit some ridiculous clips. I'm not here to defend his Monty. Okay, I know this is what you're referring to, but his Callie,
he's
I
improved.
really like.
He's improved quite a lot on Monty, though.
He has.
You know.
I'd say it's probably a team discussion.
I was saying this earlier. Like, it's nice that he can team with Hot and Cold because now he never has to pick that up again. Because Hotton's a great Monty.
There's over a minute remaining, so they're going to have a lack of information.
This W7M team is just, they've always been strong.
See?
Wow.
Look at that nasty ass Callie play, bro.
God slow peeked him and took 2 seconds to see him.
Yeah, but he was on Kino's screen for like a fraction of a second. He still hit that. I'm sad we missed that.
Chicago's an amazing city.
Quick 3K.
Love Chicago.
Yeah, a relief for the whole roster, to be fair. They've been looking to try and grind out these
King Von and O-Block? That in Chicago? Chicago's an amazing city. It's got scary parts.
And in fact, after that round,
Anywhere that is heavily impoverished in America is going to have some scary parts. Crime and poverty are completely linked. Chicago was not immune to redlining.
Dude, that's crazy. They just don't have a fucking...
so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo Drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first layer of the defenders. So when you're going for like mess or whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together.
Yeah.
They're going to send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at
We
most.
can also start bringing Doke and then use the early Doke call to execute, like on their
Do we want to do like our fast solar, like we did against Furia?
fast solar.
Yeah. Like remember where we literally just repelled in with Blackbeard, and we just ran it down. Maybe after the Fender
If it's Kitch or if it's Master?
Either
or
one.
either or.
Yeah. And we can just bring a Twitches after Fender after solar. I can ID. Hold on.
Let's just
That's the wish of you to get as a married man. Fabian is married now. Yeah, he got married a couple months ago.
Finra again, yep.
They're
Finra.
saying
all Finny.
They're showing a lot of comms after attack is over.
Do we push Bunny backwards?
That's a wonderful insight there. From both.
Yeah, not with the coach, though.
Yeah, but like,
Are you-
that's
is that
the
a-
specific
Are
stuff.
you saying that about production, or what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I feel like that's the stuff that players are generally quite adverse to showing on broadcasts, like specific
Players
strats like that.
hate having to be on cam and having their strats be discussed. Yeah,
of
they
course.
they despise it.
well, there were 2 key points that were.
And thank you for the 18 months. EpiPen, thank you for the 7 months of subbing to Jesse.
Hyped with the Jaeger buff, dude. Me too.
The second point is the drone economy.
Jaeger's been a dumpster tier operator for way too long.
Has been noted by Fabian. We'll see how that plays out.
Millions of people get murdered every year in Chicago. Yeah, millions. Measured in the millions. A city of 2-point-something million, and there's multiple millions murdered every year.
The Democrats keep bringing in immigrants to refill the.
They have a
quota.
purge multiple times a year, and then they just reload. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like named after the event. Holy shit, dude. I think my favorite was when Republicans were like, they just bring in tons of immigrants to vote. And it's like, immigrants can't vote unless they're citizens. And if they're citizens, then it doesn't fucking matter where they come from. You fucking idiots. Learn how your own system works. I don't know. I think Gavin hawking a candela across the field like it looked like he was going to do for a second. There's a great strategy.
They're Going for their solar rush, they said. Oh,
Oh my God, Matthew.
that's tough.
First part of that, right? What happened to the 3-2-1?
Don't know if the timing was a bit off.
What happened to the 3-2-1? Well, it didn't happen, Jake.
They're doing some control now to make him play off, a bit of pressure being applied.
Rare misplay, I feel, on the shield from Houghton.
A little bit aggressive here because he's sensing there's a stack. Oh, what a shot
Loban's
from
kind of
Loban
nasty,
onto
though, too. 10 and 5 now.
Adjustment with the shotgun, too strong, too good. Job done from Loban. He has lost
Loban
his
is my
life, but
favorite
honestly, he's done more than enough
non-North
in that
American
position.
player to watch.
Considering how fast M80 have wanted to play
Why is that?
around and they keep
He's just so fun. Every time I've ever seen Loban at LAN or anything, he gives me the biggest smile. He's always like a fucking showman when he pops off. He makes good plays. He's an aggressive player, so his playstyle's fun to watch. Just nothing but good vibes with Loban.
Dying early on in the piece, the rest of the team finally does fall in line.
Long angle.
3 versus 3, 60 seconds.
Where are these EDDs as well? Oh, shot! Diffuser plays the long angle back the other way onto Dots and M80. Well, I'll tell you what, if they can win this round, it's back to 4-5 and doing something that we haven't seen today, these two teams, but being a little bit...
How well do you think the NA Los team would do?
In what context? This tournament?
Yeah.
I don't think they would win a game. Apparently, the roster that qualified for the Brazil League is like a lot better. I think the biggest thing is they got Arthur back to being an IGL.
They're a lot better. Yeah, you can't jump out of a basement window.
I don't know. I got Brazilians in my chat that like hype up the new Los team. Say that they're gonna be like quite good. I'm like, I'll fucking believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when we cast it.
Dodos will go for it, but
3, 2, 1.
solid round from M80 capped off there.
Damn, I'm good.
And you know what's interesting about that round as well, guys, is that the Blackbeard died immediately as soon as they got through into closet. So part of
You got Loban in your Prisma lineup. Yeah, my fantasy lineup I fear might not win tonight. Run. I hate to admit defeat, but it doesn't help that we had two of the exact same players. So we both had Freck and Handy.
punches in, but well, in the end, the round goes the way of M80 4-5, and we got ourselves a match here to close out the A stream today.
Brazilians hype up everybody for no reason. Also fair. Also fair.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna be like, every time a Brazilian team does well, Twitter just is like, they're the best, they're fucking amazing, they're gonna win the whole event. And I'm like, whereas like with NA, it's just like, it's night and day. Brazil is so hopeful on Twitter. They're like, our region, our country, blah, blah, we're amazing. And then like one NA team has like a slightly good day and people are like, this team is still dog shit, like fucking garbage team, like North America sucks. Yeah.
I mean, that's always been Brazil culture. They love their teams.
They're immensely proud of their country and all that jazz, but that pride cuts both ways.
For sure.
Where, like, if an NA player underperforms, they're gonna get like, they're gonna be in turmoil on social media, sure. But like, you get on the wrong side of Brazil, and it's like you have to delete your Twitter account, and then they will find you on other platforms. Like,
that's why you just gotta glaze Brazil all day.
I can't remember who it was, but somebody deleted their Twitter after a bad game. It wasn't Julio. I know most people are gonna be like, Julio? They literally went to their Instagram, their private Instagram. They didn't have a public Instagram. They went to the Brazilian player's private Instagram and started like shit talking it. And then they went to like the Brazilian player's LinkedIn and tried to send them messages on that. And I'm like, you are the biggest fucking loser humanly possible if you are going to somebody's LinkedIn to try to harass them. Like, you need to be shot into the sun.
The Brazilian harassers do it better than anybody else, though. Like, you've got to respect
they're generational
the game.
haters. I gotta say, like, that's incredible. Like, they have gone pro, Jesse.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not even. This is not even like I'm not condemning like Brazil. This isn't even about Brazil. I'm saying like in general. I don't care where you live. I don't care who you are. If you're going off of that social media platform to a completely unrelated one to find somebody's private account to harass them, you are a loser. You're a huge loser.
And this is probably what M80 needed. You can lose this match like 7-4.
But also, it's very entertaining from an outside perspective.
It's quite good.
Take it for somebody who woke up to 300 Brazilians in his DMs at an SI like 7 years ago. It is not particularly fun at the moment.
Their way back into things. And maybe find a little bit more
But in retrospect, it is very fun.
sitting back quite a lot and giving M80 a lot of time and space to do what they want to do.
Apparently Gohan's back, right?
Is he? I don't know.
I don't know if he's gotten picked up by a team yet, but he's trying to. He was always a talented player. I mean, the big obstacle was his attitude. Like he infamously would like clash with every teammate. He was very hard-headed, very stubborn. He's passionate, and passion is good.
Oh my god, a Nook play that works. A Nook play that works really well.
Ow.
Let's go, Diffuser. Make the worst op in the game look decent.
What is going on with that laser gate? Did you see that?
Yeah, that's weird.
It looked like it was super low quality.
Beauty. Still in it. Listen, a lot of these... I feel like they just need more time on the side of M80. Like, they've got a lot of potential. They've got some good rounds, but then they also still make some silly mistakes.
Yeah. Keep in mind that there's been a deluge of roster changes. They're playing on literally a new game. And the last competitive play was 3 months ago, and half of these teams weren't even there.
Yep.
So there's going to be a lot of rust on these teams.
We're doing the listening, but it's all in Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, I get why they do this, because this timeout was called by W7M.
Yeah.
And they want to do this, but it's like, you have an English audience. I know that you don't want to do M80 again because you've already done them, but there is nothing to be gained here from listening in unless you speak Portuguese.
Do it on the Brazilian stream. And then the English casters can just keep talking over this.
They can't, because it's the same production. Like, it's the same. Like, they don't have multiple cameras that they can do for different streams, right? Like, the Brazilian stream is
you don't have to do multiple cameras. You just need the audio feeds to be different. You can keep it on the W7M players visually, and then just keep the English casters over it.
Asking a lot for a production that still has the old M80 logo on the screen every single time it cuts to a player. So.
All right. Maria's definitely done some interviews. I don't know if she's done any like specifically to translate, but probably.
She did an English interview with Benjamaster that's will probably go viral, and she asked like what your game plan was, and Benja literally goes, "We knew Carl was going to be hungover, so we deliberately pushed him because he's a slow thinker, and when he's hungover, he thinks even slower. So if we give him time to set up, he will excel." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
That is incredible. Comes from his former teammate too. God damn.
Yeah. I went to a fighting game event like years ago, and one guy was from NA said that he could beat every Brazilian player. So like 20 Brazilian players pull up to his hotel with a setup and proceed to stomp him. He won 1 out of 21 games. That's funny.
Like, you're down 2-5, and mentally that's always a little bit tricky to feel like, can we get back?
It's like a put your money where your mouth is.
I will say, and I mean, maybe I'm jinxing things here, but the tech pauses haven't been. I mean, they've been often, but they've been pretty fast.
They've been quite quick. Yeah, they've been fixing this really fast.
Since the beginning of the day, there haven't been any super long ones. The very beginning of the day was like a 30-minute one on both A and B streams. But since then, it's been really solid.
Yeah.
Do we have to dramatically shift and change our philosophy? Or do you just kind of back yourselves in to get out of this little funk?
Is the B stream?
I think we're on A.
Oh, that's the A stream. There's really no excuse for them to not updated the logo at that point.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of crazy.
This team's secret roster on the B stream is interesting, man. I don't know how Mowgli's gonna fit in. I feel like they could be really good.
For a really important round, because you look at the history, right?
Adrian just needs to like not choke a LAN event.
Master bedroom office. W7M able to successfully.
They should get Maria to watch the listen in and then do a call in explaining what was said. It's actually a pretty good idea. You, Fluke, you ever give suggestions at events? You ever do that?
It's very significant, so I'm really intrigued to see how it plays out on this particular occasion.
You say this and then we get like one of the longest tech pauses that we've had.
Yeah, this might be on me.
Pretty strong. or Gunner.
Well, keep in mind they just did a full timeout, but I don't know if.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly great sailing from that point on from M80.
Yeah, I don't know.
10 players back inside of the server, so hopefully the action will resume.
Don't hate on Blast, by the way, you goons. Blast is comprised of lots of great people.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers as well.
Do the GeoGuessr? Dude, it's not pinned anymore, so I don't even have it. I lost it.
Dude, GeoGuessr like quadrupled its price because it's gotten popular now.
Did they really?
I think it used to be like $5 to $10 a year, and now it's like $50 a year or something like that.
All right, I'm gonna run the Geo quick as hell. Wait, this one, I already did this one. Did I? Or is this your score? This is your score. It's kind of fucked. Yeah, I just saw the answers. Kimix, you actually just trolled. Now I can't
What time do
play.
matches go till? I think there's one more match after this. It's supposed to end around 7 o'clock Eastern.
This
give
is
or take.
this is the last A stream game, and then there's one more B stream game that's about to start.
We actually have gone a little bit of that distance here in these best of ones. This one may.
So yeah, it could be over within the hour. Well, within an hour.
At this point. Good way to close out day one here at Reload. And
29 mods, and you can't get a GeoGuessr link pinned. Super Bunny, you're a mod. Yeah, that's a problem that I'm having. Please, let's get this fixed.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be extended again as the bans were wrong.
The rehost tweet, that's actually so smart. UB might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit with their with how they're using the dashes in the name.
What do you mean?
I don't know, there's just a lot of meme potential. Rehost, reject what we're using. It's not a bad thing, I guess, just more publicity.
Yeah. That's a great camera angle. Look at that one.
It looked like Fabian was... I just saw at the top of his head bobbing up and down. Support your players, I guess. Box incognito with a show cat, but unfortunately...
As far as I understand, and it looks to be the case.
The cat is not in the room, and thus you've wasted your points. I'm so sorry.
Technical pause, as is typically protocol. So really just left to stew in their own thoughts.
This background music sounds a lot like a Godspeed You Black Emperor song.
They look quite serious.
Nobody knows who that is.
I think it's Moya. I think you'd be shocked at how many people actually know who Godspeed You Black Emperor is. They might be one of the most important post-rock bands in the history of music. So.
Liquid versus Secret is starting. If you want to move over.
Do you want to move over?
I want to move over, but move back once our A-stream tech pause ends. I'm just going to turn it on while we wait for the tech pause to finish on A-stream.
Kino looks very worried. Look at that brow. It is furrowed. You don't know who Denzel Washington is?
No. He's an actor, right?
Yes, you would hope so.
How?
He's an actor?
Oh my god.
I think he is. I couldn't picture his face. I couldn't tell you anything he's ever been in. I think I know he's an actor, though.
Would be out there, definitely on the roam. So that's going to be a job for Secret to take care of. Like you say, I don't think you can really ignore that these days, realistically. Don't get me wrong, there's always the possibility.
Dude, I don't know actors and actresses. We've been over this.
Because immediately, what's Diaz doing? He's looking up towards that window. Liquid are aware that that is a possibility.
I don't watch movies, and when I do, I don't memorize the names of all the actors in them.
I'm not sure they're going to get away with it.
I mean, with having a Monty on side as well, like a rush is really not something you'd expect. Although June's in a pretty good spot. Yeah, they're trying to make fast progress here and ignore the roamers. That's why I think you've got a couple of players hoping to get the pin.
Apparently Super yelled at you? When was that?
Yeah, this was a while ago. This is probably 6 months ago. We were doing a stream together, a watch party of something, and we got yapping about movies. And Super's a big film guy apparently, and he was not thrilled in my lack of knowledge of knowing people.
Okay, you jinxed it, man. This is a really long tech delay.
Maya's owning at this point on Team Liquid.
Oh, now we have to listen to Dez. Ugh.
I'm sorry.
And can just start holding
Why
his position. Just a little
why is
challenge
this
onto me instead.
30
Reminder
FPS?
for everybody, of course.
Looks fine on my end, I think.
Need reminding, we're all very excited about it, but we are on Siege X, of course, and this is one of the updated maps for Siege X. So you will see you've got those environmental.
I know who
aspects
Liam
right
Neeson
there,
is,
the
I think.
graphical changes, everything else.
No, this is definitely dropping frames. This is not.
Fire extinguishers that can turn into.
There are moments where it looks fine, and then there are moments where it very obviously is having performance issues.
I'm reading chat most of the time.
Yeah. To say it, that's the one I'm watching. There's a gas part down in blue.
They can obviously push past it, but it's still a bit like, maybe
That's what the X stands for in Siege X. It's how many frames they're putting up.
was sniffing at first that rush as we spoke about, Tim, but once they lost the one man, it was like, yeah, never mind now. Savages.
Why didn't Shopify Rebellion join this event? Because this event is invite only for partner teams, and Shopify Rebellion joined after partner teams had already been determined.
Ubisoft said Spoit was not cool enough to come to Brazil.
Is Ness going to have one of those days? You never know if it will be or not from him. We know that he is, more than capable of greatness. We've seen it time and time again from him.
I think it's quite unnecessary to put up no ban phase. I just don't think you need to put up anything.
That's the reality. So, yeah, they've got that one locked down. Box ticked.
Like, every single time that we do a round that there's no ban phase, I don't think it needs to pop up a no ban phase at the bottom. I think that's ridiculous. One of the complaints I have about this game that I would really like to see fixed is that there's just so much shit on the screen. Like, the operator bans being persistent. I know you and I disagree on this. I don't think operator bans need to be persistent. Show them between rounds, but they don't need to be on the screen while action is playing. Same thing with the 5v5 up in the middle. I do not think that needs to be there. Like that, everything under the player banners, like the team banners, to the player cards at the bottom, like there should not be anything on the screen. I just think it's unnecessary.
I'm back. Would you compromise with just moving the fucking op bans to the top part? Because I think they're in a really stupid spot. But
No, I don't think the op bans need to be seen during live action. Like,
I think it's helpful.
It is helpful, but there's lots of data that isn't shown that would also be helpful. I think you can pick and choose what. No, I don't think you need. Like, people are here to watch the gameplay. People are not here to be inundated with an overload of information.
I think you're solving a problem that doesn't exist.
No, the problem is literally too much clutter on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think this is a problem, and I think if it is a problem, you just move the op bans to the top, and it's fine.
I just think there's too much stuff on the top. If you want to put it, the thing is that you could do what ESL used to do before it was in the game, and they would just manually add it to the overlay.
Yeah,
right? Because like everything above Liquid and Secret is added by production. That's not in the game. So it's like,
yeah, I would be totally fine with that. That's fine.
Sure, whatever. I don't really care. I just think that it and the 5v5 on the screen is ridiculous. Why does it need to show 5v5? Look down. You can see how many operators are alive.
Yeah, the 5v5 is no new information, so I'm not attached to it. If it went away, that's fine.
I don't think there's a compelling argument for why in the middle of a round you need to know which operators are banned.
I think because you could be thinking about the strategy, you were thinking, I wonder why they're not bringing this operator in this strategy, and then you can look to the bans, and that might answer your question.
Yeah, and do that between rounds. Like, it doesn't need, it's not immediate information.
I think it is. I think a lot of the information is like, it's better if you have this question in your head, it's better to be able to glance at something and get the answer than have to like wonder about it. If you're wondering about something for like 30 seconds or a minute while the round ends, I think it's a failure on the hood.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said because I was too busy watching what Ness just did.
I just think if you're a viewer and you're like, you have a question and that could be answered easily and it's not, the HUD has failed you.
Balances things out, but as noted, you've still got the Monty on side. There's still 60 seconds to play with here. A single C4 in the back pocket. If they can bait that out for Astim, this starts looking pretty straightforward to get the diffuser down.
My concern here, they do have the line of sight for Noah to use through sight that I was talking about from that half roof, but
I think for people who are actively thinking about the game, it is nice to have and would be annoying for it not to exist there, and for people who are watching more casually, it makes zero impact on their viewing experience.
I think it just clutters the screen. That's it.
Okay, move them.
I would also argue that the secondary utility at the top is what? How on earth did he just do that?
that was a bug from before.
I was gonna say he knifed. It looked like he knifed through the shield.
That's awkward.
But again, to come back to it, Tim, they were baiting out the hits onto that barbed wire. Noah was stood at the ready. They get the kill onto the player at top.
Yeah, it feels bad.
And immediately, Savage.
That should not have been winnable, but there we are.
To catch out the second player stuck there, and like that, they've got rid of a couple of players on the side of Liquid. Just so.
It's just how shields work now.
And it really left them in a spot to win. Sure, Savage really threw it away for them.
I feel like it's a bug though. I don't feel like that's intended.
I think there's a couple of decisive moments from Secret there that really got it over the line. Had they not been so decisive, had they sat back for an extra couple of seconds.
I think there's something to be said for not showing every piece of information at all times. If you watch a sporting event, there's very little info on the screen.
If you watch
And that's
a sporting
because
event, though, the shit is popping up constantly.
Not constantly, it pops up from time to time. I would not be mad if a little pop-up showed up for 5 seconds or each round showing the operator bans then. I just don't, I think there's too much stuff on the screen. There's too much stuff on the screen that's competing for your attention. I think we're better served with a cleaner, minimal HUD that gives the information that is particularly relevant. And I don't think operator bans being persistent for the entire game is relevant. That's all.
I think there is no downside to having this information here. I think the idea that people are going to get like distracted by the HUD is like ridiculous. Like we're not.
Dude, look at right now how much of the screen is taken up by HUD.
Not very much. You can
A
still
lot.
easily see everything that's going on. Like no serious person is like, oh, I missed what's happening because the HUD covered it. Like, be real. There's no.
I'm not making that
universe
argument.
that's happening.
I mean, that's good. I'm not making that argument.
Yeah, like we're not at a problem where the HUD is like, the HUD's just not a problem of having too much stuff. But if there was not operator bans,
I
then it
think
would at
showing
times be a
all of the
problem that you
gadgets at the
couldn't
top
see
is
that.
unnecessary. I think it's redundant.
Sure, if you're removing redundant information, I have no problem with that. I'm not gonna die on a hill for util at the top.
Unfortunately, we will never get the side cards back because 2 operators have gadgets that now take up that space. The reason why the HUD was changed in the first place was because of Fenrir and Deimos.
And Savage is really being the spearhead for this team, of course.
Yeah, I don't really care if the HUD is on the side or on the bottom, to be honest. I just think I really didn't.
I don't like it on the bottom. I think it
really
takes too
didn't
long
like-
to look down and then look back up. I think the side is easier and faster.
I
But
think that was a thing when the names were at the very bottom, but now that the names are more towards the middle, I haven't had that issue personally.
the changes they made to the new HUD are good. Like I don't like those liquid jerseys.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going for these like almost like polo style jerseys, you know, with the collar.
They're going like football sport kit jerseys. Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan. G2 were doing it too, BDS.
And they've cut them down, and it's a good round.
I think the current HUD is the best HUD Siege has ever had.
Yeah, I mean it's a low bar to clear.
Fair enough.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you. We have had a litany of just terrible HUDs.
Yes.
So
yes.
But like see here, like there are the operator bans, perfect. Then once we get into the action, like it should disappear. There's no reason to keep it up there. Like this is more than enough time.
There's absolutely a reason, because if you're not expecting viewers to keep this information in their heads at all time. Nobody is that huge of a fucking nerd. So if
Okay,
they
so
have a
would you argue
question
that
halfway
look
through,
at they
should be
simplified
able
both
to
HP and
reference that
bullet count. Should they bring that back?
Absolutely, yeah.
No.
Yes, because there are moments where it's like, I would like to know this information. If I can glance at it and find out that information, that's the entire purpose of a HUD. If I go to glance for some information and I can't get that information, that's a failure on the HUD.
You can still get the information. You don't need to know how many bullets Nesk has remaining. He's got 28 in his magazine. It doesn't matter if he's got 100 or 4 left. That'll be something that will be
I don't think that's
determined
like
when he
that
starts to
important
fire
of a
away.
thing. I mean,
Same with
that's
HP.
quite a rare thing that it's gonna matter. Like, ultimately, that's not a very common thing to run out of. So obviously, like,
okay, let me
everything
ask
is
you this
different-
question.
Everything has different levels of importance, but like in
Do you
general, information is helpful.
Do you support
M80 games back. Let's go to it.
Okay. Do you support showing the exact moment that the defuse is done?
The exact moment the defuse is done.
So like, oh, there's 7.5 seconds left and they just got on it. Or do you prefer that they don't show how much timing there is, so there will be some like
No, I like leaving
suspicion?
that. I like leaving the suspense there.
Well, why? Why more information is better? Why not show that?
Because I think that's not information that is actually going to concern somebody.
You don't think that knowing whether or not you have enough time to defuse is important information? Wouldn't you argue that that's among the most critical information to give?
Yeah, I think that in that situation, obviously the tenseness is there, and like 7 seconds of waiting is not that big of a deal. You'll figure it out eventually. But if I'm halfway through the round and I want to know why a team is using this strategy, I'm trying to, you know, I've got to think about this question for 2 full fucking minutes. That's ridiculous. I'm not talking about
that information for the operator bans right now, by the way. I'm using this as an analog for HP and for bullets. Because if you can argue that the suspense is good for the diffuse timer, then I would argue that that same suspense is good for HP not being shown, because you don't know exactly how much Gavin has left right now. Is Dots 1 bullet away from death or 2? We don't know, right? That's part of it. Sometimes hiding information makes for a better product.
All right, I see what you're saying with that. I don't feel that that is.
That is not an argument for the operator bans, by the way. I don't think hiding the operator bans is it builds people's, you know, suspension of disbelief or whatever. Like, no.
All right, I think you have a fair. I think you have a fair.
See, look at that. Dots just took a bullet and he's still alive. If we knew his HP, there wouldn't have been mystery there.
All right, I can see that argument. I'm not distressed about the health numbers as much, although I liked being able to say, like, this guy's got 50 HP, or this guy's got, like, literally 1 HP, just because I think it created interesting moments where it's like, he's literally at 1, for an example, right?
I mean, but you can still say that if he's at 4 HP. It is ostensibly the same.
The same weight, right? I don't think, at least.
The man standing right next to him.
Milosh. No. The other one. 6-5 lead for M80. Can they close it out, or do we get overtime for the first time?
I also think when it comes to HP, for newer viewers, it is not obvious that, like, how full that box is their HP. Like, if you're brand new watching the stream, without a number to show HP, it is not intuitive, like, who's healthy and who's not.
I think that sometimes we have to consider that we are putting on a show, and that show is not numbers based, that show is action based. And sometimes concealing things builds suspense and creates tension and helps amplify that action. And we are not here to just tell numbers and regurgitate stats and data points and all that jazz, that we are here to sell a story and let the show kind of do most of the talking. And sometimes we need information, and sometimes we don't, and we can pick and choose what we feel is best for the show. For example, I can understand the argument for HP and the timer, but I think that suspense is more valuable than knowing whether somebody is actually 1 HP or if they've been able to nail the counter defuse with exactly 7 seconds left or something along those lines, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against you in this argument either. Like, the health thing, I feel like it's so minor either way. Like, there's not that much suspense knowing if somebody's a bullet or 2 bullets away from death, and it's not that useful information to know, like, what their fucking HP is like. So I really don't care on the health factor one way or the other. The timer, I don't think, should show up in the post plant. Because I think the suspense is the most important thing at that point.
Well, no one was playing the cutoff, so.
But yeah, obviously there are moments where I think hiding information is relevant and is probably the right call.
This is an esports game, not a suspenseful Netflix original. Viewers shouldn't have to guess HP. You don't need to guess HP. So number one, respectfully, you as a viewer, what you consider to be important with their HP is not actually important. If somebody's 1 HP or 2 HP, that number doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And it's not information you need to have. At the end of the day, there is a certain thrill to not knowing whether somebody will die on a single bullet or not. There is a thrill to not knowing if somebody was able to hop on the defuse kit at the right amount of time. We are putting on a show, and an esport is still a show. This is a marketing tool. This is not like traditional sports that exist on a sport that's hundreds of years old. This is a video game that is, you know, effectively being marketed at a competitive level by a publisher and or a developer. Like, our goal as commentators is to put on the best show possible. Sometimes that involves numbers and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree at all with what you're saying, Parker, but I do think sometimes...
I was addressed to one of the viewers in chat.
Yeah, of course. But I think sometimes as well, numbers not being there, you know, numbers are not there just for the sake of showing numbers and showing stats. It's like numbers can be there to improve the viewer experience. And often when numbers aren't there,
of course,
it can create a very frustrating experience. Is that the case with health numbers? I don't really think so. Probably not. But
hold on a second. Look at hot and cold. He's probably got what? When it gets red, it's because they're under what? 20 HP? So it's like, you know hot and cold is going to die to a single bullet. It doesn't say 17 or 9, but it doesn't matter because it is effectively the exact same. You know he's going to die to the first piece of like bullet that he takes. If he breathes in a single point of a toxic babe, he's going to die. If a C4 blows up next to him, he's going to die. If he gets hit with an impact, he's going to die. It doesn't matter if that number is displayed. It doesn't need to be there. And sometimes a UI can be clunky if you try to overcrowd it with information. I think the UI is quite clunky at the top of the screen, showing all of the secondary gadgets next to the team names. I think that's unnecessary. I think it's irrelevant because it's already shown at the bottom. It's redundant, but it's also just, it's clutter. You want the action to take center stage. You don't want things popping up all the time. You don't want different colors and different numbers around people. You just want to see what's happening. And the more we can do to minimize obstructions, the better.
That is correct. Oh, is that correct? Oh, it was the first half. Okay. You're trolling. Oh, okay. You can't blame me for panicking.
What did they get wrong? Did you hear that?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, they apparently Xenox said something wrong and guys roasted him for it.
Yeah, I think ultimately like the HUD's job should just be to like as easily as possible give you information that you might want to know during the round without being obtrusive, without being awkward.
Yeah.
And I think how much health a player has is something you'd want to know. You don't want to know necessarily the exact number, but you want to know approximately where they are. And I think
you
could
can tell
argue
that.
I think you could argue this HUD doesn't do a great job of it. I don't think it's super intuitive. And I think sometimes it is hard to tell, like, if they're 1 HP or 0 HP sometimes. Again, if you're used to watching it, I don't think that's really the case. But I think you could make a decent argument that, like, this HUD, maybe you don't need to do it with numbers, but the way this HUD does it is not the best.
I will go so far as to say that one of the weakest points about our spectator HUD since the inception of this game is differentiating between somebody who's alive and somebody who's dead. I think the game does a very poor job of eliminating dead player cards, and I don't know if there's like an aversion to it. I don't know what the concern is here, but it's like on HUD's past, literally they would keep it the same size and they just gray it out, and I'm like, why don't you guys just like remove it? Like, what are you doing? Like, make it very obvious who's alive and who's dead. And then in order to get around those complaints, that's why they added the thing in the top middle. That's literally why they added this. They added this because people were complaining, oh, it's hard to tell who's alive or dead. God forbid we change the HUD to make that more obvious. Instead, let's add this little widget to the screen. And I'm like, you are creating more problems by not addressing the actual root issue.
Yeah, that's fair. Like you could
I don't get why they have so many struggles. Why we've had so many struggles with just knowing when somebody's alive and somebody's dead. Like, it shouldn't be a challenge, you know?
You could like slap a red X on the operator profile or something, and it's like, you know, as long as it looks good. You don't want it to be like ugly, but like there are a lot of better ways that you could convey somebody is dead.
Landing onto Diffuser very nicely inside of Office, and Dots may just get going in towards Office, pulls out the pistol, hits the headshot.
Like, I think this HUD, like, take a look at it right now, right? I think this HUD does the best job of showing when somebody is dead. Like, it's to me, it's abundantly clear that only Houghton is alive.
Yeah, because it removes the color and it makes it smaller.
And it shrinks it. The only problem is that when you go to the minimized HUD, then it looks very similar, right?
Yeah, but the minimized HUD should be used very minimally.
Ace clutch, ace clutch, ace clutch, ace clutch.
You just have to jinx it, didn't you?
Oh, he came so close to both.
Rip.
Janiro has rated me, which means that Janiro has also rated you.
Woo! Thank you, Janiro.
Thank you, Janiro, for the raid. I hope your stream was great. And I hope to see you at an event someday, hopefully, again, sometime soon. Enjoy your slumber.
Wait, is that Interro from the League of Legends?
How many Janeros do you know?
I don't know. maybe there's more.
I also think it's worth noting that the people that are currently watching in both of our Twitch channels are not the target audience for a lot of these changes. The people who are in here that are watching you and I are already like more engaged and more into the competitive side than just a I want to watch people click heads viewer would be. Like, it's the same as like when somebody goes on like a subreddit or goes on like like an enthusiast or like a niche subreddit or a forum or something, and they're like, see, everybody agrees, and it's like, right, but like there are like millions of people who play this game every day, and there are at most like 100,000 people on the Rainbow Six subreddit. That represents like less than 1/30th of the player base.
For sure.
You
And
know?
the people that
So
actually
it's
like talk and like post their opinions on the subreddit are even a fraction of that.
Oh yeah, you're not even a consumer. If you're somebody who's like actively going on a subreddit and commenting, you are literally like the 1% of the fan base of a game. But people tend to get an overblown view of themselves and think that, hey, everybody thinks this way. A thread on Reddit will get 2,000 upvotes and they'll be like, see, everybody agrees. And I'm like, brother, there are millions of people who play this game every day and it got 2,000 upvotes.
Yeah.
That's like less than 100. That's like less than 1 in 100th of the fan base thinks this. Like, there are presently like 40,000 people watching this on just the mainstream alone on Twitch. Like, that's a lot of people. And a lot of them are not like watching in watch parties and co-streams. The people who are watching watch parties and co-streams are usually a bit more dedicated. So it's just like, we have to realize that if everybody in my chat agrees with you, for example, and everybody in your chat agrees with you, that's still only a couple hundred people. That's still a fraction of the people who watch this game. That's a great drone.
It's like when all of my chatters say G2 is a dog shit team that I overrate. Maybe it's not. Maybe people all of me also rate them high. Maybe G2 is actually a good team. I know they lost today.
This has been a really terrific game. I dare I say it, this has been the best game so far of the entire day, but it just sucks that it was marred by a 30-minute tech pause. That was happening right before match point. Like,
it also is not helpful to me that it's the 90th chalet we've seen today.
Yeah.
Like, it's blurred with the other chalets in my mind, unfortunately.
well, we've basically seen 3 maps all day: Nighthaven, Chalet, and Clubhouse. So somebody said to turn you up, but I'm literally looking at my numbers right now, and you are just as loud as me across the board. So
maybe they just want you to be turned down. Maybe they just want to come to twitch.tv/JessieJChick, and the audio balance might be more in the way they want it, you know?
They're saying you're quieter. Okay, I'll turn you up a bit. Problem is that you're not subject to the same compression that I am, so when you get loud, it peaks the mic.
Of
course I have more bass. I have a deeper voice than him. I despise those skins. I think they are so bad.
The universal team skins?
Yeah, I think they're so low effort.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be one thing if you at least like colored it based off of the team colors, like,
Yeah,
but just they're all black and white with just the logo.
Imagine dots. Nah, shouldn't be possible.
No, he's doomed. Door
Max
two.
OT? Max OT?
No. He couldn't do it. Yeah, we're going all the way. I can turn myself down a tiny bit and turn Jesse up a little bit. There we go, I did that.
Hell yeah.
So once again, the bands will flip like the roles themselves, and M80 now with a key decision to make.
I want to check what the Liquid game is, because that's a game that I honestly have no fucking idea what the final score is going to be. Oh, it's 3-3, okay.
And it would appear that Bar Gaming will be locked in. For context,
Can I also turn Interro down? I can put Interro to 0. Is that what you want?
respectively in rounds 1 and 3 successfully.
I don't know if this is true, but somebody...
There you go, chat. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you.
Second occasion of which they actually got
If an NHL game goes to a 6th overtime, they introduce a second puck.
I mean, this would be such a
That is true, actually, yes. And it stacks, so if they get to the 12th, it gets to a third puck.
No. It goes up even faster. Per the NHL rules, in the event of a 7th overtime, which has never happened in the history of ice hockey, 5 pucks are put into play, and a face-off is taken simultaneously at all 5 face-off circles, with each team playing 15 players at once.
This is not real.
It's got to be real, dude.
This is not real.
It's got to be real, dude.
I would pay to see it.
I refuse to believe it.
That's the
it's
next
got to be
4
real.
nations.
Looking for the clean sweep for all 5 North American teams if they can win this
6th overtime means 3 full games of hockey have been played.
Yeah.
That's insane. I want to see them play with 2 pucks.
I do too. Like, that should be a fucking show match. Like, fuck the 4 nations. Let's do a double puck game. Make it the All-Star game.
Good information as well found.
Take default down. Playing it for themselves.
So, the chat, our chat is kind of arguing over like what the purpose of a broadcast is, by the way.
Instead bringing
I think you would be shocked. All you need to do, if you were in here right now, go to Jinxie's channel for a co-stream when the finals of this event will go on, and you will watch as 20,000 viewers endlessly complain whenever analysis and stats are done. Because the average viewer literally just wants excitement. They just want you to talk about what's happening in front of you and hype it up and yell. That is all they want. This is so stupid. What? Hunter shotgun.
Insane.
Just like that, a chance again comes through. And while this match has gone the absolute distance,
Paulo and Lobin, the new duo on the block.
Still a minute remaining. You can pull the plug on this fast aggressive play.
Diffuser, they're not above.
They're both below and he doesn't know.
Diffuser, just look below. I kind of like where W7's at. Yeah.
Player cams are wrong.
Dude, hopeless. Wow.
Did he think he downed him? Like, that what a sloppy ending that
Diffuser
was.
kind of lost that whole 2v2, to be honest.
So yeah, they were both very lost. They thought they were hearing something upstairs because he kept looking up top library.
Paulo
That was actually
undefeated
screamer.
since joining W7M and leaving Liquid. That's a 1-0
that's a screamer,
lifetime
dude.
record since Paulo has left Liquid.
Unbeatable, dude. All right, let's go back over to the other game and then let's wrap this up.
It's 4-3 secret.
A naughty nitro, Tim. I told you not to talk like that in public.
Get the man from below, but not quite rewarded for it. Secret now finding themselves in the back foot though. We spoke about this whole Tim and wasting time. It's all well and good as long as you can get players.
I think, like I said, I just think people need to realize that what you want out of a broadcast is going to differ from the average person. You know? Like, you want different things out of a broadcast. Like, for example, a lot of like hardened super viewers only want analysis. They get real mad when we do storyline discussion. They get real mad with humor, and it's like you just want to hear the where, the when, the why, etc., which is not unreasonable. But it's worth noting that your desires are out of lockstep with the overwhelming majority of the regular audience.
I think obviously everybody wants something a little bit different out of the broadcast, and there's no way to appeal to everybody. But
Yeah,
I do
of course.
think that like a well-balanced cast can generally avoid pissing off the majority of viewers. Like I think there have been times where people have complained, and like sometimes they've had a point that like a broadcast is going too much in one direction. But I feel like generally if you strike a good balance of like, you know, you're talking about the action when it's happening, and then you're inputting analysis or jokes, you know, at the proper moments, I think most people don't actually get annoyed at that shit. Like, I think you can run it in a way where, like, you know, not everybody's gonna be happy, but, like, nobody's really gonna be that upset by it, too.
I think it also depends an awful lot on the people, right? Like, I'm not calling out any other duos, and I'm not going to mention any of the other casters, but I have noticed that when, if A, in the past, and B, somewhat now in the present, when certain duos try to engage in banter or jokes, it's not very well received, and those duos will turn around and say, like, oh, the Rainbow Six community hates humor.
Right.
And it's like, no, that's not necessarily true. They just don't think that your sense of humor is either funny or adds to the product, right? Like,
yeah.
But it's much easier, and I mean, I'm just as guilty of this too. It's much easier to blame the audience than to look inwards and go, hey, is my sense of humor dragging the broadcast off topic? And is my sense of humor just kind of cringy and not funny?
Yeah.
And, you know, I've sat down with other casters who have said, like, well, we can't joke. We shouldn't joke as much. The community hates it. And I'm like, respectfully, they don't hate it. They just don't, like, your style of humor doesn't resonate with the audience. It's not an audience problem. It's a your sense of humor problem.
Yeah, I do find that, like, in broadcast in general, not anybody specific, but, like, often the time as broadcasters, we tend to default to saying, no, the viewers are wrong, when it's like, sometimes there is more introspection that needs to be taken, and sometimes the viewers do have terrible points, you know, sometimes people make arguments that make absolutely no sense, but, like, also a good chunk of the time, if people are upset about something, they complain about something, it's worth asking, okay, why are they complaining, why are they upset, is there a point here? At least before you immediately reject it. And I feel like sometimes broadcasters are guilty of not doing that, for sure.
I think it's the same as, like, the customer is never wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of people kind of have misconstrued that, but what it really means is, like, if the bulk of the audience wants this, it doesn't matter what you think, you have to cater to that audience. You know, like, if 85% of the audience is turned off by your banter, the audience isn't wrong. You should make some changes. Like, you shouldn't be bantering as frequently. Like, you should change up your style or, you know, sharpen your wit and presentation, etc. Like,
yeah. Myers offline, Nesk offline, the two big fragments for this team in this game removed.
Savage is battling underneath as well, trying to get himself back safely to site, which he is able to do. That's a really big play from the...
I message the talent group about the frame drops and see if they're experiencing it as well.
And Secret, they're starting to run away with this round. It's 4 versus 1. Ask is inside, but it is a lot to ask. He manages to find one.
Imagine, bro. 16, this is winnable for Mask. 1v4, but so doable.
Secret, they've just abandoned site.
So doable, bro. Nah.
Oh.
I think if he tried to plant inside of CC instead, he would have had a better chance. Planting on top of the open holes was not the call.
I didn't catch the play that Mogan made, but getting those 2 kills, absolutely awesome.
NT.
In fact, no, sorry, it's the bands coming in this time around. Round 10, one more, and by the looks of it,
tactical timeout as well. The coaches aren't allowed to talk to the teams during the additional
the headset come down. I was like, is it a tac timeout? But no, there's bans to do. So
is that M80 loss so close? I think it's promising though. I mean, they played a good team. They brought them to 15. They weren't always clean in that series, but they had some really good-looking moments for M80. It's a long tournament. They had a really tough first draw.
It's actually not a long tournament.
Okay. It's longer than one day. It's longer than one day, okay? You don't gotta be too down just by 1 L.
And you've got that situation where Secret now have got themselves one round.
What is the process, and Sprabunny might be the right person to ask, what is the process for determining the second round matchups?
This has actually just got more difficult.
You're asking the wrong guy. I don't know a goddamn thing about this.
That's why I said Sprabunny might know. I didn't think that you might.
Now you don't even have the Hibana.
The lowest rated teams choose their opponents first. Okay. So in theory, it might kind of turn out like Swiss, where like the bad teams choose first. They're going to choose the other bad teams. Then by the time the good teams get to choose, they're going to end up choosing the teams that are, you know, left, which are also going to be good teams.
Probably sucked for the organization today, but as things stand, they can bounce their way back in. They've had that tack timeout. Maybe they can turn things around here, but Secret are looking good, Tim.
I do like the little crest.
So in that case, yes, Scarz would get to choose first. Guaranteed, because they got 7-1, and nobody else can get 7-1 at this point. So Scarz will get their first choice of an opponent. I wonder if they take Cyclops, honestly, because they've just got such an experienced history of beating the CAG.
We're gonna head back down to the basement then, Secret 5-4.
I mean, it's funny because under most conventional rule sets, the APAC teams would always be last pick if you were picking things, but because you pick who you want to play, the APAC teams are getting picked first, baby.
Yeah.
Like,
And I mean, people were mad at Fabian for gambling 2 bullets, but that means Fabian gets 5th pick in the next round. So he'll get a decent shot at choosing a good opponent here. Although I say that, he all the other good opponents will go in first, and they're choosing each other, so maybe it won't be that good.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll see.
Someone's got to be that guy.
so apparently the production issues, the stream issues are also like in-game issues.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, so I said I just said Clubhouse seems to be having some hefty performance issues. Is that just on stream, or are you noticing it in game 2? And they said we're noticing it in game 2. This game is just eating up VRAM.
Wild.
Saw some success from him previously with the score pass. Managed to get.
Yeah, I imagine you can't pick the same team twice. That would be insane.
What?
All right, dude.
Oh man, I wish I had a number to know how much HP Nesk has. My entire viewing experience is ruined.
I think one thing I would
I can't enjoy it without the number, Jesse.
This is a problem that nobody has except for you and I, but I do think as casters it would be nice to know the specific number so you could mix up what you're saying. Instead of saying he's low HP, saying he's 1, he's 5, he's 15 sounds nicer on a cast because you can mix it up more.
I think if you are good at your job, not you, just like in general, because you are good at your job, but like if you're good at what you do, then this is no problem. So like Nesk, you can say he's 1 foot in the grave, he's on a sliver of HP, you know, he's waiting for death, you know, he's a gust of wind away from the afterlife. Like there's so many cool ways that you can say that without needing to be like, yeah, he's 2 HP. If anything, I think numbers being present forces people to shut off their brains and just kind of simplify the process and just be like, oh yeah, he's 5 HP. Whereas if you don't have the number visible in front of you, you have to get creative about how you say that information without getting repetitive at the same time. And that's what makes people who are great casters separate from those who are good casters.
I think more options is always going to help people, and if people use it as a crutch, that's maybe more on them than on the HUD. But I mean, I also don't think this is a real problem either. I'm just giving us for the sake of argument.
Looking too bad. They've got a couple of players spread around. You got one hanging out towards blue. You got one on main stairs. The Monty pushing in here.
Dude, Savage is doing push-ups. Did you see that?
Remember what I said about
I'm at 29, 28, 27. I don't know what you're at.
We're the same. What? What? Okay, I guess he dies at the end. Maya's just like, cover me, ask. He died, but somehow
Look,
so did
dude,
the
how much
entire
HP do
enemy
Nesk and
team.
resets have? Like, I can't enjoy this.
This would be a nutty clutch, but against a Monty,
No, there's no way he clutches this. If they play it properly, he's doomed. But it is liquid, so.
True.
The Monty is not killable. That's the problem.
He doesn't even know what the kid is.
You could sneeze on Nesk and kill him. See, look, there's another one, and that one's
Oh,
free.
wait, good Kiba play. Wait, good Kiba play. Oh, you had to get off.
Yeah,
good try.
He's on such low health, but Nesk has just shown why he's so
Do we think they'll fix the VRAM issue?
I don't think it's a VRAM issue. I just think that the game is, like, Rainbow Six is already, like, if you run everything on Ultra, it requires good specs to run it. And we do run everything on Ultra for our spectator PCs. So they're maxing out whatever settings they have. And given that like lighting and graphical overhauls were two of the big focuses for Siege X, it stands to reason that this game is going to be more demanding than just regular Siege.
Yeah, for sure.
So
really worried about the whole smoke play and them being choked out, not having time to get up to the main door to start putting any kind of threat down, but we touched on resets.
the thing is that when you're spectating, you just need to hit 60 hertz, like right on, right? Like you just need to hit 60 hertz reliably because you're only broadcasting in 60 FPS anyway on most of these platforms. So you don't need to hit like 120, 140 because you're not playing the game. You're just watching it. So as long as it's always at 60, that's fine.
It was a great round from Liquid. You know, you give me that position. You say you've got a Monty and another player in dirt tunnel, 50 seconds on the clock. A Vulcan canister's just been detonated. You've got 3 smokes in pocket, and you've got players lined
I
up
kind of
ready
like
to
this,
challenge
the
in dirt.
numbers 1 and 2 up on
Team
rafters.
is gonna win that most of the time, so
That was
Liquid
not there on the old clubhouse, right? Where it's like on the wall, it shows 1 and 2. It might help with like callouts.
You've got the Deimos, you've got the Dokkaebi, you've got the Lion, Tim.
Because obviously there's like the different places you can play up on rafters in terms of like what specific paneling the rafters player is playing behind. And like in pro players, in pro play obviously, and even in high level rank, like people have callouts for that.
Apparently they were there. Chat is saying they were always there.
What? There's no way. They were there on old club?
Trying to clear out the east side of the map this time around.
Ness just holding that long angle, like you say. They're just trying to flush secret players out at the minute, force them into.
Do you mean old club like the first club?
And just see if they can take advantage of any opportunities. Going to have the exothermic.
Wow.
Now about that from Dios, absolutely beautiful. Knew exactly where June was. Finds him over the top of the weight rack.
Current club.
Here's the rub. Here's the rub with Secret. Right?
Rub Secret.
Adrian is one of the worst LAN performers, period. He is cataclysmically bad.
Yeah.
You could not rely on him in any universe consistently. And he's having a good round.
Yeah.
I reverse caster cursed him. But prior to this, he had 3 kills. 3 kills in 10 rounds. June cannot have an Adrian game if Secret wants to win.
Yeah, this is weird for June.
Yeah, unless they're playing against opponents who are having some struggles. Now, I mean, Liquid usually takes a month to settle into their roster. So if Liquid is immediately good, that's great. Bringing Ask in will soften the blow because he's been with the team before. Diaz, though, is all new, but Diaz is a talented player. So, I mean, like, I expect him to do well.
I love
Secret should, on paper, win this just based on their previous results, Liquid struggles, Liquid's very big issues with adapting to new rosters. I would give the leg up to Secret on this, but if Adrian and Joom are just like dead weight on the kills department, it's such a challenge for this team.
Diaz wins this. Never mind. All right. I think Diaz is one of the best clutch players that we've had in North America.
That's going to be Secret getting themselves onto match point, but they will only get one opportunity. They will be ecstatic if they can get a win on opening day.
What do the bullets at the top of the HUD mean? It's basically the number of bullets you have is the number of points you have in groups, and every game you gamble a certain number of points. So if they gamble 2 and they win this, they'll go to 8 because you start with 6. But if you gamble 2 and you lose, you end up with 4 points.
Used to seeing Savage as the shield player on this team. Of course, here on the defense, he's got to play something that isn't shields, but it's just great seeing him putting up some good numbers here. Into double digits he goes.
So yeah, both these teams gambled 1 bullet, so the winner of this will have 7 points on the standings, and the loser of this will have 5 points on the standings.
Do you know what language they're supposed to use? Because like words like gamble and bet and stuff like that are technically banned. So do you know? Obviously we're not working the event, so we don't know. But
yeah, I have no.
I'm assuming the casters are not allowed to say like, oh, they bet a bullet or oh, they gambled a bullet or whatever. Is wager an okay word? Like I'm very curious.
I want to read. Well, reload I think is the official term. So you're reloading 2 bullets, which is not very intuitive, but I think that's the term they have to use is reload because that's what the
apparently they can say wager too. There's like official like Ubisoft. Apparently there's like I haven't actually heard this from any of the casters or anything like that, but this is just stuff I've heard like internally. Apparently Ubisoft like has rules about like gambling and shit like that, so you can't use like certain language when referring to like official things in game. Like we as casters can be like, oh, he gambled his life on that fight. That's fine to say. But we can't be like, oh, they gambled a bullet in the match or whatever. That's not allowed, kind of deal.
trying to make it happen. He's
When I did the Gamers 8 2 years ago in Saudi, gambling is super illegal in Saudi.
Oh yeah.
And on the desk, I said something along the lines of, you know, I wouldn't put my money on this guy, or like, I hope you didn't put money on this guy, or something about that. And like,
Just
I
a
got
folksy little quip.
Yeah, I got talked to afterwards. I was like, they were like, you can't say this, you can't reference gambling. So I was like, oh.
Yeah, I imagine the same would be if you're in like one of those Middle East like Gulf states and you say something like, you know, oh, he'll need a drink after that. It's like, no.
Yeah, it would be the same.
You're not allowed to say that. Yeah. Yeah, they actually took Jesse out back and shot him in the fucking head, so.
They did. It took me a long time to recover from that.
He's back.
I'm back now, yeah.
He got better.
Yeah, they stitched it up. It was okay.
Oh, fuck, I missed a sub. The Flying Condor, thank you for 9 months with the Twitch Prime sub. You probably already have this, but this is the last match, so I'll do my final digital panhandling for the day before we're back tomorrow. This is the Interro charm. If you are subscribed to me and you have your Twitch and Ubisoft connected, which I deeply hope so because you can get drops, you'll get this charm in the game.
Some esports casters aren't allowed to say kill. There's no shot.
So I know that like I think it was Overwatch where they were like, don't say like kill and stuff like that because it's like it's not a kill, it's an elimination.
Ugh.
Yeah. Because technically it's a simulator. You're not killing them, you're just eliminating them and then they respawn. Like
there's no way that's still a rule, right?
People need, like, I know a lot of you are going to roll your eyes, but I actually want to come to bat for Blizzard on this. When you are a game that is not rated M for mature, you are likely doing that. If you have a shooting game that isn't M for mature, that is a very deliberate decision to market to a larger audience, but to also try to pick up sponsors. There's been countless debates about renaming CSGO or CS2's characters from T and CT because they struggle to get sponsorship when one of the sides is called terrorists. So language does matter. There are teams, for example, SK Gaming is one of them. They dropped their Rainbow Six roster because they as an org decided to go brand safe, which meant no blood or gore in any of the games that they support. Well, there's blood and gore in Rainbow Six. So SK Gaming literally dropped their team in Rainbow Six because they didn't want to be a part of any games that had visible blood any longer. You know, so I know a lot of you are going to roll your eyes and be like, ugh. But it's like, imagine you're Coca-Cola or Gummy Bears and you're sponsoring the Overwatch League and your casters keep going, oh, kill, kill, kill. That's not good for your brand. So instead of saying, you know, kill, you say, oh, you got an elimination, or, oh, you know, goes down, or something that's a little bit softer. I think...
Yeah. I see what you're
I just
saying.
think people need to be a bit more aware of that.
I think that's fair, and that's obviously the reasoning that companies like Blizzard or whoever else would use for that. But I also think you have to accept that there are going to be some viewers out there who, like, if they realize that you're constantly avoiding the word kill, they're going to be annoyed. That might frustrate them, that they might just tune it off because, like, okay, what is this baby shit? Like, people might rightfully be annoyed by that type of shit. And in a game like Overwatch, probably not that big of a deal. But say in Siege, for example, if Ubisoft tried to go brand safe by playing on Siege, I think a lot of Siege fans would be upset, you know?
Well, I mean, they did try to do that, right? Like there was that rumored set of changes to break into the market in China that was going to see like Blackbeard's logo was going to be changed, Cav's logo was going to be changed, Cav's like skull face paint was going to disappear, gambling machines were going to be removed, like blood was going to be removed from walls, that kind of thing, because they didn't want to create a localized build in China. They just wanted one universal build because they didn't have like the staff and ability to keep them separate. A lot of games have localized builds for China. So for example, PUBG, when you get shot, blood doesn't come out. It's like a blue like goo or something that comes out. I can't remember what it is. It's very silly, but it's not supposed to be blood because different countries have different rules. It's the same reason why, like we were just talking about, like if you're going to release a game in like Saudi Arabia or like Qatar or like one of those countries, you can't always have alcohol or gambling in your games. Different countries have different rules. Yes, they're stupid, but at the end of the day, a game company's single goal is to amass as much money as possible, like every other company. And if making some design changes to your game allows you access to over 1 billion people in China, you're gonna do that. Like, that's just the way it works. be mad more than anything. Be mad at capitalism than anything else, because that's ultimately what's driving these changes.
Yeah.
So, but again, to your point, I think you can very easily cast an entire game of Overwatch without saying the word kill, because of the way that the game is designed and the way that action goes. You shouldn't necessarily be highlighting each and every kill in Overwatch. It's a team fight. Multiple people are going to die very quickly. You should be taking a step back and casting the broader action rather than, you know, the micro actions of certain players. So if there's a big team fight, you can say, oh, they're wiped, or oh, there goes 3 players on the side of whatever. Like, I think you can very easily get around not using the word kill. And if it's obvious that you're not using the word kill, I think that speaks to the inadequacies of that caster to call the match in a way that is seamless and flows without distracting people from words that you omit.
Sure, I think that's fair. I think Overwatch is probably a game that can get away with it. But I think still in Siege, that would be way harder to do, because you are so much more focused on the micro in every situation, because each kill, elimination, whatever you want to call it, matters so much more, and it's basically always getting called to, with the exception of like crazy team fights where there's players all over the place.
Yeah. I think in our game it would be very challenging.
Yeah.
Like, there's lots of isolated engagements, you know, like, and I mean, we don't even need to say kill. I could try, hell, next time we cast, I'll try to do an entire game where I don't use the word kill.
Sure.
And I will do everything in my power to make it seem as authentic as possible. Chat, you want to see that? You want to see me try to do... You want to see me try to cast an NAL game in like a month, 2 months, or whenever it comes back, or
in the moment,
and do it without using the word kill?
It's not going to be like annoying. Like if you're talking the moment, it's going to be easy to say he goes down, he gets eliminated, he gets, you know, whatever. But I think when you're talking about it like in the slower moments, it gets a little bit more awkward. It's like, oh, you know, when Nesk killed June, like, can we say shot? Shot is also, you know, a bit of a brand risk in that sense.
I mean, the thing is that it's a sliding scale, right? Like, I mean, it seems very silly in a game where Tracer is literally shooting you with bullets, or Reaper is sucking your soul with a shotgun as he destroys you. You're watching that happen, but you're not allowed to say kill. It seems very silly. It seems like the priorities are in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I told you that Secret should have won this, by the way.
Yeah. Interesting to see
The
how it
problem with
goes
saying
on.
the word frag is that every single time you say the word frag, you incur a debt that eventually you will omit a very particular letter that will make it seem like you just said a slur.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful with that word. There's a reason why you don't hear a lot of casters say frag all that often.
I say it a lot.
Because if you stumble, it's bad. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the TF2, like any like formerly Quake-inspired game uses frag a lot. So it's like in TF2 we use that a fuck ton, and so I've
like,
never
frag got
uncast
popularized in
word.
Quake, dude. Like
Yeah,
Quake,
exactly.
Quake popularized the word frag. Like we didn't really use it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, Parker, that's day one of Reload.
It is.
That's the day.
Hey Jesse, what a great day, dude.
What a
Oh my
great
God,
day.
look at you wearing your little Parabellum shirt with you've got your baby stroller in the back.
That's my cat
Isn't that
stroller.
really nice?
We put the cats in there, and then we take them on walks.
You need to fix your lighting. Can I help you fix your lighting next time?
I
you're
have better
not-
lighting. It's just annoying to put up, and it makes my room really hot, so I don't.
What
Because for
chair is
90%
that?
of
You
the
have a Razer
stream-
chair too?
Yeah.
Did you get it for free, or did you have to pay for it?
No, they gave it to us for free.
Who'd you reach out to?
Nobody. We worked. Jacob and I casted the Razer Rainbow Six tournament in like 2023. And they sent us
Okay.
chairs.
Okay, cool. I reached out to one of the brand influencers, and they sent me a chair.
Hey, it's a nice chair.
It's actually, honestly, like I don't love gaming chairs, but
Yeah.
I will say this is quite comfortable. So
The Isker always gets good reviews, to be honest. People like it.
they're effectively all the same chair. So
No.
yes.
All right, I will see you tomorrow. Parker and Taro Bang McGee.
I will be awake bright and early. If you feel like hanging out tonight, don't be a stranger. I know that a couple buddies want to hang in game, and we're going to have the game on, but I know that you're going to want to do it on your own with Jess. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thanks so much, and take care of yourself, my dude.
All right, and we're not going to forget that. We're not going to forget that ape comment over here at Twitch.tv. So it's just J-Chick. Okay, don't think that we're going to fucking forget that.
Why? That's what you call your subs are called apes. Why do you still have the old Rainbow Six Siege background from the NAL?
I used it in a video recently. My most recent video, actually.
Throw that shit out. It's garbage.
No, it's a nice backdrop. And also, if I need like a plain background for like any sort of broadcast, I put that up and I put like a sheet over it. It looks great.
All right. Wow, you streamed. I was gonna say we streamed a different amount, and then you streamed for an extra hour and a half. Then maybe because I didn't want to get out of bed.
Were in bed and wouldn't watch the game of the tournament, CAG Osaka versus BNK FearX.
I missed so much. Okay.
Goodbye.
All right, dude. Take care of yourself.
You too. Bye bye. And chat, that'll close it out for us as well. Thank you all for coming by. I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same people, same stream, same games, different games, same Rainbow Six Siege, different matchups. But I hope you enjoyed. I will go Oilers tonight. Game 3 up against Vegas. Home game for the first time. Should be exciting. Are they drafting the next round now? That's a great question. They do have Fox and Lax up there.
A lot of respect between the two squads. At the end of the day, SSG looked really dominant through their game. That, I guess, all the effort and the team.
I don't think they're going to do it live. Because they need so many people there, they probably won't do it live. Usually the only time they do that type of stuff live... Sorry, it's a little loud. Usually the only time they do that shit live is when it's like, it can be like Milosh in a room pulling like balls and he doesn't need to be there. If they need the players there in person, they won't do it live because it's just too many people to coordinate. So it'll be on Twitter, I'm sure. All right, chat. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Thanks for all the support today. Really appreciated it. I know I haven't been live in a couple of weeks, but it means a lot to see you guys showing out for the big games. And yeah, hopefully just going up from here. Have a good one, chat.
We fell in love with apologies. I'm always saying I'm sorry. You spill your train of thought, head on collision. We late to the party. Little too much, too late. I don't really got too much to say. Pretty young thing when you come my way. No, I can't think head up in Spain. You my rocket girl. They said I'm looking too high when I'm talking to you. It must be true. Stars in your eyes, they a beautiful view. You my rocket girl. Every time I see your face, got me feeling confused. Man on the moon. I told her, baby, I'm coming down soon.
I float through